Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It became a nightmare on New Year's Eve. Statistics show that a crime's nature is significantly influenced by the time of day it is committed, such as during the day. Domestic violence occurrences are more widespread in the evening, as are economic crimes such as robberies, thefts, scams, etc. However, crime and the most heinous acts of evil occur at night, when the streets are dark and almost empty, making it difficult to identify a criminal. It is common knowledge that it is dangerous for women in particular to stroll alone on city streets at night. However, there are situations when it is unavoidable. The narrative of Rachel Moran, a young British woman, started this way. She had to go back home on New Year's Eve after spending time at her parents' house. Rachel never made it home this time, vanishing 150 feet from her destination, even though the distance was just roughly 1 mile along a path she walked every day. After a month of searching in the hopes that the young girl might still be alive, the shocking revelation stunned Ireland as a whole. Rachel Moran was who? On January 17, 1981, Rachel Moran was born in English Call, Ireland. In the family of Wanda and Ray Moran, she was the youngest of 4 children. She was raised with a brother and 2 older sisters with whom she had a deep bond from an early age. Rachel's passion was dance. Seeing her interest, her parents signed her up for a ballet class, which she continued to attend for many years. She even intended to pursue a career in this industry, either as a choreographer or a ballerina. But as she got older, her opinions and tastes started to shift. After graduating from high school, Rachel enrolled in a prominent university to study management information systems, because she was an exceptional student who had a preference for the exact sciences. About 2 years into her studies, Rachel came to the conclusion that her career choice had been a mistake. She chose to return to choreography and continue her study as her artistic side took control. She met Mark, a young man who was just a year older than her while working part-time during this time. They became close very fast, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic partnership. After deciding to live together approximately 6 months after meeting, the couple rented a modest apartment in a brand new, comfortable apartment building that was only a mile from Rachel's parents' home. So she went to see them nearly every day. Rachel began working at a nearby bakery in the fall of 2002, specializing in confectionery decoration. She became enamored with this profession and gave pursuing a second degree in culinary arts some serious thought. It should be noted that one of Rachel's interests was cooking, and she was always good at it. Additionally, Mark and Rachel loved and cared for 2 cats they got from a nearby animal shelter in 2002, treating them nearly like children. The young couple fed the pets on time, took care of them in every manner they could, and made an effort to avoid leaving them alone at home for extended periods of time. A dispute on New Year's Eve as the 2003 New Year's celebration drew near. Everyone in the area was occupied with getting ready for the celebrations, selecting recipes for the holiday table, and purchasing presents for their loved ones. Rachel was trying her hardest to stay up to date for the holidays while juggling a lot of orders at work. Since one of their cats was ill and required special attention, she and Mark wanted to see both of their parents without leaving them alone at home all night. The location and manner of the couple's New Year's celebration had already been decided. Mark had planned to see his parents after spending some time with them at home, but he was expected to return to the apartment he shared with Rachel after midnight. Rachel planned to visit her parents' house before midnight and remain there till dawn, but she had made plans to meet her brother at a bar. The evening proceeded as planned for the most part. Following a romantic supper and glass of champagne at home, Rachel's brother picked her up as Mark went to see his folks. After hanging out with her brother until about 11 p.m., Rachel and her brother headed to her parents' house, where her mother, father, and sister were waiting for them at the celebratory table. Rachel contacted her lover on their home phone at 1 in the morning, but he didn't pick up. She tried calling his cell phone a couple more times without luck. She asked Mark where he was after he responded. Mark acknowledged that he couldn't say no to a close friend's invitation to a party, even if he had gone home as they had planned. They had decided not to leave the animals alone until morning, and that someone should be at home at night to care for them, including one that wasn't feeling well, which infuriated Rachel. Rachel, following a brief argument. Mark insisted that nothing significant would occur during those few hours, and promised to return by 6 a.m. Rachel, however, was furious and insisted that someone must remain with the animals. The discussion ended in a furious dispute, though, as her lover refused to back down. Even though it was already past midnight and it seemed dangerous to go alone on the street, Rachel was upset and furious and started getting ready to head home. Her mother attempted to dissuade her daughter from leaving after overhearing her arguing with her boyfriend on the phone. Wanda assured her daughter that nothing awful would happen to the animals in such a short time, so she encouraged her to wait until dawn. Rachel, however, was determined and had already started dressing. Her mother didn't want to let her go because she was so concerned about her. Rachel was already standing at the open door when they began arguing loudly and went on. Her mother, however, was unable to persuade her. No one could go with Rachel because her brother and father had already gone to bed and were heavily intoxicated. She left her parents' house at around 1:30 a.m. and nobody ever saw her alive again. Disappeared into the shadows. Rachel told her mother that as soon as she got home, she would give her a call. An hour and a half went by and her daughter still hadn't called, even though the trip should have taken no more than 15 minutes. No one picked up the house or mobile numbers when the anxious mother started phoning her. It was close to dawn when Mrs. Moran eventually dozed off on the couch in the living room while holding the phone. On January 1, she heard her husband on the phone when she woke up at 9:30 a.m. She thought he was talking to Rachel since he used the word daughter. But as soon as he ended the call, he revealed that it was their oldest daughter, who had been attempting to contact her sister all morning and was beginning to become anxious. The mother became frightened upon hearing this. When she dialed the home phone, a drowsy Mark answered, not knowing what was going on, and she attempted to reach Rachel again, but her cell was off. It turned out that Mark thought his girlfriend had stayed with her parents and just went to bed when he got home at 7 a.m. from the party and didn't see her there. When Mark found out that Rachel had left for their apartment throughout the night but never showed up, he was shocked. She would have fed the animals first, so he was positive she hadn't been home, but he didn't know where she could be. But the cats were obviously hungry and the bowls were empty. They had left the apartment together the night before and their bedroom bed was made, and there was no indication that anyone had come in. Inquiring as to whether they had seen Rachel or had any communication with her, Rachel's parents and boyfriend started phoning all of their friends, family, and acquaintances, but it was all for nothing. Even though Rachel was 21 years old, the police did not wait the customary 24 hours before conducting an urgent search after the Moran family reported her missing to them that same day. After speaking with all of Rachel's family members, friends, and Mark, the police thoroughly ruled out the chance that she had fled on her own. They also investigated Rachel's apartment and her parents' house, where she was last seen. It should be mentioned that the missing woman looked really beautiful. Tall and slender, she had long platinum blonde hair and lovely facial features. People would surely remember her if they saw someone like her on the street. Thus, investigators started looking for potential witnesses. Stranger in the dark. It was not yet possible to track a location using a mobile signal in 2002, and the girl's phone's call and message logs yielded no leads. All that was known was that the gadget had been switched off about 15 minutes after Rachel had left her parents' house, and based on the time, she should have been close to her own house by then. Rachel's mother was speaking with law enforcement again when she abruptly remembered something crucial that she had neglected to bring up before. As it happens, they continued to argue loudly at the door while her daughter was already outside. Wanda urged her to wait till morning since she didn't want to let her go. She then caught sight of a man passing their residence on the street. She even considered asking him to go home with Rachel, however, she didn't. In the dark light, Wanda was unable to see the visitor clearly. She couldn't even provide a basic description because all she saw was a figure wearing a dark jacket and cap. But this individual might be a criminal or a useful witness. The authorities requested that all locals, including store owners, provide any surveillance camera footage they may have, since they needed to find him quickly. Investigators were able to determine that the missing girl passed the same business around 1 minute after the unidentified man did, and that the store was roughly 400 feet from Rachel's parents' home. Because of the low quality of the tape, it was impossible to make out the man's face or any other distinguishing traits, but it was evident that Rachel had traveled around half of the way home. The detectives chose to employ a strategy that frequently aided in missing person investigations as the hunt went on. After identifying a female who looked a lot like Rachel, they ordered her to walk the same path at night while wearing the exact same outfit as Rachel had on the night she vanished. After all of this was captured on camera, the news broadcast the video of the blonde strolling down the street at night and asked anyone who had seen her on New Year's Eve to come forward. The strategy was successful, as multiple witnesses claimed to have seen a dark male silhouette and a lone girl walking. But the man went by first, then the blonde, according to a witness who was smoking on a balcony. According to another witness who lives close to the apartment building where Rachel lives, the girl went by first, then the man came a few feet later. This implied that the stranger was either someone else or that they had fallen behind. About 150 feet from the girl's home, another camera was found along her path 10 days into the search. In the video, Rachel was seen passing by with a male in close pursuit. Given that he was dressed in the same clothes and had a similar build, there was little question that it was the same individual. There were unsettling hints that the man had once allowed the girl to pass in front of him before starting to follow her. Within a few days following the girl's disappearance, a massive search was launched for her. Detectives used aircraft, search dogs, divers, and hundreds of volunteers to mark a 10-mile search radius. They swept across woodland areas, wastelands, streets, and waterways. Artificial canals and tiny streams were drained for a detailed examination, and the search was carried out both on the ground and in the air. However, time went by with no outcomes. Given that Rachel had not used her cell phone or made any purchases using her bank card since going missing, authorities assumed she was dead. Her family, however, hoped to discover her alive and well. A sneaker that Rachel's family recognized was discovered in a drainage ditch close to her house 2 weeks later. Rachel's mother claims that on the day she vanished, she was wearing those shoes. Officers discovered a black purse with an ID card in Rachel Moran's name, a makeup bag, a wallet with bank cards, and a cell phone in one of the drained streams a few days later. Since all of the evidence was discovered within a mile of Rachel's house, the police speculated that the potential offender might reside nearby. He probably concealed the body here as well, if this scenario is accurate. This prompted the creation of a strategy to search every home within 2 miles of Rachel's residence, door to door. More cops were brought in, each working with a partner to reduce hazards and sad findings in the trash chute, because of course this took a lot of time and resources. The young woman had been going door to door for almost a month. Because it was hard to locate householders at their homes, and because the police required permission to enter the property, the search for neighborhood inhabitants was moving slowly. When a policeman and his aide arrived at another residence on Nash Court on January 28, they were instantly confronted by an unpleasant smell. Michael Little, 23, the homeowner, reassured them that there was nothing to be concerned about, saying that he was waiting for a plumber to clear the clogged plumbing. His friend Marcus was paying him a visit at the time, but he had no idea what the cops were looking for and had only seen them. Although nothing unusual was discovered in the house, the officers' suspicions were heightened by the lingering, sickening stench. It was discovered that a small trash chute, filled with bags of different wastes, was the cause of the stink rather than the restroom. After deciding to examine its contents more closely, the cops removed a number of bags and found a human within, an egg protruding. The homeowner and his visitor were taken into custody by the police, who promptly requested reinforcements. While his companion had a full-blown meltdown when he saw the dead female, Michael was totally composed and even detached during the entire ordeal. It was difficult to remove the body from the small trash chute, and it was not apparent how it had ended up there in the first place. The victim was nearly naked, and it was impossible to determine the cause of death right away because of the advanced level of decomposition, but there were obvious stab wounds all over the body. According to the suspect's account, the scent had been driving him insane, so he was pleased the body had been discovered. He also gave his account of what happened that fateful night, although it didn't sound very credible. He claims that he heard the mother and daughter arguing while he was strolling down the street and deduced that the girl intended to go somewhere by herself. He pursued her, they started talking, and he got to know her. Rachel allegedly accepted Michael's invitation to enter his home when they arrived. Little claims that they had a little drink, talked, and then, with their cooperation, had sexual intercourse before he went to sleep. According to the suspect, the girl in the kitchen was acting strangely when he got up at 5 in the morning. He had a small bag of illegal narcotics on the table, and he presumed that his visitor had taken something from it. Then, he said, she snatched a knife and charged at him, but he was able to take the weapon from her and hit her with a series of deadly blows. Michael explained the whole thing away as a bad accident that happened while he was defending himself. Everyone who knew the dead girl, of course, didn't agree with this version. To begin with, Rachel would never have gone anywhere with him, much less talked to a stranger on a nighttime desolate street. Thoroughly, she had never used any illegal substances in her life, and secondly, she would never have cheated on her lover. The girl's distinctive internal injuries and the discovery of little seminal fluid inside her were indicators of personal aggression, according to the autopsy. A third of the 27 stab wounds on the victim's torso came from behind, and none of them appeared to be self-defense. Michael Little is who? When police investigated the suspect's background after his arrest, they found that the young man already had a lengthy criminal history. He was caught stealing several times while still in school and came from a dysfunctional household. In addition, he never completed his education, which prevented him from obtaining even a mediocre job because he lacked a foundational education. He subsisted on both benefits and money he obtained unlawfully. He had been arrested multiple times for distribution and possession of illegal narcotics. Little was characterized by acquaintances as a pathological liar. He was always bragging about his sexy adventures and his impressive number of lovers, but in truth, every girl attempted to stay away from this weird and violent man. But Michael had been inventing more and more stories lately about a tall blonde he was supposedly seeing, even though no one had ever seen her with him. Since the victim and the suspect lived in the same neighborhood and had houses only a few hundred feet apart, police theorized that the suspect may have seen the victim before. He probably started to fantasize about the girl and tell his buddies about her when he became interested in her. When the criminal saw her alone herself on the street that fateful night, he took advantage of the situation and attacked her. But this new, even stranger version was the first time the victim and her attacker had ever met. As the inquiry went on, the suspect abruptly withdrew his first claims and gave a completely different account, saying that the true perpetrator was his friend Marcus, who was also detained. Marcus allegedly brought the girl to his home after meeting her on the street that evening. After sharing a drink, the visitors started displaying interest in the homeowner, so they withdrew to his bedroom. The accused claims that following the private meeting, a furious Marcus stormed into the room, upset that Rachel had opted for someone else. After killing the girl with a knife, he threatened Michael with harm and demanded that he assist in concealing the body and keep quiet about what had transpired. The accused and his attorney swore that this was precisely how events had transpired, but of course no one believed this narrative. But there was no proof that Marcus was involved. He had a New Year's Eve alibi for the crime, and his response upon the body's discovery suggested that he was unaware of the nightmare that had taken place at his friend's house. Trial and sentencing, the precise events of that fatal night could only be partially reconstructed, because Michael never acknowledged his guilt. Little was found to have gone to a party on December 31, 2002, and was getting ready to celebrate the new year with pals there. He was cruelly rebuffed when he tried to flirt with one girl, and the same thing happened with another, leaving him drunk and furious. After leaving the gathering and making his way home, Michael ran into Rachel and let go all of his bottled-up anger. He chose to pursue the girl after hearing her and her mother quarrel. After waiting for his victim to pass by in a dark alley off the road, the thief followed her as they passed Michael's house. He assaulted Rachel and repeatedly stabbed her in the back. He probably took advantage of the poor girl after dragging her inside his house, then killed her with the same knife and hid her body in the garbage chute. Little was found guilty in October 2003 of assaulting and killing Rachel Morin. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of release only after 35 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Nolan Buchanan, 16, remembers Monday, September 14, 2015 as the best day of his life. The day before, he had spent Sunday with his girlfriend, doing traditional morning math with her family, followed by a social gathering with friends and a wonderfully romantic evening. When the teenager awoke on Monday morning next to his favorite girl, he felt like a free, successful, and influential businessman with the entire world in front of him. After all, he now owned Buchanan Construction. The young man was about to inherit cars, a house, land, and monetary assets, and he planned to manage the family business on his own, and certainly better than his father, who had brought the company to bankruptcy. It appears that what could go wrong? The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office arrested Nolan Keith Buchanan on October 1, 2015, at Bonita High School in Bonita, California. Nolan was held at the Juvenile Treatment Center JATS in South Lake Tahoe until June 13, 2018, when an El Dorado County jury of 7 men and 5 women found Buchanan guilty of 3 charges. The jury took only 2 hours to reach a decision. The young man was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the possibility of parole starting in the 25th year. This is how his attempt to take over the family business failed. Nolan was praised by neighbors and classmates as a model student. As far as I know, he was a good kid, but as a high school student, Campbell Ruxton would later say in an interview, he was always concerned about school. He appeared to be very kind, and he was even surprised he was arrested. But what exactly happened in the Buchanan family? Let's go over this horrific case in detail. Molly first met Adam when she applied for a position as an office manager at his firm. By the time they met, Adam was already divorced and raising his son Nolan from a previous marriage by himself. The cheerful, sociable, and cheerful blonde immediately caught the attention of the company's owner. The interest was mutual. Molly fell in love, began a romance that evolved into a serious relationship, and moved to Adam. Molly wished for a loving, friendly family and worked hard to foster a positive relationship with her stepson. She soon became pregnant. Gavin was born. People who knew the Buchanans said they were a close-knit family of 4. The family's head, who owned a construction company, made enough money to live comfortably. The family also purchased vacation property in El Dorado County, California. A small cabin sat on 19 acres in Greenwood with no electricity, water, sewer, or gas. Adam, who worked in construction, took an active role in remodeling the house, and the family began visiting their office on September 13, 2015. At 10 a.m., members of the Garden Valley Fire Department responded to a wildfire in Greenwood Township, western El Dorado County, on Highway 193 between Cool and Georgetown. Upon arrival, they discovered that the fire had destroyed 10 acres of the property. A cabin on the property was still smoldering, but had burned down. The fire department personnel discovered charred remains among the assets. The fire scene remained intact. At 11 a.m., firefighters called the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Nobody had realized what was going on. Firefighters were almost certain that the wildfire killed a pet trapped inside the house. The arriving coroner faced a daunting task. The remains of the house were still smoldering, and there was no way to examine the inside of the house without waiting for the flame to die down and the temperature to drop slightly. As the coroner examined the house, he detected the sweet odor of burnt flesh and discovered a human skull and a burned chest. It appeared that the tragedy had taken someone's life. The officer requested backup, and officers from the sheriff's office arrived to conduct a thorough investigation of the scene. The conclusion was obvious. The small, secluded, and remote cabin was not the owner's primary residence. It was more likely a country cabin where people came to vacation. A Dodge truck and trailer were discovered on the property next to the cabin. It was possible to run the license plates and determine who owned the car. The owner may have been a victim of the wildfire. It didn't take long to discover that the vehicle and trailer belonged to Buchanan Construction, which is owned by Adam Buchanan. The man in question lived in Bonita, California, 160 miles from the accident scene and about 3 hours away. This information confirmed the police's assumption that the house was simply a country retreat for those who wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Buchanan or someone else was inside. The name of the company's owner provided the detective with their first clue, prompting them to begin their investigation. The Bonita police officers were tasked with checking to ensure that all of Buchanan's family members were safe and at home. They went to the correct address and soon arrived in the Buchanan's driveway, where they noticed a white Ford pickup truck and a knock on the door. Adam's 16-year-old son from his first marriage has come out. He greeted the uniformed officers with surprise and inquired as to why they had come to him. To avoid frightening the family, the officer decided to first determine who was present in the house. Perhaps the company car was taken by someone from the company rather than the owner. Nolan Buchanan stated that his father Adam had gone away for the weekend to his country estate 160 miles away with Molly and their 8-year-old son Gavin, and that they were expected back in the evening. According to him, his father had left him to care for the house. Investigators did not have enough evidence to believe the remains in the cabin belonged to the Buchanans, but the information they received and the discovery of the remains led them to believe they belonged to two people. By the evening of September 13, it was sufficient to report the family missing in the El Dorado County fire. The following day, September 14, El Dorado County Police went to Nolan's house to speak with him further and determine who had died in the fire. Howard and Susan Buchanan, Adam's parents, met with the officers. They stated that their son, the owner of the burned-out cabin, performs his own home repairs and thus travels there frequently. The parents were extremely concerned because they had been unable to contact their son or daughter-in-law until now. The officers learned from the story that the house is powered by generators. However, there was no electricity at the time of the tragedy. There were gas cylinders inside this Cave 2 series, so the fire could have been accidental or intentional. By September 15, the fire had subsided, allowing investigators to collect evidence, including debris from a nearby fire pit. According to Denton James Peterson of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, new remains were discovered, which changed the course of the investigation. Police discovered a piece of skull with a bullet hole. At that point, we all realized there had been a homicide. According to the sheriff, the fire was not an accident. The remains were collected and sent for forensic DNA analysis. In the first set of remains, the bullet was lodged in the victim's thigh. The skull with the bullet hole, based on its size, belonged to a child. The version of a fatal accident dropped on its own. Murder became the dominant narrative. No one doubted that the fire was intended to destroy the evidence of the crime. It remained to determine under what circumstances the crime had occurred. Was this a botched burglary? Or did the family deliberately end their lives? But who committed the crime and why? Could it be related to Buchanan Construction, where Adam Buchanan was president and chief operating officer, and someone held a grudge against him because of a working relationship? Initially, investigators focused solely on the latter theory. They also investigated Molly's life to see if she had any enemies capable of the crime. When those lines of inquiry stalled, officers turned their attention to issues in Molly and Adam's marriage. There were plenty of them. Investigators discovered that Molly and Adam's relationship deteriorated over time, and at the time of the crime, they had been sleeping separately for quite some time. Molly's diary was discovered, in which she described abuse from Adam. Witnesses interviewed reported rough treatment and abuse. They claim Adam was rude not only to Molly, but also to the children. Molly's mother, Susie Flankers, admitted to investigators that there were times when she was afraid they'd kill each other during an argument. Molly did not end her relationship with Adam, but would occasionally take her son and leave to go to her parents' house, returning a few days later until their next fight. It also turned out that the couple enjoyed hunting in the area surrounding their country house. Since everyone was armed, the investigators assumed that during another argument, one of the spouses grabbed a gun and shot, and when he realized what he had done, he committed suicide. However, there was an inconsistency. If the tragedy occurred as a result of a conflict between husband and wife, the instrument of crime must have been near the remains of one of them, which it was not. Investigators speculated that the weapon may have been damaged in the fire and did not appear as obvious as anticipated. Over the course of 5 days, the forensic team members took turns removing assets from the house. The search was conducted with surgical precision, but the results were not as expected. There were no weapons found in the house. By this time, the forensic examination data had arrived. The DNA found in the bodies belonged to Adam Buchanan, Molly McAfee, and their 8-year-old son. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds prior to the fire, and the angle of the bullet wounds ruled out the possibility that someone committed suicide. The lack of firearms indicated that there was another person in the house. A 4th person was found to have shot the Buchanans, and the investigation had to restart. Police had no choice but to turn to the deceased 16-year-old son. Nolan told officers that the family left in an old Dodge truck. According to the son, his father chose to use the company vehicle over his personal Ford, which was parked in the driveway because he had loaded the truck and trailer with rocks to decorate the area near his country cabin. Police discovered this truck near the burned structure. When asked why Nolan did not take a vacation with his relatives, As in the first interview, the young man stated that he was responsible for the house and garden while his father and stepmother were away. Nolan also stated that they had a neighbor growing forbidden grass on the Buchanan property, which caused his father to have frequent disagreements with his neighbor, demanding that he stop planting the grass and threatening to call the police. When discussing the family business, Nolan stated that things were not going well. The company was downsizing, and the number of employees was reduced to 5. According to his father, the number of deaths associated with the business was rapidly increasing. So now the investigation had a wealth of useful information, and the detectives had a suspect, a neighbor, which was especially important given that violent crime in that area was frequently associated with illegal herb cultivation. Detectives believed that the threat of going to the police could have resulted in the murder of Buchanan and his family. The problem was that no one knew which neighbor they were talking about. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing all of the homeowners in succession. The tactic was successful. They discovered a man who confirmed the story of a fight with Adam over growing a forbidden crop. However, he stated that the conflict had been resolved following a heated discussion. The neighbor had an alibi, and another version proved to be untenable. What remained to be addressed was the financial crisis that had affected the family's business. On September 18, police officers went to Adam's company and interviewed the employees. Nolan's words were correct. The company was in a sorry state. It was threatened with bankruptcy because the debt exceeded $30,000. As a result, several employees were fired. It turned out that some of the former employees were extremely dissatisfied with the reduction and thus could have been involved in the crime. And that's where the investigators got lucky. Over the weekend, the local high school organized a community cleanup day, with students clearing debris from a business park less than a mile from Adam's construction company. It was present on September 19. A small purse containing a wallet and identification cards belonging to Molly McAfee and Adam Buchanan was discovered under one of the bushes. A .22 caliber rifle was lying nearby. Detectives rushed to the scene of the discovery. The county sheriff's office made a new assumption. The perpetrator used the found rifle to murder the Buchanan family and then stole their documents from the crime scene to cover his tracks. The discovery was significant because it indicated that someone had traveled all the way to Greenwood to murder the family and then returned to Bonita, dispose of the bag and murder weapon. It appeared to be a Bonita resident. The evidence found near the Buchanan construction site strengthened the theory that the boss was murdered by one of the disgruntled employees. Detectives placed the firearm in the bag of documents for examination and requested a warrant to search the company's records and premises. The investigators got lucky again. During the search, they gained access to a video surveillance camera located on the firm's premises. By happy coincidence, the camera's lens was pointed at the center of the parking lot rather than the company's territory. Following this discovery, the case was only days away from being solved. Because it was already known that the family had left town on Friday, investigators examined Friday's footage and were surprised to discover that Adam had attached a trailer loaded with rocks to a Ford F-150. It was not a Dodge truck, as Nolan had told them. Detectives discovered that the young man had deliberately manipulated the investigation. If the white Ford towed the rock trailer to the cabin, it must have been driven back and parked in the Buchanan family's driveway. Investigators interviewed Nolan to keep him safe while gathering as much information as possible. Nolan recounted his weekend, where he went and who he saw. But this time, they asked him what movie they had seen at the cinema, how he had paid for his mall shopping, and how he had paid for dessert on a date. Nolan, who had no idea, responded with his father's credit card number. The officers then applied for a warrant to search Buchanan's Bonita home, vehicles, and financial records. The Ford automobile remained parked in the driveway. It was thoroughly inspected, and they discovered reddish soil stuck to the wheels. This is similar to what happens in Greenwood. If the Ford had been used for a trip last weekend or earlier, traces of soil might have remained, but they would not have been as visible. Unfortunately, the fire destroyed the wheel tread marks near the country house. However, the dirt buildup indicated that the car had most likely been in Greenwood recently. Detectives tracked the bank card payments and discovered that Adam Buchanan used his credit card on Friday, September 11. He stopped at Taco Bell on his way to Greenwood. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed he stayed at home, did not accompany his parents, and had the credit card in his possession. Detectives went to the diner to check the security cameras. They saw exactly what they were expecting: a white Ford instead of a truck. When detectives searched the Ford, they discovered a Taco Bell receipt dated September 11 that included not 3, but 4 beverages. 4 drink cups were also identified in evidence collected at the fire scene, so Nolan was inside the car. The next credit card transaction occurred on Saturday, September 12, at the Valencia Club Bar in Penryn, about 30 minutes from the cabin. Adam's parents had previously informed detectives about the bar. They stated that their son and daughter-in-law frequently visit after the cabin has been renovated. Security cameras recorded when the couple left the bar, and traffic cameras on the highway assisted in tracking the couple's route. On the day of the fire, a Ford F-150 drove toward the Buchanan cabin around 2:30 a.m., then reversed direction at 3:30 a.m. In the first instance, the camera captured Adam and Molly in the vehicle, while in the second, it only captured Nolan. Several hours later, on Sunday morning, September 13th, Adam's credit card was used to pay at 3 of Benitez's locations: Starbucks, McDonald's, and a gas station. The bank confirmed to investigators that you can only have one bank card, which contradicted Nolan's claims. By this time, the forensic results had been returned. Nolan's fingerprints were found on the gun. He was arrested while in the middle of a high school class. Nolan Buchanan has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He attempted to distort the story by claiming that his father shot the family, after which he pointed a rifle at him and, in self-defense, took away the weapon. After accidentally shooting his father, Nolan claimed it was self-defense, blaming the fire and subsequent lie on panic and extreme fear. That's why he used gasoline to set fire to the house, making it appear as if nothing had happened. The defense repeatedly focused the jury's attention on Adam's abuse of his own son and other family members. The medical examiner questioned the verdict because the bullet wound mark on a piece of Gavin's skull corresponded to a shot fired at nearly a 90-degree angle. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed that his and his brother's beds were next to each other and that the noise and screaming had woken them up simultaneously. Nolan claims to have seen someone enter the bedroom and shoot Gavin just as he awoke. The shooter then pointed the rifle at Nolan, who miraculously pushed the attacker away. Under this scenario, the shot would have been fired at about a 45-degree angle, which contradicted forensic findings. The prosecution concluded that Nolan shot his brother when they were alone in the house while their parents were at a bar. After waiting for his father and stepmother to return, Nolan shot them as well. According to where the bodies were discovered, Adam was killed first, followed by Molly Nolan, who took the rifle. His parents burned their papers, doused the bodies in gasoline, and set fire to the house. Then he went home, met his girlfriend, and spent the day with her, establishing an alibi for himself. On July 13, 2018, a jury convicted Nolan of 3 counts of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the option of parole after 25 years. Judge Kingsbury. The sentence announcement reflected on verbal and physical abuse. Nolan testified that he massacred his brother because he did not want him to experience the same horror or be forced to live with what his father had already done to him. However, as he did so, he also listed facts about the premeditation of the crime and subsequent arson, the creation of alibis, and Nolan's plans to run the family business, which he had discussed with family members. The judge cited Nolan's failure to follow rules and deviant behavior as observed by staff at the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Center, where he went after being arrested. Everyone has the ability to change. Judge Kingsbury told Nolan, "I hope he will do everything in his power to do so, if you behave properly. According to the Senate bill and Supreme Court rulings, you will be eligible for parole after 25 years in prison. You decide whether or not to take that chance." Nolan continues to insist that he is innocent. If he is ever released on parole, he will be required to pay significant compensation to the victims. The payout amount is currently unknown. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7, in one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins. Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By 10 a.m. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night, and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members dispersed to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chit and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passengers' inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press receives special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all 4 guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results. To attempt to solve this dark secret, the family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rostislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the shipowners' company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Dwayne, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Dwayne Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Dwayne might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Dwayne's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Dwayne's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Dwayne's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Dwayne. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Dwayne had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Dwayne's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Dwayne. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Dwayne were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Dwayne had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Dwayne and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Dwayne and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder in which the two victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Dwayne had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Dwayne passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Dwayne. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Dwayne on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Dwayne. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Dwayne and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Dwayne's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Dwayne and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Dwayne back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Dwayne's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the two families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Dwayne and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Dwayne. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed two couples years after Dwayne and Patricia's deaths, was another possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Dwayne murder case, Detective Sergeant John Kenneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases, thanks to this novel technique. They were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Dwayne, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952 at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Dwayne. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Dwayne, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone. Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Canron said in reference to the case, "Many of Patricia and Dwayne's loved ones had already died, and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Dwayne and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young mother who never thought she would be killed by her husband. A form of social and psychological influence known as manipulation occurs when someone tries to alter another person's thoughts and actions in order to further their own agenda. Similar techniques are usually used by manipulators, who may utilize physical or moral assault, blackmail, or deceit. Their tactics are frequently so complex and crafty that the victim is unaware that they are serving the manipulator's agenda. This usually occurs when the victim solely trusts the manipulator because they are in love with them. Maria Fernanda Quesada's case was categorized as femicide, which is defined as a male doing a willful crime against a woman. The most terrible thing about this crime was that it was completely foreseeable, and the girl's family thought the tragedy would happen eventually. Despite her fear of her violent husband, Maria caved in to his manipulation because she loved him and wanted to keep the family together for the benefit of their kids. She did not perceive danger when her lover asked her to a fatal encounter, since she had total faith in him. Childhood, family, and early years of Maria Fernanda Quesada. On June 18, 1994, a girl named Maria Fernanda Quesada was born in the northern Costa Rican town of La Garita, which is part of the Guanacaste province. For the Quesada couple, her birth was a great miracle because she was the only kid in the family. For many years, Maria's mother had been treated for infertility, and physicians had given up on her ever being pregnant. Nevertheless, she was able to conceive and give birth to a healthy kid, in spite of all the predictions. In an effort to shield her from all problems and give her everything she required, her parents lavished her with love and attention. Though her mother's health prohibited her from having further children, Maria remained an only child despite her early dreams of having a big family with brothers and sisters. The girl then made the decision that she would eventually have at least 3 children and start a big, contented household of her own. The Quesadas put in a lot of labor and were regarded as wealthy by the norms of their home province. They encouraged the growth of their only daughter's skills and abilities in every manner and sought to provide her with the greatest education possible. Maria got the chance to go to art school and study music at the family's large, comfortable home. All of Maria's family members were kind and trustworthy, but she was particularly close to her maternal aunt. Since Maria was only 6 years older than her mother's younger sister, they were close friends from an early age, sharing secrets and becoming practically inseparable. Quesada had a creative personality, was a gifted student, and loved painting and sculpture. She was described by those around her as a nice, intelligent, sympathetic, compassionate person who was always willing to help. She was quite gorgeous, always had lots of friends, and connected with people easily. At the age of 18, Maria, a single mother, began dating a boy she had known in school. Their bond grew rapidly. When Maria told the young man she was pregnant, everything fell apart. Even though he had looked dependable and affectionate, at her age the young man was utterly unprepared for the demands of family life and child-rearing. He urged that she end the pregnancy right away, and when she refused, he announced the end of their relationship. Despite her grief, Maria remained hopeful that the father would reconsider and return when the baby was born. But at that time, her ex-boyfriend had moved on to someone else and had no intention of interacting with the son he had fathered. Maria's parents and aunt provided her and her son with the majority of their assistance and financial support. The young mother understood that she would have to support her son independently, as she couldn't rely on her family indefinitely. She started searching for methods to make a living since she wanted to enjoy her job. She soon found internet tutorials on how to make soap and wax candles for decoration. Maria, who is artistic, was intrigued to this exercise and thought it had a lot of promise. Maria pushed herself into producing soap and candles by hand and selling them online. She took customized orders for personalized soap and candles based on each customer's tastes and set up social media groups to promote her products. Her business took off right away. Her orders increased quickly along with her social media following. She aspired to become a master craftsman and kept honing her technique in the hopes of earning enough cash to start her own store. Maria also began earning a respectable living by providing online classes on how to make soap. She kept living with her parents and kid, accumulating money for a house of her own and dreaming of a scary suitor and an education. Despite her hard work, Maria never gave up on her dream of finding a deserving guy who would adore her growing baby as if he were his own, and with whom she could have a happy, stable family. This dream was shared by her loved ones, but they were terrified for her future when she brought her new partner into the house. Quesada traveled to the city in the fall of 2017 to purchase materials for producing candles and soap. A charming young man called Esteban Rovira Vargas came up to her while she was shopping. He complimented her and said he couldn't help but come over and introduce himself since he was so taken by her beauty. Maria consented to go for a stroll with Esteban and have coffee with him because he came off as courteous and sincere, soon gaining her trust. Their surprising affair began when Maria handed him her phone number after a quick talk. Even though Maria was 12 years older than Esteban, she didn't think that would stop them from having a happy future. Although it was unclear to many around her what had captured her heart, she fell in love with him the moment they met. Maria was completely different from Vargas. Despite his harshness, rudeness, frequent use of profanity, and several negative habits, he never discussed his history. Although he had significant savings that many believed were acquired through unethical means, he did not officially hold a job. In the glove box of his vintage pickup truck, Esteban stored his handgun. He seldom gave up the pistol, but he never gave an explanation. Maria had a suspicion that her partner might have ties to the criminal underworld, but she was too scared to confront him about it. Nor was she aware of his previous relationships. Maria made the decision to present Esteban to her family approximately 4 months into their relationship. It turned out that she had every reason to be extremely anxious about her parents' response. Esteban was impolite, confrontational, and used profanity. Any inquiries or comments sparked rage and unexpected outbursts. Because he publicly scared Maria's parents, they started pressuring their daughter to end the connection as soon as he left their house, out of concern for her safety. But Maria wasn't merely in love. She refused to hear any arguments, since she was so overcome by her emotions. Her lover would eventually calm down, settle down, and become a good husband to her and a caring father to her son, as well as to the children they would have together, a family like his. Because she naively thought that her love, care, and support would help him manage his outbursts. After getting to know Quesada's parents for a few weeks, Esteban made the decision to present his family to Maria. His invitation to his mother's place for a family dinner became a nightmare for Maria. Like Esteban, the Vargas family members were irritable, violent, and conceited. They spoke loudly, shouted profanity, and any disagreement might quickly turn into a brawl. They They were contemptuous of their son's new romantic interest, calling her names and even drawing comparisons to his former partners. That didn't sit well with them. They didn't try to hide their love, and Maria already had a child from a past relationship. Maria did her best to contain her cries of humiliation and pain. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that Esteban's relatives enjoyed drinking strong liquor, which made them even more hostile and erratic. Maria openly expressed to her parents that she thought they were nefarious and nasty. Her mother and father made another attempt to persuade their daughter to distance herself from Esteban and his family. Maria, however, persisted in her belief that things will work themselves out in due time, particularly since Esteban made an effort to act appropriately while her presence in a miserable marriage. Maria announced her pregnancy to her partner in December 2018. Although he wasn't particularly excited about the news, Esteban concurred that it was time for them to formally announce their love. The bride was 4 months pregnant when the couple tied the knot on April 6, 2019. Their wedding was stunning, featuring a seashore ceremony and a white dress. After the wedding, the couple moved into a modest home that belonged to Esteban, but he started acting strangely from the first few days of their marriage. He hurled tantrums over nothing, used his fists without hesitation, and no longer suppressed his angry outbursts. Maria's 5-year-old son witnessed the frequent humiliations, beatings, and insults that became the norm in their family. Maria not only put up with all of this for several months, but she also kept it a secret from everyone. To keep her family from seeing the bruises on her face and body, she avoided going to see them. To avoid drawing attention from her neighbors, she wore long sleeves despite the heat and applied makeup meticulously to hide the bruises around her eyes. But she became more and more terrified for the life of her unborn child and concerned about the impact this would have on her older son. Maria thought Esteban would soften and benefit from fatherhood after the kid was born. Esteban deftly placed the burden on her, reminding her that he had embraced her with a child that no one else desired, while she suffered daily abuse, accusations, and humiliation. Knowing that the woman in love wouldn't leave, he skillfully played on her emotions, knowing how to intimidate her and get her to cooperate. Esteban's main tool of control was Quesada's fear of being left alone once more, this time with 2 kids. But just before the baby was born, Maria hurriedly packed her belongings, grabbed her boy, and ran away to her parents. Following yet another severe beating, they urged her to go to the police since they were horrified by her appearance. There wasn't a single unmarked location on her body, but she steadfastly refused, taking care of her father instead. Maria resided in her parents' house in the last weeks before giving birth, since she was not in a rush to file for divorce and still hoped that the birth of her kid would make things better. She refused to heed to her family's less hopeful advice to dissolve the marriage as soon as feasible. When Maria gave birth to a son on August 11, 2019, she called her husband right away to let him know. Within 15 minutes, Esteban, appearing both happy and confused, hurried to the hospital. He knelt down and begged his wife to forgive him, to come back to him, and to promise that everything would be different. After being released, Maria went home with the kids since she now trusted him. It goes without saying that Quesada's parents were taken aback by their daughter's choice. Maria would not listen, even though they knew this was their son-in-law's ruse and manipulation. After a heated dispute, Maria declared that she would pick Esteban if she had to choose. Her parents didn't want to lose the opportunity to see their grandchildren, or damage their relationship with their only daughter. For the first few months, they had to respect her choice. The new father did spend almost all of his time with his wife and infant boy. He took care of them and even helped out around the house. But he was coolly detached in his treatment of his stepson. Although he made an effort to hide it, it was clear that the stepfather felt uneasy around the boy, even if he did not abuse him. In addition, Esteban formally obtained employment, and it appeared that he was making every effort to ensure his family's welfare. Maria was ecstatic since everything was now coming to pass just as she had imagined. But her joy was brief. However, this little reprieve even caused Maria's family members to reconsider their perception of Esteban and conclude that he had in fact improved. The ideal family lived under one roof with a monster for exactly 1 year, but soon after their son's first birthday, Esteban appeared to lose it. All the cruelty, hate, and anger he had been holding inside erupted, transforming their house into a veritable torture chamber. He nearly robbed his wife of her eye, fractured several of her ribs, and beat her viciously, Maria ran to her parents in fear, and they pleaded with her to call the police again, but she refused. Esteban arrived a few days later, apologized, and requested her to go back to her house. To everyone's surprise, Maria said she still had faith in her husband and hoped they could resume their happy life together. In order to avoid calling the police, Maria kept blaming everything on absurd home mishaps, even though she kept getting seriously hurt and landed up in the hospital over the course of the following few months. The couple's home was frequently the source of screaming and shouts, which the neighbors heard and even saw. A man assaulting his spouse. But Maria continually pleaded with them not to call the police. Because they didn't know what to anticipate from Esteban and thought he might attack at any time, the locals were terrified of him. Not until the situation reached a breaking point in November 2021 did Maria call the police out of fear for her life and her son's safety. She and her kids returned to her parents' house because she could no longer share a household with a despot, a manipulator, and an outright sadist. She also succeeded in getting Esteban to sign a restraining order that forbade him from approaching her and the boys. Doctors noted multiple bruises, contusions, and abrasions of various healing stages on her body, which showed systematic and severe beatings, and Quesada documented the injuries. Vargas frequently abused his wife and threatened to hurt her, according to her family and neighbors. The court thus prohibited him from approaching his wife and making contact with their child without her permission. Esteban, meanwhile, continued to visit Quesada's home despite the restraining order. Every time he waited for Maria to go outside and insist on speaking, she would quickly return inside to avoid him. She eventually only left the house with family members because she was afraid of her husband attacking her, being brutally attacked, and having her children taken away. Almost immediately after Maria filed for divorce, the couple had to deal with the difficult task of allocating their assets and determining who would get custody of their kid. She filed a domestic abuse case, which was backed up by witness accounts from family members and neighbors, as well as medical papers detailing her injuries. By doing this, she wanted to be granted sole custody of the child. Esteban obviously had his own agenda, and on March 3, 2022, he visited his still lawfully married wife's parents' home in defiance of the court order. He asked to talk to Maria, appeared totally composed, and acted courteously. He persisted despite her parents' attempts to reject him. Maria herself showed up at the door a few minutes later and consented to speak with him in private. Although it's unclear exactly what Esteban said to her, he was quite persuasive, and Maria consented to accompany him to their shared house in order to resolve some matters. Furthermore, Esteban persuaded her that he missed the child and desired to spend time with him, so she brought their son along. Maria reassured her parents that nothing negative would happen, despite their strong opposition to their daughter and grandson traveling anyplace with this dangerous man. The last time her parents saw their only daughter alive, she took the child and climbed into Esteban's car. In the car, the couple began to argue. By the time they arrived at their home, the neighbors could hear and see Esteban shouting and screaming profanity at Maria. When the couple and their little boy entered the house, the situation worsened. The shouting continued, and soon there were loud noises that sounded like dishes and furniture being shattered. Then Maria's frantic appeal for assistance was heard, followed by the sound of a sobbing kid. A man across the street hurried over to assist after neighbors alerted emergency services. The front door swung open as he got closer, and Esteban, covered in blood, emerged on the threshold. He had a blood-stained knife in one hand and the sobbing toddler in the other. His face was contorted in anger, and his eyes were wild. Vargas got into the car and drove off, while the neighbor retreated, terrified for the boy's life. Upon arrival, the cops discovered a young woman's disfigured body with no indications of life. Maria was lying in the kitchen, many stab wounds visible, in a pool of her own blood. There were bloodstains all over the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, which demonstrated how viciously the victim had been attacked. The dead had 11 stab wounds on her body, according to forensic experts, the majority of which were located on her wrists and upper chest, which she had used to cover her face. Esteban appeared to have ambushed her from behind, taking her by surprise. The 3 injuries to the shoulder and neck region made this clear. Maria probably attempted to flee from behind, but her husband caught up with her and proceeded to stab her in the hands, head, and chest. The last stab wounds were detected close to the heart, and her body was discovered on its back. Look, find the kidnapped child and the perpetrator. Who had dealt with the poor widow was obvious, but where was the culprit and where had he taken the child? Esteban's automobile was discovered on the side of an empty road a few hours later. There were bloodstains inside, and the criminal weapon, which had the man's fingerprints on it, was lying on the floor. The car was proclaimed sought, and the criminal decided to get rid of it for obvious reasons. He could have stolen another automobile, boarded a bus, or hitched a ride. But since the man was wearing bloodied clothing, which would have surely raised suspicions or questions, the possibilities of using public transportation and hitchhiking were promptly discarded. It is likely that he stole a car to get away. The police had good grounds to suspect that the criminal would try to enter Nicaragua with the youngster, so they initiated an emergency manhunt. All border checkpoints received notifications containing pictures of Esteban and his small son within hours, and the fugitive was captured by dark. The criminal's jeans and sneakers still had bloodstains from the victim, but he had even managed to locate a clean shirt. He attempted to flee the nation in a stolen car with his small kid inside, as was to be expected, but he was apprehended at passport check. Without resistance, the man requested a lawyer right away. In the investigation of the stolen car crime, a gun that belonged to Esteban and had his fingerprints on it was also discovered. Femicide, a crime against a woman because of her gender, was the original classification for the crime. Femicide is a particularly serious crime in Latin American countries and is typically punished with life in prison. The bloodied knife bearing his fingerprints, the bloodstains on his clothing, and the neighbor's statements verifying that only he, Maria, and the infant were there in the house were all signs that pointed to Esteban. The investigation also found that the individual had been charged with assault and bodily harm on several occasions in the past. However, a 2.5-year-old boy was the only person who saw the incident happen. Thus, a certain approach was used by the criminal and his attorneys. According to Esteban, he was merely protecting himself from a furious woman who was frantically reaching for the knife after Maria had attacked him. The man claimed that he only recognized what had happened when his wife became silent, and that he couldn't even recall how he caused the wounds. The Vargas family attempted to damage the deceased's reputation at the same time by accusing her of being unfaithful, a horrible wife, a troublemaker, and a bad mother. According to the defendant's family, the tragedy occurred when Maria incited Esteban to attack him. They made every effort to present the offender as a victim of the situation. During the investigation, the lawyers said that the avaricious Quesada family planned to seize all of his belongings and deny him the opportunity to see his kid. The victim's body, which had been buried a week after the crime, had to be exhumed. Once again, independent experts confirmed that the first 3 blows were delivered to Maria from behind, denying Esteban and his defense's assertion that she had assaulted him first. Trial and sentencing. Since the criminal's trial didn't start until March 2023, the defendant and his attorneys had ample opportunity to prepare a strong defense. However, the Quesada family was backed by a number of activist groups that fought for women's rights, as well as by large crowds of people who demanded that the criminal receive fair punishment. The 9-year-old eldest son of the deceased was able to testify in court and describe the stepfather's brutal abuse of his mother. At the time of the crime, the younger child who observed it was just 2.5 years old. After consulting with him, psychologists concluded that the boy's cries of "Daddy, don't" were caused by a deep-seated phobia of kitchen knives whenever he came upon one. The child said that everything became red after his father had harmed his mother. To prevent additional trauma, the youngster was not brought into the courtroom even though these materials were turned in. Numerous witnesses, including neighbors, family members, and acquaintances, testified against Esteban, recalling instances in which he had been violent with his wife. Dozens of witnesses also frequently observed bruises and contusions on the young woman's body, and the police had recorded evidence of beatings just prior to the divorce proceedings commencing. Esteban Rovira Vargas was convicted of the premeditated crime against his wife on May 15, 2023, and given a 36-year sentence in a maximum security jail. The deceased woman's relatives were given custody of her 2 children. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ebolia Ryan, 47, a mother of 3, had been anticipating spending the holiday season with her kids on December 1, 2014. Her plans were tragically derailed, and she was never able to spend her favorite season with her loved ones. On December 4, 2014, 3 days after her murder, the Abu Dhabi Police Department made an arrest in the city, ending their ceaseless investigation into the ruthless killing. After the arrest, it became clear that this case wasn't as straightforward as it first appeared, and an unexpected motivation was discovered, which put the authorities on high alert once more. Who was this woman who had been arrested by the Abu Dhabi police? What may she have done that would have put the investigators under a time crunch? The woman who was taken into custody was Alaa Badr Abdullah al-Hashemi, age 38. Her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, and their 6 children resided in the United Arab Emirates, where she was born in Yemen. When Alaa chose to carry out a terrible act, her youngest kid was just 10 months old and her oldest was 10 years old. All of her children, young and naive, were ignorant of the evil plans their mother harbored. Alaa began implementing her ideas on Monday, December 1, 2014. In accordance with one understanding of hijab, she put on her black gloves and covered her face with a veiled niqab, a typically black covering worn by Muslim women to cover their faces. Just before 1 p.m., she left her home. Alaa went to the well-known boutique mall on Al Reem Island in Abu Dhabi that same day. Alaa was very unconcerned, even though she knew that the mall had fully operational CCTV cameras and that security was keeping an eye on her. She refused to go back or leave the mall without completing her tasks. Around 1:13 p.m., Alaa went into the mall and rode the elevator. Alaa spoke briefly with a security guard after stepping out of the lift and making her way to the mall's restroom, where she ran into Ebolia Ryan, a 47-year-old lady. After some waiting, Alaa struck with full power and fatally stabbed Ebolia while she was by herself. Shortly after leaving the restroom, Alaa ran back to the lobby and climbed into the elevator. The mall patrons quickly became aware of what had transpired in the restroom. Alaa fled the building as they came out in the foyer, still reeling from the horrific murder that had just occurred. Even though boutique mall security was typically strict, Alaa was able to evade the guards. Fortunately, the security footage had caught every step she made. The terrible incident was reported to the Abu Dhabi Police Department by the mall security, and as soon as investigators got on the site, an investigation into Ebolia Ryan's murder was started. Born and raised in Romania, she was a kindergarten teacher who was Hungarian-American. Before going through a divorce, she and her husband Paul Ryan moved to Sopron, Hungary in 2006 with their twin sons Adam and Aiden and daughter Tamaya. Ebolia followed her career wherever it took her when she and her spouse parted ways. Ebolia had a varied teaching career over the following few years, working in 4 different countries including the US. She had been living in Abu Dhabi for about a year, with Abu Dhabi being her final destination. In addition to teaching there, she also played the role of a loving mother to her twin boys, ages 11 and 12, who shared their Abu Dhabi home with her. Tamaya, Ebolia's 13-year-old daughter, was then residing in Vienna, Austria, with her father, her ex-husband Paul Ryan. In the United Arab Emirates, Ebolia had dedicated her life to the field of education. Despite being in an unfamiliar place, she adapted to her new surroundings rather well. In addition to the traditional duties of teaching, she also took on the role of mentor, greatly advancing the professional development of her colleagues. She was well known for her unwavering commitment to her career, and it was clear from her actions that her primary goal was to guide her students toward a brighter future. Ebolia was a lighthouse of compassion and generosity, embodying a feeling of purity in our world. She led a life filled with a deep sense of purpose, constantly working to improve the lives of those she came into contact with. As the holidays drew near, Ebolia had made plans to visit the boutique mall for some shopping on December 1, 2014, before returning home to her twins. She had no idea, however, that fate had other ideas for her. The suspect was fully hidden from head to toe, making it extremely difficult for officials to identify him during the early phases of the investigation. This also prompted them to speculate that the offender might be a man wearing a disguise. Abu Dhabi police released a public statement on December 3, 2014, a few days after the terrible death of Ebolia, stating that they were still working to identify the suspect's gender. Due to the totally enveloping clothing, which included a black abaya, black gloves, and a face cover, none of the several witnesses to the murderer were able to provide any distinguishing characteristics, such as facial features or build, regarding the suspect. In order to disseminate additional information, the Abu Dhabi Security Media Department posted a video on its official YouTube channel. This film, which included CCTV footage, showed the murderer known as the Reem Island Ghost. It also showed the responses of those who were on the scene when the horrific event took place. Notably, a lady with a small child was seen hurriedly removing the child as security guards rushed into the hallway to respond to the situation. The video demonstrated that spectators were more alert, paying close attention to activity in the toilet area. An important piece of evidence was the surveillance film, which also showed the shrouded suspect picking up a newspaper, likely to hide the weapon, and walking toward the bathroom. About 90 minutes later, the suspect in the assault rushed back into the lobby, causing chaos among the customers who quickly scattered. As a security guard headed for the bathrooms, the accused assailant ignored a woman's attempts to obstruct her in the middle of the tumultuous event. After racing into the elevator, the suspect eventually ran away. A disturbing image of bloody footprints coming from one of the restroom stalls was shown on the film as it ended, providing a sense of the violent and gory nature of the murder. Ebola, the unfortunate victim, was fatally stabbed, according to law enforcement sources. At the crime site, detectives also found a kitchen knife, which they verified was the murder weapon. When the detectives questioned the witnesses, they discovered that the two ladies had also argued violently before the murder. However, none of the detectives could tell if the attack on Ebola was premeditated or the product of an argument gone too far. Both the official police reports and the CCTV film gave a thorough description of the culprit after the initial offense was committed. The suspect, wearing a niqab, was observed going back to her car before leaving the area. Detectives were shocked to discover that the suspect had then moved on to a residence in the Abu Dhabi Corniche, where another disturbing series of events took place. The suspect entered the premises with a tiny black luggage, as seen by the surveillance cameras at this position. She continued on to the apartment of a 46-year-old Egyptian-American physician living with his wife and 3 children, who is only known as MH. She dropped the suitcase outside their house and hurried out of the building. Additional information about the suspect was disclosed by the police footage. Detectives could see blood on the suspect's driving wheel and the black suitcase, which was the same one she allegedly brought to the doctor's apartment in the video. This terrifying visual evidence underscored the seriousness of the suspect's conduct as she moved from one murder site to another, adding still another level of intricacy to the story as it developed. Luckily, the bag was discovered by the doctor's son on his way to the mosque for prayer in the evening. He informed his family that he had noticed something odd in front of the house. They requested assistance from a security guard, who then called the police. It was a bomb, and the cops were able to identify it and disarm it before it exploded. A woman wearing gloves had entered the house minutes prior to the event, according to the security guard. She had a black luggage in tow. She went to the floor where the doctor's family resided, he said, and a few minutes later she hurried out of the building. Detectives claim that the improvised device was constructed from readily available basic materials. The bomb's components, a tiny gas cylinder, adhesive, nails, and a lighter, were designed to cause serious harm when detonated. The detectives continued their investigation to find the murderer, but they did not disclose many specifics regarding their progress or actions. The perpetrator was apprehended by Abu Dhabi police early on Thursday, December 4, 2014. The murderer was found to be Ala Badr Abdullah al-Hashemi, 38. General Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the UAE's Deputy Prime Minister and Interior Minister, announced that the suspected niqab killer had been taken into custody by security and law enforcement for the savage murder of American teacher Ebola Ryan. He emphasized that the perpetrator was apprehended within 48 hours after being identified in less than 24 hours, but the investigators wouldn't reveal how they were able to identify Allah. It was clear from looking through Allah's search history that she had developed radical views as a result of the things she viewed online and the individuals she followed. She wanted to harm someone from another nation at random, but she had no explicit plot to harm any American. Allah didn't try to conceal any information and was very direct when stating the cause of the attacks. Allah acknowledged that the only reason she picked Ebola and the doctor was that they were Americans. In addition, Allah informed the case's detectives that she had done such heinous crimes because her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, had been arrested and detained by the police for interrogation on suspicion of having ties to terrorist organizations. She intended to avenge the police for stealing her spouse and instilling fear of danger in outsiders, particularly Americans, British, and French residents. These horrific events followed earlier assaults on Saudi Arabian citizens from Western nations. These attacks were widely publicized, which caused concern in the commercial and international security groups. Furthermore, U.S. embassies in the region had issued warnings just weeks prior to Ibola's stabbing because certain websites were inciting attacks, particularly against American teachers. Due to its extremely rigorous anti-terrorism security, Abu Dhabi was mostly seen as a safe area for foreigners to work. However, as a result of these incidents, foreign residents of Abu Dhabi started to get concerned about the rising crime rate against foreign nationals. According to the Emirates authorities, Ibola's death was the result of a terrorist attack carried out by a single individual who was swayed by extremist ideologies found online. Allah didn't know either of her victims, the police stated. She didn't have any personal issues. She just carried out those acts because of the victims' nationalities. Since terrorist strikes are rare in the United Arab Emirates, this caused anxiety among Abu Dhabi residents, both locals and visitors from other nations. When investigators discovered a statement from Abu Muhammad al-Adani in September 2014, speaking on behalf of the organization identifying itself as the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, they discovered even more concerning detail regarding Ibola's murder. Abu Muhammad al-Adani called on the Muslim community to target Westerners and those from any other nation who were responsible for the attacks on their group. Specifically, he said, "Hurt them in any way you can." Instead of being a clear directive from militant organizations, the attacks that followed this menacing speech were viewed as a part of a trend of violent acts motivated by ideas. The killing of a French tourist named Hervé Gordel in Algeria, the 2014 ramming attack in Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and other assaults on Americans and Danes in Saudi Arabia were more examples. Abu Dhabi officials did not take terrorist incidents lightly. A significant portion of the city's operations depended on the labor of several foreigners, and tourism sustained its economy. Security officials sent a clear warning to any other prospective terrorists in the UAE about the dire consequences of any planned strikes, in order to ensure that the violence stayed isolated. Prior to the attack, Allah had been browsing terrorist websites online, where she learned how to construct explosives and commit murder, according to an unnamed UAE security official who spoke to Emirates news agency WAM. Additionally, the investigators were eager to investigate the likelihood that Allah was not acting alone. In an interview with ABC News, the police stated that they had detained several individuals at Allah's residence, but they were unsure if they were directly responsible for the assault. Allah disclosed to the investigators that Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, her husband, had previously provided support to militant organizations. He forced her to view and listen to tapes of Osama bin Laden and other group leaders. Although her home was described as a base of operations, it was unclear if she belonged to any organizations. Allah was also found guilty of using an online account to disseminate information that disparaged and damaged the nation, according to additional research. Allah was also found guilty of providing money to Al-Qaeda, a Yemeni terrorist group, knowing that it would be used to finance terrorist activities, according to the news outlets that reported on her arrest. Judge Falah al-Hajeri stated that the United Arab Emirates, with all of its benefits, had been and would remain a safe and stable place on June 29, 2015, before to issuing the ruling. It is an illustration of how people can coexist peacefully and harmoniously. Some new criminal methods that have not been seen before in the UAE have been used in recent years to scare and hurt people, he said. By doing destructive things, the intention was to upend the nation's system and endanger society. It was crucial to examine and handle these acts as strictly as possible when they posed a threat to the country's general stability. In order to combat and eradicate terrorism, a new anti-terror law was created. The judge directed law enforcement to shut down the online account Allah had been using to contact with terrorist groups and to seize all of the evidence in his case. Later, on June 29, 2015, the Federal Supreme Court in Abu Dhabi found 38-year-old Ala Badr al-Hashemi guilty of killing 47-year-old Ibalia Ryan and condemned her to death. The decision could not be appealed because it was rendered by the Supreme Court. Ala's destiny was thus predetermined. Ala asked the court to give her psychological support during her trial. She claimed to have been seeing ghostly figures and experiencing weird experiences. Taking this into account, the court ordered that Ala undergo psychiatric testing. The findings, however, demonstrated that Ala was fully conscious of her acts and that her mental state had no bearing on them. Surrounded by 4 police officers, Ala remained emotionless when the court announced the verdict and sentence. She waved to her brother and father and smiled as she left the court. Ahmed al-Dahani, the State Security Prosecution's Attorney General, declared on Monday morning, July 13, 2015, that the Federal Supreme Court's State Security Circuit's decision, number 73 of 2015, regarding Ala Badr Abdullah's execution, had been carried out with President Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan's approval. The officials did not, however, reveal the manner of Ala's execution. In remembrance of Ibalia Ryan, members of the expat community in Dubai attended a candlelight memorial and talked about the impact her untimely passing had on them. For Ibalia's friends, family, and the teaching community, finding closure was a challenging process. Her ex-husband Paul Ryan, with whom she had 3 children, also expressed his opinions about the decision. In order for Paul to take Ibalia Ryan's body back home and pay for their kids' school, a recruitment agency that assisted in getting her to Abu Dhabi launched a fundraising effort. A few weeks later, the fund was taken over by the Ryan family, who used it to support Ryan's family in Romania. Ibalia's murder, according to General Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, was incompatible with the UAE's core principles. The teachings of Islam and the authentic Arab heritage were the sources of these ideals. He said that the UAE firmly believed in these moral principles, both domestically and internationally. He also expressed his sadness at witnessing such acts in a nation that is renowned for its safety and security. Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, Ala's husband, was later charged with major crimes in 2015 for allegedly plotting to bomb tourist destinations and assassinate a local politician. During a hearing at the Federal Supreme Court in December of that year, the identity of the leader Mohammed intended to kill was kept a secret. Mohammed adamantly maintained his innocence and denied any involvement in the charges against him. 2 attorneys, one selected by the government and the other by Mohammed's family, were representing him. When asked to comment on Mohammed's circumstances, both attorneys sidestepped reporters. Mohammed faced 7 charges, one of which was plotting to destroy the capital's Yas Marina Formula One racetrack and an IKEA close. He allegedly had plans to assault an American military base and tourists. Additionally, police discovered information that connected Mohammed to the terrorist groups ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Although his case was postponed until January 18, 2016, the public was unable to learn the outcome of the court proceedings or the verdict, since it did not receive adequate media attention. Do you believe that Ala would have carried out even more terrorist attacks if it weren't for the investigators' prompt measures that resulted in his timely arrest? Ala showed neither sorrow or guilt for her crimes during her trial. Do you believe that she was brainwashed by terrorist organizations as a result of this? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Even if the opposite of goodness might occasionally have irreversible effects, people nonetheless carry out nice deeds without waiting for gratitude in return. In our tale, a selfless deed committed years before led to death as well as a radical transformation in the lives of all the heroes. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m. a woman called Travis County, Texas police officers to ask for assistance. She claimed that the likely shooter was still inside the house when she heard multiple gunshots while hiding in a closet. The dispatcher instructed the woman to wait for police officers who were en route to the house and not to come out of hiding during the phone call. Police had already roped off the residence a few minutes later, and the woman in the closet was identified as Corey Shaughnessy, a local. The woman was in a really depressing state. In the kitchen, Corey was terrified and unable to comprehend what had occurred. Her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, was lying close to the table in a pool of his own blood. Take a seat back because we are working together to investigate another unfortunate case today. Born on February 7, 1963, Theodore Shaughnessy was the youngest member of a large family. Shaughnessy, who grew up in Arizona, close to Phoenix, has a deep passion for fast vehicles and all things related to them. He literally fantasized of sports cars as a teenager. Growing up, Theodore was a fearless man who believed that the greatest way to be happy and enjoy life was to get some adrenaline. Still, he was a good son, a good friend, and a nice upbeat man. Ted met Corey Garman in a nearby arcade when he was 20 years old. The young men clicked right away because they had many interests, such as a passion for books and jewelry. They were married in 1989 when their sympathy swiftly evolved into deep love. Following their marriage, the Shaughnesseys relocated to Austin, Texas, where they established Gallery Jewelers, the family business, and soon settled in. Together, the Shaughnessy family created a high-level business. Corey, who worked as an appraiser for Ted, the family business, was passionate about diamonds and fine art. However, he was the store's public face. People were drawn to him and energized by his energy because he had a gift for connecting with them. He was highly gregarious and active, since he became the company's lifeblood wherever he went. This trait was very beneficial to his business, since it allowed him to communicate with clients and partners in a common language and work out the best terms for everyone. The family fortune was eventually believed to exceed $8 million, 0 cents, due to the business's considerable success. Yet Theodore never wavered in his generosity or consideration for others. He frequently donated to charitable foundations and purchased food for the less fortunate. The couple bought a lovely new house close to their store as the family business grew. The pair seemed to be the ideal match and complemented one another. In fact, everything appeared to be nearly ideal, except for the fact that the couple was childless. Ted and Corey made the decision to grow their family in tandem with the jewelry business. They took a 16-month-old boy from a Ukrainian orphanage in 2000, making a decision that would change their lives. It was simply love, unconditional and immediate. Nicholas was the name of the young boy with the gray eyes. The Shaughnessy family's lives was finally completed by this long-awaited event, as they now had all they needed for complete happiness. Nicholas was an energetic and well-behaved child growing up. Like his father Ted, who frequently took the youngster to the racetrack, he had a deep affinity for both vehicles and animals. Around addition to riding sports cars and going karting together, the father and son frequently just walked around the park together. Nicholas developed an interest in car disassembly throughout his high school years and even started a small business. The young man recruited pals and used his parents' money to purchase the required equipment. Nicholas met Jackie Edison at the same time. They were attracted to each other right away when they first met the young people, but they disliked the young woman after meeting Nicholas's parents. She didn't seem like the right fit for Corey. However, nobody stopped youngsters from dating in order to stay in touch with Nicholas. Jackie eventually gained their approval and began spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they allowed her to move in. Jackie left his parents in August 2017 to begin a new life in College Station. His parents provided financial assistance for him as a day trader while she was in school. Every weekend, the young guy traveled the 2 hours to Austin to see his parents, whom he was quite connected to and tried not to distance himself from. Nothing in his life appeared to be a sign of trouble, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Ted and Corey were awakened by their dog's persistent barking at 4:30 a.m. on March 2, 2018. Since the animals frequently responded aggressively to tiny creatures that would inadvertently come onto the family home's yard, this was typically a common occurrence. Ted made the decision to investigate, but Corey believed there was nothing to be concerned about and that the dogs will stop barking in a short while. He proceeded to inspect the house after arming himself with his .40 caliber handgun. Corey quickly fell back asleep after resting her head on the pillow. However, she heard a gunshot in the kitchen a few seconds later, followed by several more rounds. Fearful, Corey reached for her revolver, which was normally by the bed, and left the bedroom to assist her husband. However, as she was leaving, she noticed that her favorite dog Bart had been shot at the doorway. A dark, ominous figure suddenly materialized in it. Fearing that he would be discovered and killed, Corey shot randomly, directing all 6 bullets toward the door, unloading the revolver and hiding in a closet. Fortunately, Corey managed to reach for her cell phone and notify emergency authorities that someone had broken into the residence. She claimed to have heard groans coming from the room and to have shot one of the assailants. The terrified woman repeated to the operator that she heard someone groaning, but she wanted to make sure because she didn't know who was making the noises. She was calmed down by the dispatcher, who advised her to wait for the police and not leave the shelter. She was notified that the cops had reached the residence 15 minutes later. Eventually, the groans subsided and the house fell into a funeral silence. After exiting the closet, Corey made his way to the front door. She noticed her spouse in a pool of blood as she passed the kitchen. Shells littered the area around him, and he appeared to be lifeless. She was so terrified that she went to the door and opened it, but nobody was there. It just so happened that the officers were in the incorrect house. The officers on her neighbor's doorway were attempting to determine which side of the street the gunfire were coming from because of the peculiar precinct arrangement of this neighborhood. After settling down, they hurried to the Shaughnessy residence. A trembling Corey, her life utterly destroyed, was waiting for them on the doorstep. She had no idea what had transpired. After entering, the police officers made every effort to soothe the woman. Corey reported the attack to her son over the phone. She went for Austin right away with Jackie, and they got to her parents' house at about 8 in the morning. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was shot many times in the head, back, and thigh, and died as a result. Friends, family, and acquaintances were appalled by what had occurred. Nobody had any idea that they could have homicidal adversaries who could be shot at close range in such a heartless manner in the middle of the night in their own house. In order to assist Corey and help with the inquiry, Nick and Jackie remained in the house with her after the tragedy. The crime scene was inspected by law enforcement. The discovery of 2 distinct kinds of shell casings in the .40 and .38 caliber indicates that 2 distinct firearms were used in the shooting. Although there were no indications of forced entry, the offenders must have entered through the far bedroom's open window, which caught attention when the safety netting was taken down. The first fingerprint was discovered here by the forensic team as well, and it was submitted right away to the lab for analysis. A number of neighbors were questioned by police on the Shaughnessy family and whether they saw anything unusual. Police were informed by a neighbor that the Shaughnessy's residence had previously been the target of a burglary, because they are the owners of a jewelry chain. In addition to swabbing Corey's hands for gunshot residue, the police also removed her pajamas for inspection. From the start, Corey was forthright about the fact that she had discharged her weapon. After starting their investigation, the police swiftly ruled out burglary because there had been no forced entry or stolen property. They turned their focus to the murder inquiry and discovered that, with the exception of the door leading to Nicholas Shaughnessy's room, every door in the home was still in place. The door had been opened, and a search of the room showed that a .40 caliber pistol drawer on a dresser was missing a firearm. Detectives concluded it was the gun used to kill since it was the only missing item from the residence, and its caliber matched one of the guns used in the massacre. Corey, Jackie, and head Nick all agreed to lend their support to the investigation in any way they could. Nick claimed he hadn't been in Austin for around a month, but he and Jackie also consented to the police searching Corey's cell phone. Additionally, all 3 consented to respond to inquiries at the station. Simply put, the police wanted to learn as much as they could about the family and the day's events in order to pursue the criminals. It was still unclear to investigators whether the murder was a targeted crime, a random attack, or a poorly executed heist. Since there was no unidentified prints at the site, they had to consider whether Corey Shaughnessy, the only victim still alive, could have been a suspect. She was the only one in the house, after all. The fact that Corey was left alive by the gunman was the only thing the authorities could focus on. They also thought it strange that nothing was taken from the house, and that the gunman had been there for 17 minutes prior to the shooting. Amy Meredith, an assistant prosecutor who investigated the scene of the incident, was positive Ted Shaughnessy was acquainted with the assailant. Additionally, she was positive that the house was too large and too dim for a few lone robbers or jewelry thieves to rapidly navigate. Because detectives thought she had a motive, Corey Shaughnessy was being questioned more and more. Officers discovered that Ted's $1 million 0-cents policy had Corey as its beneficiary. There was no proof against Corey, but their house and business were also quite valuable. However, Corey wasn't the only member of the family that raised questions. Suspicions were also raised against Shaughnessy's son, Nicholas, who was almost 100 miles away from the tragic scene at the time of the crime. He was agitated on the morning of the disaster, and investigators saw one significant point. He questioned him, and then proceeded straight to a first-floor side window that was wide open. It was his room's window. In order to examine that window in detail, which was not visible from the front of the home alone, he proceeded to that side of the house. The crooks entered through that identical window. However, Nick had not heard anything from the investigators regarding the thieves using that window at that time. Ultimately, if he was not involved in its creation, how would he know the point of entry? When investigators looked more closely into Nicholas's financial background, they found that he had been having financial difficulties for a while before the crime. One significant discovery was that Nicholas had borrowed $30,000, 0 cents for the firm, from his mother, who had just sent him a note asking him to pay back the debt. He also owed $20,600, 0 cents to a neighbor. One possible reason to conduct the crime was these financial pressures, but when it was revealed that Nicholas was the only recipient of a $2 million 0 cents insurance claim in the event that his parents did not die, the probe took a more significant turn. Nick became a prime suspect in the eyes of the police as a result of this detail, which increased their level of inspection. The investigator also noticed an app on Nicholas's phone that allowed him to access his parents' home alarm system. Corey informed them that, although the system was turned off that evening and the family frequently opted not to arm it, police discovered something in the account's history. According to Corey, they only activated the alarm when they weren't at home. Nevertheless, the system identified that around 4:27 a.m., there was an activity to open a window. The system discovered shattered glass about 17 minutes later. The marriage certificate between Nicholas and Jackie was another unexpected discovery during the house search. The more closely the police investigated, the more embarrassing evidence they discovered that Nick and Jackie were, in fact, preparing to kill Shaughnessy's parents. It turned out that they were secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. Phone records revealed that Nick was lying when he claimed to have been out of Austin for a month, even though he recalled that he was more than 100 miles away at the time of the crime. Ted's cell phone use was captured in Austin on February 28, 2 days prior to his murder. Investigators questioned whether he had been in town for last-minute planning. The phones of Jackie and Nicholas were inspected. A number of text messages that had been synced with Nicholas's computer were erased. When Nick texted Jackie on February 24 to let her know he was working on it, Jackie replied, "Do they want $50K or not? Paying half that early is beyond our means." Nicholas and Jackie's flat was searched by the police. The number of cameras placed throughout the apartment astounded everyone. The cameras demonstrated this. On the morning of the crime, they were at home. The safe included firearms, ammo, and valuables. The make and caliber of one of the murder weapons and one of the ammunition boxes were identical. It was a .38 caliber handgun with 6 bullets missing. Nick requested that Jackie take money out of the account. In other letters, Jackie had taken out $1,000 0 cents from the bank a few days prior to the crime, so if this occurs, she will have cash on hand. Officials believed it was no accident. Investigators got in touch with Nick's high school friend Spencer Patterson, who officiated Nick and Jackie's wedding during the course of the inquiry. Even though it was quite challenging to get in touch with him, the information that was gathered was crucial in establishing Nicholas' guilt. It turned out that the fingerprint from Nicholas's bedroom window was a dead end. The window belonged to the individual who installed it, but when Nicholas lived there, authorities discovered that he had used it to enter and exit the property covertly. Spencer, his best friend, was also aware of it. Police interviewed Spencer. Additionally, he was aware of Ted and Corey's home safe location. Spencer's house, vehicle, and cell phone were searched by police. Police discovered a .38 caliber handgun in the vehicle. Although it wasn't one of the murder weapons, it was sent for forensic analysis. Additionally, Spencer was at home on the morning of the incident, according to his cell phone. Although Spencer was not considered a suspect, he did contribute to the suspicions against Nicholas that was disclosed by Spencer just prior to the crime. After Ted and Corey left, Nick mentioned obtaining $8 million, 0 cents. Spencer attempted to hire Nicholas Shaughnessy to murder the family and take all of their belongings. The disguise was unnecessary because they would all perish, according to their communication. Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested by police on May 29, 2018, for criminal solicitation, Nick wrote. Corey was incredulous. By that time, her son was working in the jewelry store in his father's place, and the widow thought the authorities were attempting to frame him. Corey continued to think it was an error. She stated that she required concrete evidence of their involvement. Jackie was freed on bail 2 weeks after the arrest. After the catastrophe, Corey found her son the best lawyer she could find. "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that instead of believing that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us," Corey Shaughnessy stated in an interview. Corey has been Nick's companion for months. She genuinely thought that either there was something odd with illegal substances, or perhaps the children were involved in something in College Station where Nicholas owed someone money. Or perhaps he misrepresented his parents' jewelry-making profession. The mom was prepared to accept anything other than her son's murderous plot. However, the authorities were positive that the attack was carried out by Nick and Jackie. There was still the difficult chore of identifying Ted Shaughnessy's shooter. After all, the investigation has come to a standstill, and the traces and evidence have run their course. Detective James Moore made the decision to watch the security footage from Nick and Jackie's porch, which had been taken just 2 days prior to the attack, 4 months after the crime. This was the last straw for a mother who had been fighting for months to believe in her son. Too much had transpired to suggest that Jackie and Nicholas were involved, and Corey was horrified to learn that she had harbored the same individuals who had plotted Ted's and her murder that night for months. The case took a significant turn when surveillance footage from the house's front porch was discovered. Nick Shaughnessy can be seen greeting 2 men at the front entrance in the video, which was taken just 2 days before to the incident. Anderson is printed on a green t-shirt that one of them is sporting. To find the individual on the tape, detectives hurried to the Anderson Window Company. Although he wasn't home that day, his wife swiftly attracted their attention by answering the door. His name was Cameron Vosmek. She claimed that her husband had been approached to kill someone for money a few months prior by a man named Johnny Leon. But Cameron had refused. Vosmek was not considered a suspect by the police. During his subsequent interrogation, Johnny Leon acknowledged that Nick had attempted to hire him for $100,000, 0 cents, but that he had turned him down. After being taken into custody, he disclosed that he had driven to Austin with Nicholas just days prior to the incident. He claimed that they had stopped in front of Shaughnessy's residence. After walking to the residence, Nicholas returned and stated he was unable to enter. After that night, Johnny said he had nothing to do with the incident, but his cell phone indicated that he was in Austin the morning of the crime. Johnny provided the second shooter's cell phone number, but not his name. Arian Smith was a man he had communicated with. Smith asserted that his girlfriend could give him an alibi and that he was with her. According to his lover, Arian abandoned her in a motel room early on the morning of the crime. She called him multiple times after he departed in her car, but the boyfriend did not pick up. After the crime, Arian's girlfriend informed authorities that he had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for a few days. The firearm was found in Smith's family. Arian Smith was taken into custody. Additionally, police found that both guys had prior arrests. Actually, they had previously been arrested together for illegal narcotic trafficking. Capital murder charges were brought against Nick Shaughnessy and the 2 suspected murderers. The new district attorney, Jose Garza, took over as assistant district attorney in the spring of 2021 after Amy Meredith resigned. His office offered the criminals a chance to avoid a potential death sentence by entering a guilty plea to a lesser charge of murder and serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith and Leon concurred. Corey offered to accept the plea deal in a letter to Nicholas. A 35-year sentence with the possibility of parole in April 2021 would be imposed. In exchange, Nicholas agreed to be released on his 36th birthday. Nicholas Shaughnessy entered a guilty plea and received a sentence of 35 years in prison during a hearing in April 2021. After completing 20 years of his sentence, he will be eligible for parole. Johnny Leon and Arian Smith received sentences of 35 years in prison, with the chance of release. Arian Smith reported to the police that he heard gunshots coming from the bedroom and a woman sobbing after they had shot Ted. Smith claimed that he pleaded with Leon to leave the house and not kill Corey. They departed in order to avoid being shot from prison. Nicholas wrote his mother letters. After 2 years in prison, Corey was finally permitted to see her kid. The .40 caliber revolver belonged to Ted, so even though Corey knew a lot about the case of Nicholas and Jackie, she was still unsure of who had used it. Nicholas admitted to giving Ariane Smith his father's gun in a private conversation. Corey was finally able to accept that Nicholas was actually connected to the case when this was revealed. Nicholas and Jackie's desire to have us killed was unthinkable to my husband, me, our family, or any of our friends. Jackie made an effort to minimize her role in the crime's planning. She said she had no knowledge of it. According to the deleted text messages, she acknowledged that she had visited Austin multiple times with Nicholas, but she claimed that she had never taken Nicholas's claims of massacring her parents seriously, which is how the police knew she was lying. In March, while Nicholas was incarcerated, Jackie filed for his divorce. Jackie was charged with conspiracy to commit a criminal in June of 2022. Jackie entered a guilty plea to attempted conspiracy to commit a criminal in 2023. She was given a suspended sentence, which allowed her to enter a guilty plea and be placed on probation. She was incarcerated for 120 days. She will spend 10 years on probation. She will have to spend 2 days in jail on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder every year for 10 years. Nicholas was interviewed while incarcerated. He claimed he aspired to become wealthy and win Jackie over. With their adoptive son Nicholas, Ted Shaughnessy, a licensed jeweler, and his wife Corey Shaughnessy, a trained gemologist appraiser, could have led a successful life. Ted, who established Gallery Jewelers in Austin in 1995 and saw success, establishing the family as a respected name in the town, was killed by his son Nick, who sought to ruin his parents' happy existence by placing a $1.00 sign on their lives. The victim's kid is currently still being held at the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. At the aforementioned state's LeBlanc facility in Beaumont, Ariane Smith is completing his sentence. Johnny Leon is still detained in New Boston, Texas, at the Barry B. Telford unit. This is a tale of remarkable change that society discovered too late. Kindness can sometimes come at too great a cost, turning the seemingly close person into an executioner. Ironically, the eager Shaughnesses went to great lengths to welcome a felon home. It is terrible that they were unable to teach their kid the basic reality of life, that money is the resource that can be replenished the easiest, but time is not. They were too consumed by their love for the child. Nicholas expressed his heartfelt apologies to his mother in a prison interview. Is it feasible, though, to take an apology that never should have been given? Corey Shaughnessy has gone through an incredible emotional journey over the years of the investigation, coming to the realization that her own son hired hitmen to kill her and her husband for financial gain. She still loves her son, the same 8-year-old boy who hugs her affectionately in pictures and races cars with his father, but the life that Corey and Ted attempted to build around him is gone forever. Presently residing in a different location under a false identity, Corey Shaughnessy makes an effort to regain faith in those around her every day. Indeed, a terrifying concept haunts us throughout our story. Many people are far from what they seem at first glance. You lived in your own house with the 2 individuals who attempted to murder you? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman's lifeless body was found in the state of Morelos on the side of an abandoned road. When they discovered her, the onlookers called the police right away. The body was still. She had obvious bruising and abrasions on her skin, and her clothes were wrinkled and discolored. Authorities were unable to locate any personal possessions or documentation that would have helped identify her in the area. This signaled the start of an inquiry to clarify the events and determine the causes of this catastrophe. Born in one of Mexico City's impoverished districts on July 5, 1995, Ariadna Fernanda Lopez Diaz, despite having few finances, her early years were filled with love and affection. Her mother and her older brother Omar made up her family. Mutual support kept the small family together in spite of the lack of a father figure who was uninterested in his kids. Omar gave Ariadna constant support and became into a protector and role model for her. Because of their strong relationship, Ariadna felt secure knowing that she could always count on someone. Ariadna was well liked by her peers because of her friendly and affable demeanor. She stood out for her genuineness and willingness to assist people, and she had a natural aptitude to make friends. She spent a lot of her school years with close companions, with whom she frequently discussed her future aspirations. But in 2018, when Ariadna was only 23, her mother was afflicted with cancer, leaving her youth tainted by a devastating loss. The family eventually had to confront the inevitable as the sickness advanced quickly. For both Ariadna and Omar, losing her mother was a heartbreaking blow. In addition to deepening their relationship, this catastrophe made Ariadna grow up fast and accept responsibility for her own life. She made sure her mother's presence was always with her by getting her name permanently inked as an homage to her mother. Ariadne had met a young man and quickly started seeing him before to the death of her mother. Ariadne soon found out she was expecting a kid, as their romance progressed swiftly. The young couple quickly recognized their paths were separating though, since the arrival of her kid did not provide the stability she had hoped for. Following their separation, they continued to have a cordial relationship while sharing custody of their son. Having a child presented new difficulties. In order to support herself and her son, Ariadna had to juggle the responsibilities of parenthood with her job search. Getting a job at a well-known bar in Mexico City was the first step on this adventure. This place, which was frequented by wealthy customers, had high standards for its employees. Ariadne developed her capacity to communicate with a diverse range of people here. She thrived in her position in spite of the problems, overcoming them with her charm and tenacious work ethic. Her life was drastically altered by the pandemic. Despite losing her job because the company where she worked closed, Ariadne resisted giving up. Instead, she opened her own beauty salon during this time to fulfill a lifelong dream. This endeavor came to represent her will and ambition to create a life free from other influences. Using her vast network and skills, she was able to start a business that gave her a reliable source of income. A new connection came into her life at this period. She clicked with a man she met right away. She found security and happiness in her relationship. Between her spouse, her job, and her son, Ariadna managed her time well. Despite having a busy schedule, she managed to find joy in every new chance. By the time Ariadne was 27, her life had taken on the appearance of a finished puzzle, with each obstacle and accomplishment adding to a picture of tenacity and accomplishment. She had experienced loss, started over, taken care of her son's future, and become independent. But what appeared to be the beginning of a happy chapter was actually the beginning of a tragedy. Vanessa was introduced to Ariadne by mutual connections. Ariadne and her pals went to an event where they first interacted. Ariadne was immediately drawn to Vanessa because she was youthful, lively, and captivating. Vanessa was able to establish a connection with people quite fast. Those who knew her well, however, felt conflicted about her. Her acts frequently shocked people with their unpredictable nature, and beneath her seeming openness were jagged edges. A common figure in Vanessa's social circle was the middle-aged businessman Rautel. Rumors surrounded his reputation. Prominent for his wealth, power, and extravagant way of living, he was frequently spotted with young women who wanted to be a part of his world. Rumors of his ties to influential people and even criminal organizations helped to elevate his stature, but no one in his inner circle could verify these claims. Although Rautel shied away from discussing his background and business operations directly, his manner evoked both admiration and discomfort. Despite her intelligence and independence, Ariadne was not immediately aware of the differences between her new acquaintances and her regular group of friends. Eager to make an impression, Vanessa frequently spoke about her relationships with Rautel and other powerful individuals. She portrayed him as having the ability to resolve any issue. Ariadne gradually started to spend more time with them. Vanessa made an effort to earn Ariadne's trust and appeared to be truly enthralled with her. After hearing about Ariadne from Vanessa, Rautel became interested in her right away. His attentiveness and conversational skills surprised her at their first meeting. His charm and confidence were irresistible, and Ariadne was no exception to his appeal. However, A more nuanced personality lay beneath this appeal. Rautel's manipulative tendencies were observed by anyone who interacted with him. However, Ariadna thought he was a decent and kind man. Vanessa remained essential in reinforcing the bond between Rautel and Ariadna. She created an environment of openness and trust by often inviting Ariadna to events where Rautel was present. But as time went on, strange information emerged. For example, Ariadna was cautioned by some of her friends to exercise caution when interacting with these individuals. Some were aware of Vanessa's erratic behavior and Rautel's dubious reputation. They suggested that these interactions might have unspoken dangers. Ariadna saw no threat in her new social group, even in spite of the warnings. She viewed her friendship with Vanessa as a chance to escape from her everyday obligations and discover a world that had previously been unattainable. Rautel, however, made an effort to gain her favor by being kind and generous. She found his invitations to parties and dinners intriguing and innocuous. As we know, Ariadna was seeing a young man. Nevertheless, based on the information at hand, she continued to cultivate acquaintances and occasionally accepted invitations to social gatherings. Her boyfriend didn't show displeasure with her social contacts and was a trustworthy individual. Ariadne gradually realized that her life was beginning to be impacted by her new relationships. Vanessa contacted her often, offering to arrange get-togethers and leisure activities. Rautel, on the other hand, made a greater effort to establish himself in Ariadna's life and frequently provided assistance and support in a variety of circumstances. Unaware of the possible repercussions, Ariadna was slowly but surely losing herself in their world. Ariadna accepted Vanessa's invitation to get out with friends on October 30, 2022. The event was scheduled to start at Fisher's, a well-known eatery in Mexico City's downtown. Vanessa reassured her that the evening would be pleasant, with a leisurely meal and pleasant companionship. Ariadna felt a little uneasy because Rautel was also supposed to join. She was beginning to have doubts about him, but she chose not to turn him down since she didn't want to jeopardize her friendship with Vanessa. Later that night, the group gathered at the restaurant, which was well known for its fashionable patrons and elegant interiors. It served as a vibrant background for the event. An assortment of canapés and wine cocktails contributed to the lively and joyous ambiance at the table. Rautel made himself the focus of attention as usual, toasting and telling stories. He went out of his way to demonstrate his power and engaged with the waitstaff with assurance. Vanessa encouraged him by interjecting remarks and jokes to keep the discussion going. Following their example, the other guests attempted to match the host's enthusiasm for the evening. Amidst the boisterous atmosphere, Ariadna's actions were particularly noticeable, frequently checking her phone, reading texts, and sending out comments. She didn't seem quite comfortable. She frequently kept her eyes on Rautel, as though she were trying to find some deeper significance in his words or deeds. In an attempt to divert her attention, Vanessa drew her into discussions and urged her to take another cocktail. Ariadne, however, stayed taciturn. Something was bothering her more than the surroundings based on her look. Ariadne shared a mysterious message on social media in the middle of the evening. "Would you miss me if I vanished?" Although many in her wider network thought it was a joke, this post caused anxiety among her close friends and family. But Ariadne had never written anything like this before, according to those who knew her well. Although no one could have foreseen that it would be her final post, it made an uncomfortable impact. The party made the decision to relocate to Rautel's residence as the evening wore on. Rautel himself made the suggestion, and Vanessa wholeheartedly agreed, stating that it would enable them to spend the rest of the evening in a more private situation. After some hesitation, Ariadne consented, and after Vanessa encouraged her to join the others, they all piled into Rautel's car and drove the short distance to his house. Rautel's home, which was situated in a posh area, demonstrated his prestige. The interior was decorated in a contemporary style with opulent elements. When they arrived, the party took up residence in a large living room. Ariadne became more uneasy as the evening went on, despite the music and cocktails. As she checked her phone and pretended to make calls, she moved away multiple times. Her focused and aloof manner was not unnoticed. When Vanessa noticed this, she started whispering to her Rautel, which made the situation even more tense. Ariadne declared she was tired and wanted to go home closer to midnight, but Vanessa persuaded her to wait a bit longer, saying they could depart in around 30 minutes. As the evening wore on and the other guests began to go, Rautel, who was unusually silent at that time, would periodically look at Ariadna in a way that made her feel even more uneasy. Ariadna was among the last to go. Sadly, none of the gang would ever see her alive. An incident rocked Morelos the next morning, October 31, 2022, when two bikers discovered a woman's death on the side of a distant road while out on an early morning ride. Locals hardly ever visited the area, which was remote from any major roadways. The bleak landscape, scant vegetation, and eerie quiet of the surrounding area all served to highlight the tragedy. Although the woman was dressed, her clothes were filthy and seemed to be broken. Numerous bruises and what seemed to be contusions were seen on her body. Law enforcement was notified of the occurrence by witnesses right away, and they arrived a few hours later to record the incident and possibly help identify the body. The cyclists snapped pictures of the area in the interim. As soon as the police showed up, they roped off the area and started gathering evidence. Mark suggested that the body had been moved, and tire traces were discovered in the ground. Although there were obvious indications of a struggle, forensic experts were unable to determine the cause of death. Since there were no obvious injuries from a weapon, it was challenging to pinpoint the precise circumstances of the tragedy. Since no personal belongings or paperwork were discovered with the woman, her identity was unknown at the time. Pictures of the body started making the rounds on social media a few hours later, and people who saw them started talking about them. They were Ariadna's friends and relatives, who had been missing since going to a party at Rautel's house. They were able to identify the victim's distinguishing characteristics, such as tattoos. Omar, her brother, feared the worst and reported the woman missing to the police, speculating that she might be his sister. Meanwhile, the investigation was started by the Morelos state authorities. However, there was a lot of criticism directed at the police's early response. Critical traces at the site were not adequately documented, and there were reports of violations of evidence-gathering rules. This cast suspicion on the professionalism and moral character of the local police force. Their suspicions were validated when Ariadne's family members showed up to formally identify the body. His sister had a tattoo honoring their late mother on her shoulder, which Omar recognized. Her body's condition, bruises and injuries on her arms and face obviously indicated a violent incident, made the family's heartbreaking shock even worse. But at the time, the police's official comments sounded dubious and offered no clarification. The family's first reaction was to demand justice. They started calling for responsibility for those involved and an open probe. To raise awareness of the situation, they contacted acquaintances who were active on social media that same day. A little initiative soon gained momentum and attracted thousands of participants. The Morelos police insisted that the killing might have been an accident despite the growing public criticism. Further investigation would be contingent upon the completion of a forensic examination, they said. This position simply increased suspicions that powerful people might be engaged in hiding the truth and stoked further concerns. Since Rautel and Vanessa were the last to see Ariadna alive, they were the first people investigators got in touch with. The first speculations regarding what might have happened were based on their statements. According to Rautel's original story, Ariadna called a cab to leave his residence after the party. She didn't exhibit any signs of serious distress, but she did seem a little upset, he said. He claims that once he led her to the door, she departed. Vanessa backed up his account by saying that Ariadna had actually gone in a taxi and hadn't stated where she was going. But their versions' contradictions soon sparked doubts. The absence of any proof proving a cab ride was the first warning sign. Rautel and Vanessa were unable to produce the driver's contact details or any evidence to support their claims. Investigators eventually found that none of the drivers recalled picking up Ariadna, despite the fact that multiple taxi calls had been recorded in the vicinity of Rautel's home that evening. The behavior of Vanessa was the second problem. Depending on what was questioned, her story changed. At first, she maintained that Ariadna had gone out on her own. She went on to say that they had argued at the party, which might have angered Ariadna. Additionally, in reference to the mysterious social media post Ariadna had written earlier that evening, Ariadna's friends informed police that Vanessa had messaged them in an attempt to imply that Ariadna might have hurt herself. Even though Ariadna's family and close friends initially thought the post, which was published just hours before she vanished, was a joke, investigators started to worry it might be a reflection of her actual emotional condition that evening. Vanessa's increasingly unpredictable behavior was another concerning element. She was attempting to minimize the problem and omit specifics in her texts to Ariadne's pals. She acknowledged in one text that she was scared of being implicated, but she didn't say why. Investigators' suspicions that Vanessa might be hiding important information were further heightened by these indicators. The investigation's preliminary conclusions were equivocal about the precise circumstances surrounding Ariadne's demise, but later investigations by law enforcement and outside specialists turned up important evidence. These conclusions were supported by security footage, text messages found on the suspect's phones, and 2 autopsies. According to the first forensic report in the state of Morelos, Ariadne's death was due to asphyxiation from bronchial aspiration. According to the examiner, she may have died as a result of food and drink getting into her airways. However, Ariadne's family quickly questioned this judgment. Despite the official conclusions, they drew attention to the many bruises and injuries on her body that were not sufficiently addressed in the report. Under pressure from the family and the public, her family insisted on a second exam. For additional examination, Ariadne's body was moved to a separate forensic facility in Mexico City. The first conclusions were entirely at odds with the findings of the second autopsy. Numerous injuries, including head trauma, bruises, and signs of physical force on her arms and legs, were discovered by experts, indicating that she may have tried to defend herself. These results demonstrated that alcohol was not the only factor in her death, or that it was not an accident. Authorities reclassified the case as a criminal conduct when her death was deemed to be the consequence of violent acts. Surveillance footage taken from Rudel's home's parking garage was essential to the investigation. In one video, the morning after the party, Rautel was seen taking Ariadne's motionless body to his car. He was also seen on camera packing her body into the car and driving off. These recordings turned into unquestionable proof linking him to the body's movement and eventual concealment. Investigators found communications about Rautel and Vanessa's behavior after the party after seizing their phones. Attempts to coordinate their accounts for law enforcement and defend their actions to Ariadne's pals were exposed in the texts. Rautel assured Vanessa that everything was under control, but Vanessa voiced worry about the pressure from Ariadne's family. Even specific guidelines on how to respond to inquiries without arousing suspicion were included in one reply. Vanessa frequently implied that Ariadne might have been experiencing emotional turmoil and perhaps considered self-harm in her chats with Ariadne's acquaintances. Ariadne's acquaintances claimed that she was a happy, energetic girl who showed no indications of such tendencies, which ran counter to this story. Suspicion of Vanessa's involvement was heightened by these discrepancies. Investigators came to the conclusion that the earlier allegations of an accidental death or Ariadne leaving Rautel's home freely did not match the evidence from the second autopsy, surveillance footage, and retrieved texts, which provided a better picture of what had happened. The violent nature of Ariadne's death and the subsequent concealing of her body were amply demonstrated by the evidence. These conclusions served as the basis for the accusations made against Rautel and Vanessa, who would shortly stand trial for their crimes. The first person arrested was Vanessa. Investigators found that she had been communicating with Rautel continuously. They talked about avoiding accountability in the days after the incident. The public was closely watching her arrest. Vanessa stated during her first interrogations that she was not responsible for Ariadne's killing. However, her claims were contradicted. Vanessa maintained that she was not aware of what happened following the incident because she had gone to bed early the night before. A fact check of her statements, however, uncovered up contradictions. Text exchanges revealed that she had spoken with Rautel about the specifics and was fully aware of what had transpired. In an attempt to hide her role in the crime's cover-up, investigators also found that Vanessa purposefully erased communications, pictures, and other potentially damaging material. Rautel decided to turn himself in to the police after realizing the growing evidence against him. He declared his innocence while accompanied by his attorneys, claiming that he did not hurt Ariadne but rather panicked and tried to conceal her body out of concern for the repercussions. He claims that the morning after the party, he discovered Ariadne unconscious in his house and, thinking she was dead, chose to dispose of the body to allay suspicions. But there were significant questions about his account of what happened. First, the second autopsy's findings refuted his allegations by confirming a violent cause of death. Second, instead of calling for assistance, he was seen on security camera carrying the body while making obvious attempts to conceal his conduct. Furthermore, as the investigation went on, his text exchanges with Vanessa showed a concerted attempt to agree on fabricated accounts of what had transpired. Concerning information emerged regarding possible corruption between Rotel and the Morelos prosecutor's office. The state's first autopsy report had purposefully left out mentions of injuries that were obviously signs of violence. The prosecutor was accused by activists and Ariadne's family of absolving Rotel of responsibility by leveraging their position. Public indignation was sparked by these accusations. An internal affairs division commenced an investigation into potential misconduct, and Mexico City officials began reviewing the Morelos prosecutor's activities. According to some witnesses, Rotel had ties to criminal organizations, which may account for his seeming assurance in evading punishment. The case received a lot of attention and came to represent structural problems in the legal system as well as the need of public pressure in seeking justice. At least one of the suspects knew more about what happened that night than they were ready to acknowledge, according to additional interrogations and evidence gathered. However, neither Vanessa nor Rotel took direct blame. Instead, they centered their explanations on attempts to defend one another's acts. This only served to increase suspicions and was a major contributing cause to their brief detention. A protracted and thorough inquiry was conducted into the causes and motivations behind the tragedy that transpired that evening. It took meticulous event reconstruction, evidence analysis, and a detailed look at everyone's behavior during the party to uncover the truth. With the help of contradictory testimony, technical information, and the suspect's psychological profiles, a more comprehensive picture gradually started to take shape. Together with mutual friends, Ariadna, Vanessa, and Rotel started that fateful evening over dinner and drinks at a restaurant in downtown Mexico City. Everything appeared normal on the surface: music, laughter, and conversation, but minute nuances suggested underlying stress. Witness accounts and a review of text conversations revealed that Ariadne seemed particularly silent and distracted. Her habit of checking her phone a lot, sending messages, and taking calls was unusual for her at social events. Later on in the investigation, this fact became crucial. Her communications showed that she had been messaging a close friend to express her anxiety about the party and her worries about certain guests. The group left the restaurant and went to the hotel's residence. The property, which had security cameras and high walls around it, was often used for private parties. The hosts, Vanessa and Rotel, appeared to have strained chemistry. According to witnesses, Vanessa made a number of scathing comments about Ariadna, who handled them calmly in an effort to avoid conflict. Alcohol started to affect the group's conduct as the evening went on. Already emotionally agitated, Vanessa allegedly yelled at Ariadne many times, calling her rude and unwelcoming. These charges increased the already rising tension but didn't strike a chord with the other members of the group. Rotel, on the other hand, was obviously unhappy with Vanessa's actions, but seemed to maintain his neutrality. Witnesses' reports of Ariadna trying to leave the party early the following morning marked a turning point. She reappeared shortly after being spotted outside the residence. Investigators found that Vanessa persisted in confronting Ariadna throughout this period, resulting in an open dispute between the two. The specifics of the altercation are still unknown. Investigators believe Vanessa accused Ariadne of attracting Rotel's undue attention. After the majority of the attendees had departed the party, only Vanessa, Rotel, and Ariadna were remaining in the house. Messages recovered from the phones verified that Vanessa and Rotel had talked about difficult events from that evening. Investigators said that Vanessa, who was allegedly very drunk, started acting aggressively. An incident that is thought to have occurred during this time is what caused Ariadna's fatal injuries. What was the reason behind Ariadne's peculiar social media post that evening? After being written off as a joke at first, the message gained significance as the inquiry progressed. Friends subsequently acknowledged that Vanessa's actions and the general ambiance of the event might have made Ariadne uncomfortable. The tweet could have been an attempt to draw attention to herself, communicate her uneasiness, or perhaps act as a subliminal warning. According to the reconstruction of events, a major contributing factor to the catastrophe was Vanessa's envy. which was made worse by drink and mental instability. Rautel's actions, which were probably an attempt to hide what had transpired, simply made matters worse. If the atmosphere at the party had not been so tight and unstable, this confluence of circumstances could have prevented the disastrous result. Omar, Ariadne's older brother, was left to be the only father figure in the life of her 6-year-old son. Omar stepped in to offer both emotional and financial help. As he assumed responsibility for his nephew's upbringing, he worked to preserve Ariadne's memories and show him the love she had always shown him throughout her life. Since other family members and friends helped the youngster deal with his loss and provide him with a loving atmosphere, this choice strengthened the bonds within the family. The family of Ariadne continued to be involved in the effort to learn the whole facts regarding her passing. They attracted public attention, started social media campaigns, and planned protests. One noteworthy accomplishment was attracting the attention of foreign media, which contributed to a rise in pressure on the Mexican legal system. The initial judicial proceedings concerning Ariadne's demise turned out to be a crucial point in the fight for justice. The family and their legal team made sure that the case was handled openly and honestly, taking into account all pertinent facts, even in the face of opposition from some authorities. The public and media kept a watchful eye on every stage of the inquiry and trial, making it difficult for any facts to be concealed or misrepresented. Rautel and Vanessa's positions in court proceedings were the main topic of discussion at the start of the trial. Key evidence offered by the prosecution included text message data, phone call logs, and security footage. These documents showed the defendants' possible involvement in the violent acts that resulted in Ariadne's death, in addition to their involvement in hiding the body. By claiming that the tragedy was an unfortunate accident, the defense tried to refute the facts, although a number of testimony and forensic analyses seriously put doubt on that account. Determining the motivations behind the crime was one of the trial's main goals. According to witnesses who knew Vanessa well, she was impulsive and prone to aggressive conduct, which was frequently made worse by drink. However, Rautel's portrayal as having a dubious past and purported connections to criminal organizations raised further questions over his role in that night's events. However, the defendants denied any involvement in Ariadne's demise. Suspicions were heightened by the fact that their claims contradicted the evidence. The investigation and judicial proceedings in Ariadne's case are still ongoing, so a verdict has not yet been rendered. Prosecutors have charged her with femicide, a felony including gender-based violence that is thought to be an aggravating factor under Mexican law, based on the evidence they have acquired. Both suspects may spend up to 70 years behind bars if found guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragør lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kimval vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kimval, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kimval's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kimval passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990. But he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, He did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praca, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long, privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about $200,000. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvester prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nashville, Tennessee saw a devastating event in March 2020 that had an impact well beyond its boundaries. In addition to upsetting the local community, Holly Williams and William Lanway's tragic deaths sparked a national dialogue on the widespread problems of mental health disorders, domestic violence, and the destructive effects of turbulent relationships. The horrific circumstances surrounding their deaths, the investigation that followed, and the story's wider ramifications for domestic violence awareness will all be covered in this film. More than just a narrative of loss, this one is a potent warning that emphasizes how crucial it is to spot the warning signs of abusive relationships and how urgent it is to get help. Come along with us as we work through the intricacies of their lives and the lessons this tragedy has to offer. 31-year-old Holly Williams was well known for her vivacious demeanor, contagious laugh, and compassionate disposition. She was characterized as a cherished friend, sister, and daughter who made everyone around her happy. Holly's life was full of possibilities, and she had goals and dreams. Beneath her cheerful facade, though, Holly battled relationship issues, especially with her ex-boyfriend William Lanway. Holly, who grew up in Nashville, has strong ties to the area. She was supported through thick and thin by her close-knit family. Friends remembered Holly's love of adventure and her enthusiasm for life. She loved being outside, traveling, and savoring time spent with those she cared about. Sadly, her connection with William would turn out to be a major obstacle, overshadowing her lively personality. Born in 1988, William Lanway had a tumultuous history filled with unpredictable and violent conduct. A few years before to their untimely deaths, he and Holly started dating. At first, their relationship appeared to be normal, full of the promise and excitement that come with youthful love. But as time passed, their relationship's dynamics started to change. Holly's family and friends observed that William had a history of jealousy and was possessive. There were several breakups and reconciliations as a result of their unstable relationship. Holly tried to put some distance between herself and William, but he found it difficult to accept their breakup, which resulted in increasingly troubling conduct. In their relationship, Holly's loved ones observed indications of emotional abuse. William repeatedly displayed domineering behavior by keeping tabs on Holly's social connections. and demanding to know where she was. There were rumors that William was verbally insulting Holly, which made her feel even more alone and afraid. Holly frequently confided in her friends about her difficulties and her worries about William's instability and fury. Understanding the terrible conclusion of their story requires knowledge of the history of domestic abuse in their relationship. The pair had previously been the subject of multiple domestic disturbance calls handled by law enforcement. Holly claimed to have felt intimidated and worried about her safety in these situations. One significant instance occurred in early 2020 when Holly went to the police after William had followed her around and showed up at her house without permission. In violation of her attempts to establish space, he even made repeated attempts to get in touch with her via social media and phone conversations. As William's actions worsened, Holly's worries grew, and she started to worry more about her safety. Holly tried to put herself out of the situation, but she was entangled in a web of intimidation and emotional manipulation. Friends saw that Holly frequently felt bad about leaving William because she was afraid of his reaction and possible injury. She frequently battled the dread of reprisals, which is a typical occurrence for many people in violent relationships. Holly's circumstances become more vulnerable in the days preceding the disaster. Holly was reported missing on March 1, 2020, when she did not come home from a night out with friends. When they were unable to get in touch with her, frightened relatives became concerned for her safety and called the police. The police soon discovered Holly's turbulent connection with William when they started their inquiry. Red flags were raised right away when friends and relatives shared information about Holly's anxieties and previous encounters with William. Given William's violent and domineering past, the authorities were aware of the possible threat Holly posed. Police were notified by a 911 call about a disturbance at a nearby hotel on March 3. According to witnesses, William and Holly got into a furious dispute. Even though the police were called to the location, both people had already departed by the time they got there. This interaction brought to light the growing strain in their relationship. Holly's acquaintances reported that she had been missing for a few days on March 4, 2020. Concern for her safety increased as alarm bells began to ring. In the past, Holly had shared her worries about William with her friends, which made them think that something horrible might have occurred. When a construction worker found an abandoned automobile at a Nashville construction site on March 5, 2020, the inquiry took a disastrous turn. The bodies of Holly Williams and William Lanway were found in the car, which was later determined to be Holly's. It was a somber and startling scene. It was soon established by the authorities that William had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and Holly had been shot several times. The neighborhood was rocked by this finding, which prompted an investigation into what happened before this awful conclusion. It became evident during the course of the investigation that William had killed Holly before killing himself. The terrible effects of a dysfunctional relationship marked by violence and control were brought to light by this sad murder-suicide. Eric, a married man who had been linked with Holly through her escort service under the nickname Lila Love, was a major driving force behind the convoluted web of deceit, treachery, and violence that started the inquiry into the killings of Holly Williams and Bill Lanway. When Holly's boyfriend Bill broke into her escort account and discovered private information about her clients, Eric's life took a terrible turn. Knowing that disclosing his contact with an escort could ruin his marriage and standing in the community, Bill exploited this information to blackmail Eric. Instead of submitting to Bill's demands, Eric turned to Gil, his private security guard, for assistance. Thinking Lila Love was a fictitious name, he first assigned Gil the duty of determining Holly's real identity. But under the pretense of looking into a missing woman, Gil recruited Brian Brockway and his brother Chad, who worked in security as well. Thinking he was assisting someone in need, Chad researched Holly in great detail. As the inquiry went on, it became evident that Eric's problems were not being caused by Holly. He was being extorted for money by Bill. Another security contractor, Adam Carey, finally faced Holly head-on after recognizing the complex dynamics at work. Adam chose to convey messages to Holly and Bill after unraveling the network of blackmail, and on March 11, 2020, he followed Bill to a grocery shop. Eric made a crucial choice that evening after Bill called him, likely to demand more money. Eric gave Adam and Brian permission to murder Holly and Bill if needed. The murders occurred on March 12 in Nashville, where Brian and Adam flew to shortly after. They were seen departing together at around 11:40 p.m. on security footage taken from Holly's residence. Gunshots were heard shortly after departing, and persistent yelling suggested a parking lot ambush. According to the video, Holly was unintentionally shot during the commotion, and Bill was singled out for his blackmailing actions. When Brian and Adam realized Holly was still alive, they shot her once more to be sure she wouldn't live. The killers dumped Holly's car in a landfill after the killings, then drove to Memphis, where Adam dropped Brian off at the airport before heading back to North Carolina. As if the murder for hire were a routine service, Eric inexplicably left a positive evaluation for Gil's security company, Speartip. The FBI looked into Eric's finances more after this internet review raised suspicions, and found that he had paid the murderers almost $1 million, 0 cents. Detectives spent 2 years trying to make sense of a lot of dead ends in the case, since Eric could easily argue that he had hired the security team to look into Holly and Bill's identity rather than to kill them. They were looking for concrete proof that would connect him to the killings. Chad Brockway, who had first helped collect information on Holly without realizing the scope of the investigation, was the person the police chose to speak with. Chad went undercover to get further information after discovering the truth and consented to assist the authorities. When Chad reached out to Adam in his undercover capacity, he was startlingly candid about his readiness to carry out murder for pay. After the conversation verified that Adam was aware of the murder for hire procedure, Chad and Brian met at a restaurant while Chad was wearing a wire. After being quiet at first, Brian later boasted about the killings, claiming that he had overpowered Bill and that Adam was eager to kill Holly. This startling discovery exposed the murderers' lack of regret and created a troubling portrait of them. To stop Brian, Adam, and Gil from escaping, the authorities planned their simultaneous arrests on December 10, 2021, but they held off on arresting Eric right away because they wanted hard proof that he planned the killings. Investigators offered Gil a proposal after the 3 guys were taken into custody. He could lessen his own charges if he assisted them. In order to get Eric to disclose his objectives, they came up with a scheme for Gil to phone him and pretend to ask for more money. In passing, Eric stated that he would prefer to completely remove Adam and Brian's threat rather than just pay them off. He gave the police the crucial piece of evidence they needed to charge him when he said they had to be sure they wouldn't be back in 6 months. Shortly after, on his way back from a hunting trip, Eric was arrested. Gil entered guilty pleas to murder for hire, abduction conspiracy, and kidnapping resulting in death. By December 2022, he fulfilled his promise to testify against the other 3 while awaiting punishment. In November 2023, Eric, Adam, and Brian's trial was held in a tumultuous courtroom, with each defendant having their own attorney. According to their argument, Gil deceived Eric into hiring them, and the killings were accidental rather than the result of planned acts of violence. Gil's thorough evidence, however, refuted their assertions and emphasized that the first goal was only to frighten Bill and Holly. After deliberating for 2 weeks and 7 hours, the jury found Adam and Brian guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping that results in death, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Eric was convicted of both conspiracy to conduct kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Hearings are scheduled for 2024, and each could receive a life sentence. Following this tragedy, the people of Nashville came together to support Holly's friends and family. To commemorate Holly's legacy, vigils were conducted during which family members told tales of her generosity, tenacity, and influence on their lives. The community's dedication to increasing awareness about domestic violence was demonstrated by the overwhelming support. By sharing her experience on social media, Holly's family pushed for increased understanding and assistance for victims of domestic abuse. They underlined how important it is for people in comparable circumstances to realize they are not alone and to get help. Discussions concerning the need for better support networks for victims of domestic abuse were sparked by the terrible circumstances surrounding Holly's death. This case was also used by advocacy groups to support training programs that increase public understanding of the warning indicators of domestic violence. To raise awareness of the value of identifying unhealthy relationships and offering assistance to those in need, they planned seminars and events throughout Nashville. Nashville's city government also took action against domestic abuse after Holly's death. They started efforts to give victims access to resources including hotlines, counseling, and legal support. The response from the community showed a dedication to stopping similar tragedies in the future and helping victims of domestic abuse. That concludes our in-depth analysis of Holly Williams and William Lanway's unfortunate story for today. We hope that this inquiry clarifies the intricacies and ramifications of the decisions taken. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The son of a wealthy businessman, 6-year-old Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., was abducted from his school, Notre Dame de Sion in Kansas City, Missouri, on September 28, 1953. As the authorities began a large search for the young boy, the city was engulfed in panic and commotion, but the abductor eluded capture. Soon after, Bobby's family started getting a flurry of phone calls and letters demanding an outrageous sum of money in exchange for their son's safe return. The case's twists and turns became even more startling as it attracted national notice. Who was responsible for the abduction? Was it a stranger or a member of the family? Would Bobby's family ever be reconciled with him if he were ever discovered alive? We are examining Bobby Greenlease's unsettling situation today. So let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. With a population of over 500,000, Kansas City is situated in the western region of Missouri. It is Missouri's biggest city. With a variety of eateries, retail establishments, and entertainment venues, the Kansas City Power and Light District is one of the city's most recognizable attractions. The Kauffman Center for the Performing Arts and the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art provide visitors more opportunities to see the city's thriving art scene. It's difficult to forget the horrifying crime that previously took place in this city in the 1950s, though, despite all of the beauty and excitement. Multi-millionaire Robert Greenlease Sr. lived in Kansas City's affluent Mission Hills area and had it all. He was a vehicle dealer with locations all throughout the nation. Early in the 20th century, he brought General Motors automobiles to the Great Plains, which is how he made his money. The birth of his son, Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., on February 3, 1947, at the age of 65, permanently altered his life. Robert's second wife was Virginia Pollock, Bobby's mother. The Greenlease family was loyal to their beloved Bobby and had a luxurious lifestyle. Virginia, his older sister, was born in 1941, therefore he wasn't an only child. In addition, he had a 1917-born half-brother named Paul. Robert's first marriage produced a son named Paul. Bobby was enrolled at the esteemed Notre Dame de Sion, a private Catholic school situated at 3823 Locust Avenue in Kansas City, when he was 6 years old in 1953. He developed alongside his contemporaries there. Bobby's future was bright and everything was going well, but destiny had other ideas for the young child and his family. On the morning of September 28, 1953, Bobby's school, Notre Dame de Sion, was much like any other day. Nobody could have predicted, though, how tragically this day would shortly turn out. When Sister Moran, the nun on duty that day, opened the school door at about 11 in the morning, she was met by a chubby woman who claimed to be Bobby's aunt. The woman revealed that Virginia, the boy's mother, had been taken to St. Mary's Hospital after suffering a heart attack while shopping at the Country Club Plaza. She continued by saying that she was told to take the boy to his mother right away by the Greenlease family. Sister Moran went to get Bobby from his classroom without thinking twice. The 6-year-old, who was naive and trusted people, had no reason to suspect the woman's identity or motivations. The nun watched as he took the woman's hand and they both climbed into a taxi and drove away. She figured everything was all right. Nobody realized that the woman wasn't Bobby's aunt. And what happened that day would forever alter the Greenlease family's course in life. Virginia will never forget the phone call she got less than an hour after the unidentified woman took Bobby. Another nun from Bobby's school, Sister Martha Anna, was on the other end of the telephone. She had called the family's residence to ask about Virginia's alleged heart attack. However, the nun was shocked to learn that nothing similar had occurred. Virginia had not suffered a heart attack and was not in the hospital. Both Virginia and the nun quickly realized that something evil was going on, and they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby had been abducted. Virginia immediately called her husband Robert after speaking with Sister Martha over the phone and told him what had transpired. Like his wife, Robert was astounded and perplexed. As soon as possible, he reported the offense to the Kansas City Police Department. To help with the problem, the FBI was also called in. As word spread that Bobby had been abducted, panic swept the city. Despite launching a large manhunt, the authorities were unable to find the woman who had abducted the boy, which hindered their efforts. Hope started to wane as the hours passed. However, Bobby's parents received the first of many ransom notes on the same day that Bobby was seized. Signed by a person going by M, the letter requested $600,000, 0 cents, to ensure Bobby's safe return. It was an astounding sum of money, more than $6 million, 0 cents in today's dollars. The demands, however, did not end there. Additionally, M demanded that the ransom money be paid in $10, 0 cents, and $20, 0 cents small denomination notes. After learning of the ransom note, the authorities set to work finding the enigmatic M and securing Bobby's release. An additional ransom note arrived on September 29, 1953. This time, a pin Bobby had been wearing the day he was abducted was sent with the letter. Desperate to ensure his son's release, Robert made the decision to go collect the ransom money and sought assistance from connections and trusted friends. Among them was Commerce Trust Company Executive Vice President Arthur Eisenhower. In addition, he was the brother of the U.S. President at the time. Eisenhower made sure that all bank clerks handling the ransom money noted the bill's serial numbers, which were then published in newspapers across the nation. As Bobby's family continued to collect the astronomical ransom requested by the kidnapper, the excruciating wait for his safe return seemed to drag on forever. A man called the Greenlease home several times during this period to let Virginia know her son was still alive. Despite the family's desperation, the kidnapper appeared to relish his perverse game. 6 ransom letters and 15 phone calls were sent to the family in a week. Additionally, they consented to follow all of the kidnapper's directions, but they would quickly come to the realization that they had made a grave error. Robert amassed an incredible $600,000, 0 cents in ransom money for his son's safe return by the evening of October 4, 1953. The funds were then transferred to a bridge close to Highway 40, just east of Kansas City, in a duffel bag. At the time, it was the biggest ransom ever paid in American history. The kidnappers contacted the Greenleases early the following morning to verify that they had recovered the money and that Bobby would be returned in a day. However, no information on the boy's whereabouts was released as the day wore on. Anxiously, the family awaited any updates, but none arrived. The Greenleases were left to question whether the kidnappers had deceived them or whether their son was still alive. It felt like their darkest worries were going to come true, and the tension was excruciating. The most challenging and devastating period of their lives would be the following 24 hours. An ex-convict and taxi driver named Joe Carr was set to become a key player in the inquiry as Bobby's quest went on. In the state of St. Louis, a guy by the name of Carl Austin Hall had employed him as his personal driver. Carr was aware that Hall was a newcomer to the area and was spending money carelessly. Hall was living like a king after renting an apartment and purchasing new clothing. Carr chose to get in touch with his employer at the taxi firm Joe Costello because he was skeptical of Hall's actions. In addition to having links within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, Costello was a man with ties to the mob. On October 6, 1953, after the sun had fallen, Costello tipped Patrolman Elmer Dolan and Lieutenant Louis Shoulders about the man showing off a lot of cash in St. Louis. They hurried to Hall's residence where he was and took him into custody. The officers discovered 2 heavy metal suitcases stuffed full of cash inside the room. The sight was stunning. After that, Hall was taken to the Newstead police station in North St. Louis, where he was questioned by the police on the money's origin. Hall insisted that he had done nothing illegal at first, but investigators quickly started to piece the puzzle together. Because Hall had so much cash on him, they assumed he was implicated in the kidnapping of Greenlease. Hall eventually broke under pressure and admitted his involvement in the crime. However, the most startling discovery was still to come. When questioned about Bobby's whereabouts, he disclosed that the boy had passed away. He had not acted alone, Hall disclosed. A woman named Bonnie Hetty was his accomplice. They had come up with the idea to kidnap Bobby and demand a large ransom from his affluent parents. Investigators were able to piece together the events and discover the startling specifics of how the kidnapping took place, thanks to Hall's confession and a comprehensive background investigation. It was a network of treachery and deceit, with avarice at its core. It was discovered by authorities that Hall was from a wealthy family. He was a lawyer's son. He received a sizable inheritance and his parents' 1,100-acre Pleasanton, Kansas homestead after they died. However, Hall's life took a turn for the worst when he lost his riches, was divorced, and developed an addiction. When he was condemned to the Missouri State Penitentiary for robbing a cab driver of just $38.00, his life reached its lowest point. Hall recalled the rich Greenlease family when he dreamed of one huge score that would set him up for life while he was incarcerated. You see, Hall had learned about the family's fortune years earlier when he had gone to a military reform academy with Bobby's older adoptive half-brother, Paul. Hall quickly came up with a scheme to pay the ransom. The only thing left to do was figure out how to kidnap the youngster. Bonnie entered the picture at that point. Bonnie was a contradictory person. She continued to engage in prostitution and extravagant parties, even though she was the recipient of a substantial bequest from her father. She also appeared to be attracted to crooks. Her first spouse was a bank robber who was shot and killed by the police. She ended up inheriting a house from the divorce settlement, though, because her second marriage didn't work out any better. Bonnie first met Hall in the bar of the Hotel Robideau in St. Joseph, Missouri. Their fortuitous encounter signaled the start of a sinister and perverse collaboration, which could have been the result of fate or simply the cosmos coming into harmony. Hall gradually told Bonnie about his perverse plan over the course of the months, and to his relief, she was all too willing to join in. Thus, like two ravenous wolves pursuing their prey, Hall and Bonnie started following the Greenlease family in the summer of 1953. In an attempt to identify a vulnerability to take advantage of, they observed the family going about their everyday activities. They initially intended to kidnap the Greenlease's daughter, Sue, but they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby, their 6-year-old son, would be a simpler target. The stage was prepared for the kidnapping that rocked the country to its foundation, because they understood they had to move quickly if they wanted to score the big score. Pretending to be Bobby's aunt, Bonnie had taken him up from school without causing any trouble. After that, Hall was waiting at a pharmacy when Bonnie and Bobby were dropped off. Hall took charge and led them to an empty field in Overland Park, Kansas, across state borders. Bobby was left alone with Hall, who had no intention of keeping him alive, after Bonnie exited the car and went a short distance. Hall initially attempted to kill Bobby with a piece of rope, but the rope was too short. Hall struck Bobby in the face, knocking out one of his teeth out of frustration and rage. Hall took out his .38 caliber revolver and shot Bobby at close range when he slumped to the floor of the automobile. After being kidnapped, Bobby did not live for more than half an hour. Both Hall and Bonnie realized they needed to remove the evidence after committing the horrible act. They wrapped Bobby's lifeless body in a trash bag and traveled to Bonnie's house in St. Joseph, Missouri. Then, in order to hide the smell of the corpse, they gently buried the bag in a grave that had been prepared in the backyard. They covered the bag with a lot of lime. In an attempt to pass the grave off as a flower garden, Hall then covered it with chrysanthemums. Now, Hall and Bonnie quickly fled to St. Louis across the state as soon as they had the ransom money. Hall had bought 2 metal suitcases there to hide the cash. In addition, he and Bonnie discovered an apartment on Arsenal Street overlooking Tower Grove Park, where they reveled in their newfound wealth by drinking excessively. As the evening went on, Bonnie's intoxication finally overcame her, and she fell asleep. Hall had another plan, and this was the ideal time to implement it. He snuck out of the flat with the rest of the loot in the middle of the night, after placing $2,000.00 in Bonnie's purse. Hall then picked up a sex worker called Sandra O'Day on the taxi ride to the Coral Court Motel in Marlboro, Missouri. Before he was arrested, he intended to utilize Sandra's assistance to distract the police. Hall arranged for her to travel to Los Angeles so that he could mail the Greenlease family a letter he had written. By doing this, he would have diverted the police's attention. According to stories, Sandra was the one who reported the ransom money that Hall was carrying around to the police when she allegedly saw it. However, it's unclear if this is true or not. It is also thought that Hall purchased a shovel and 2 trash cans. In order to conceal the ransom money, He then rented a car and drove it to a location in St. Louis County along the Merrimack River. However, Hall kept the money with him since he was unable to locate a suitable place to bury the cans. Shortly after this, he was taken into custody. Police took immediate action after all of these revelations were made public. In the apartment where Hall had left her, Bonnie was found and taken into custody. They both faced the full weight of the law for their crimes after being charged with capital murder and kidnapping. Bobby's remains were found where they had been buried on October 7, 1953. Family members and neighbors came together to grieve the untimely death of this defenseless boy at a sad burial conducted at St. Agnes Catholic Church 2 days later, on October 9. As a victim of one of the most horrible murders in American history, Bobby was buried with sorrow and tears in his eyes. Since the crime had crossed state boundaries and was therefore a federal prosecution, punishment was swift for the two kidnappers. Hall and Bonnie entered a guilty plea to the accusations against them when they appeared in court on October 30, 1953. After only 1 hour and 8 minutes of deliberation, the jury recommended the death penalty. Hall and Bonnie accepted their fates on November 19, 1953, less than a month later, and neither attempted to challenge the decision. Just 81 days after the kidnapping, on December 18, 1953, they were both put to death in a Missouri gas chamber. Hall was 34 years old, and Bonnie was 41 when they passed away. There were several complexities in the aftermath of Bobby's kidnapping and death. The Greenlees family may have found closure with Hall and Bonnie's execution, but it also exposed a shocking truth. Now, just half of the ransom money was found when Hall was taken into custody. Unaccounted for was $312,000, 0 cents in total. The cops that arrested Hall, Patrolman Dolan, and Lieutenant Shoulders were suspected of stealing the missing funds. At first, though, they denied this, saying they had delivered all the cash to the police station. They ultimately faced federal charges and were found guilty of perjury. Shoulders received a sentence of 3 years in jail on April 15, 1954. Dolan, however, was sentenced to 2 years in prison. However, this was not the end of the story. Shoulders unexpectedly passed away in 1962. Shoulders and mob boss Joe Costello had actually stolen half of the ransom money, Dolan told the FBI after this. It wasn't until Shoulders and Costello were dead that Dolan finally told the truth. He had been too afraid to speak up earlier for fear of reprisals. In July 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson pardoned Dolan for his assistance. This was the conclusion of Bobby's tragic story. We are reminded when we consider the terrible events of 1953 that Bobby eventually received justice, albeit at a high price. We have to keep asking ourselves, how can we stop catastrophes like this from occurring again? What can we learn from Bobby's story, therefore? And how can we apply this understanding to create a society that is safer and more equitable for everyone? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the third largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like as industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who was 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Halstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky. As they played darts game after game, Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time. But owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfuss accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holstead's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holstead's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holstead spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spend 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holstead case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ashley Parlier, a 21-year-old from Battle Creek, Michigan, argued with her parents on June 12, 2005, and then fled the house. Everyone, including relatives and friends, was suspected for years after she vanished without a trace and was never seen again. For more than 10 years, the case produced no results. The police were looking for answers about the Parlier family for 18 years until they finally found them. Where has Ashley Parlier disappeared to? Was there a possibility of foul play? Today we're examining Ashley Parlier's case, which lasted until 2023 and involved 18 years of age. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. In addition to welcoming neighborhoods and amiable communities, Battle Creek, a tiny city in southwest Michigan, offers its residents amazing growth prospects and a thriving business. Located between 2 states and a major highway, Battle Creek is known as the cradle of the cereal industry and attracts a lot of tourists because of its picturesque downtown. Battle Creek is a bustling neighborhood with a distinct suburban vibe. One of the greatest areas in Michigan to raise a family is Battle Creek, which is well known for its recreational possibilities and natural beauty. In 2005, a 21-year-old from the same vibrant and welcoming town sadly vanished without a trace. Russell and Sherry Parlier welcomed a baby girl, whom they named Ashley, as their second child on October 16, 1983. Ashley has been quiet and reserved since she was a young child. She was also quite naive. She didn't make many friends as she grew older. Nicole Campen, Ashley's older sister, recalls how trusting her sister was. She claimed that one of the most memorable things about her was how trusting she was and how she simply saw the best in everyone. It was excellent that she wanted people to be what she believed the world should be. Ashley had gorgeous brown hair and eyes, and her crooked-toothed smile was quite lovely. Ashley also worked at the level of an adolescent between the ages of 12 and 14 due to a little mental impairment. She was able to live life to the fullest in spite of her troubles. She obtained employment at the closest Taco Bell store, located on the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue, after graduating from Battle Creek Central High School. She had been accumulating money from her earnings at Taco Bell in order to get her own vehicle. Unfortunately, disaster was just around the corner for Ashley, a young woman who wished for a happy world. She was sweet and loving, yet the world did not treat her well. Ashley Parlier, 21, was about 5 feet 9 inches tall and had a slender frame. She was only 100 pounds. Her parents were therefore quite concerned on June 12, 2005, when they discovered that she seemed to have a bulge. Ashley was too pure, after all, both mentally and naturally. If she chose to carry the baby, they wanted her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care since they were worried about her health. Ashley left the house in a rage after a heated argument with her parents about the whole thing. Without a car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card, she left her home in the Bedford Township community of Urbandale. She did, however, have some cash on hand, roughly $700.00. Ashley never came home, despite the family's desire to give her the time she needed to calm down. The Parlier family felt something was wrong and were anxious as the minutes stretched into hours, and then into days. At first, they had assumed Ashley would stay at one of her friends' homes for a few days, cool off, and then come back to them. However, they were forced to report her missing to the police after she hadn't returned after many days, and they couldn't contact her. The police made Ashley Parlier's photo and physical description public in the hopes that it would help them find any leads, because they had little evidence to work with and no leads to pursue. They disclosed information about her build, weight, and physical characteristics, as well as the clothing she was wearing at the time of her disappearance. She was last saw wearing blue trousers, brown leather sandals, and a checkered top. Soon after, the police received a lot of tips regarding sightings, particularly in the vicinity of Houghton Lake. There was a sigh of relief from the family. In the event that she was discovered, they planned to convince Ashley to return home. However, the Parlier family soon received grim news from the police. None of the sightings could be verified and were all bogus. Ashley was therefore not yet prepared to return home, wherever she was. As the investigation progressed to the second level, Ashley's parents, Cherie and Russell, who had delayed making a complaint, were the object of the officers' first suspicion. While Ashley's mother, Cherie, refused to take the polygraph, her father consented to do so and was exonerated. It's crucial to note that Cherie had already begun exhibiting symptoms of Huntington's disease, which was correctly identified a few years later. Nicole, Ashley's sister, explained that since Ashley had never done anything like that, not returning home for this long was undoubtedly uncommon behavior. However, the family had assumed that she was likely venting at a friend's house because they had a rather heated disagreement before she left. They had thought they would be able to resolve the issue if she returned home by the weekend. The police were clearly concerned because, according to Nicole, her parents were the last two people to see her at that time. She continued, "Again, we are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." In the months prior to her disappearance, the police also attempted to look for her then-estranged partner. At the time of the interrogation, Ashley's family thought she was carrying his child, even though they had split up. Another girlfriend of his was pregnant as well. Although the cops were unable to locate any evidence against him, he was not ruled out as a suspect. Ashley's close friends and family members were again questioned, but once more no information was discovered. But there was another angle. The officers discovered that Ashley might have had suicidal thoughts. The police had a suspicion that they would be able to locate the body if she had committed suicide. Thus, the police conducted a thorough search for her body. There was nothing substantial to find. They then speculated that Ashley might have been robbed, but her social security number remained unchanged during her absence. The police were prepared to deliver more unfavorable news to the Parlier family by this point. They told her relatives that Ashley was probably already dead and that they suspected foul play. Additionally, they promised the family that they would not give up on her. Although they conducted a thorough search for Ashley Parlier, the case ultimately came to nothing. Ashley's case was handled by a number of Battle Creek Police Department personnel throughout the course of the following 18 years. The department as a whole was baffled by her disappearance, as they kept discovering people of interest, but none of them had ever been shown to be suspects. The sheriff's department was given the case in 2020 after they had suspicions that she had been murdered outside of Battle Creek City. Only in 2021, when they least expected it, did they make progress in the case. The case has stalled after about 16 years of little progress. Then, however, something occurred that would alter everything. When police in Pennsylvania suddenly discovered a lead in Ashley Parlier's case in January 2021, they contacted officers in Calhoun County. Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial murderer, was being questioned by Pennsylvania authorities in connection with the killings of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman did not want a trial at that time, so he asked the authorities if they could combine the three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier. Ashley Parlier had not been brought up by the police at any point during the exchange. They questioned him further about the Parlier case, since they were unsure of what he was talking about, and the results were startling. It was a complete confession, rather than merely a lead. The detectives promptly contacted the Calhoun County Police Department to update them on the latest case development. After taking over, the Calhoun County Police Department's investigation showed that Holman had resided in Battle Creek from 2002 to 2009 and had communicated with Parlier. Following Ashley's argument at home, police discovered that Holman had been in communication with Parlier. In Emmett Township, Michigan, she paid him a visit. Ashley informed him that a pregnancy test was requested by her parents. After getting into a fight with Ashley, Holman attacked her, knocked her out, and carried her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he struck her skull with a piece of wood until she was immobile. He also told police that he had disposed of his bloodied clothes after leaving Ashley someplace in Newton Township's northern section. On November 29, 1978, Harold David Holman III was born. Before becoming a young man, Holman lived in Germany with his father from his early teens until his father moved to Turkey, leaving him to live with his girlfriend. He looked like a typical young man at the time. The fact that he would become a serial killer was not anticipated. Holman killed someone for the first time when he was 20 years old. On May 3, 1999, 21-year-old Joseph Whitehurst, the son of an Air Force colonel, was residing at a military installation in southwest Germany. He was discovered outside Ramstein Air Base after going missing. A club discovered at the scene of the murder had been used to bludgeon him to death a few days later. Holman admitted to killing Whitehurst after being apprehended by German police for an unrelated offense. Holman claimed that he attacked Whitehurst first because he felt threatened by him when he had begun dancing around the campfire. As Holman told the authorities, "I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone, but it was the biggest rush I ever felt, like your whole body to this day." He was only given a 6-year sentence at a German reform school in spite of his confession. A person under the age of 21 must be tried in a juvenile court in accordance with German legislation. Furthermore, Holman received a less sentence because he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time. After that, he returned to America and worked as a truck driver in Emmett Township, living close to Battle Creek, Lakeview, and the Fairfax Addition. Around this time, he appeared to play a significant part in Ashley Parlier's 2005 disappearance. Tiana Phillips, a mother of 2 children, vanished on June 13, 2018. 3 years later, when he was eventually arrested and being questioned by the police, he said that he had wanted to kill again rather than specifically kill Phillips. Erica Schultz knew a man online as Dave, and she wasn't sure if she would ever meet him. Erica went missing on December 6, 2020. Because Erica was a habitual person with autism, the police looked through her phone records and linked Holman to her murder when she failed to appear. "Killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for me," he said nonchalantly in his confession. He was discovered with a self-inflicted wound beside railroad tracks in Duncan, Pennsylvania, at the time of his arrest. He felt that in order to atone for his misdeeds, he had to die. Holman confessed to killing Schultz and Phillips when he was in the hospital getting treatment. He confessed to killing Phillips, whom he had slept with, in a letter to his estranged wife while he was incarcerated. To emphasize that he would never do such a thing with her, he stated that he wished to confess to the crime. His ex-wife was clearly alarmed and took the letter to the police. She added that she had not believed Holman when he had previously claimed to have killed a lady. He was a serial killer due to the commonality of his acts. His victims had all vanished. They were all injured in the head. After attacking them and rendering them unconscious, he completed the task. He did not bury the remains. Instead, he disposed of them in isolated locations. Actually, Schultz and Phillips were killed on the same day. In the cases of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz, Holman has been accused of abduction, criminal homicide, and abuse of a corpse. Detective John Pignatch of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department stated that Holman was not a temporary resident and did not have a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He attributed all of this to his family and a failed marriage. According to him, there are alphas and non-alphas. That's simply the case. A master and a slave, or whatever you want to call them, are present. That's how life is constructed. He had to seek that dynamic in extramarital affairs because his wife refused to yield to him. He studied serial killers after Parlier's passing. He always said that he remembered every murder, including specifics of what he did to each one, when asked which one he remembered the most. He needed to be removed from the streets right away because police were certain he was a serial killer. Holman actually acknowledged that he would have killed again if he hadn't been apprehended. In his confession, Holman made it clear that he had met Ashley Parlier, who had been with her parents, in a bowling alley. The confession in the court document also made clear that he struck up a conversation with her, which later resulted in a deeper relationship when she argued with her parents. After phoning Holman, she went to his house. Ashley told him that she was being forced to obtain a pregnancy test by her parents. He admitted to being the father of the child Ashley was expecting. Their subsequent dispute infuriated him and he knocked her out. Then, on the night of June 13, 2005, he killed her by repeatedly beating her in the head. He described it as an overgrown meadow 10 miles from the town in the middle of nowhere, Michigan. There was a small house nearby, perhaps a garage, but it was deserted. We took a seat. I was absorbed in my own universe as I sat there. Ashley was just out in the back. When he located a suitable location while sitting with Ashley's comatose body beside him, he made the conscious decision to kill her there. Then it occurred, he added. I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought, this is a good place as any. I removed her, brought her to the location and completed the task. He struck her and saw her perish. He went home and showered when he was certain Ashley was gone. He later disposed of his clothes at Meijer, an American supercenter, where he was employed at the time. The fact that he pursued the case for years and years is even more startling. At one point, he even went to see if Ashley was still alive, but all he discovered were bones. He came forward and apologized to the Parlier family after being questioned further. Holman denied that it was premeditated. I don't want that to happen with Ashley, he stated. I regret Ashley's murder more than any of them, he continued. It should be mentioned that he had already killed several people when this confession was made public in recent years. Ashley's sister, Nicole, was puzzled and unable to contain her emotions after learning that Holman had claimed that Ashley had approached him for assistance. She was appalled that Holman had killed Ashley in cold blood in spite of this information. Holman killed her because he thought that things had gotten out of control. On the one hand, he claimed that he was intoxicated for 3 weeks in a row because he felt terrible for killing her. He wanted to put the incident out of his mind. However, he clarified that the entire killing procedure gave him an adrenaline high that was unmatched by anything else. Nicole was discouraged to learn that his apologies was merely a pretext for flaunting his horrible behavior. She claimed that their ignorance was quite difficult. My mother's depression and loss caused her Huntington's disease to worsen rapidly. My dad was the same way. As a mom myself, I understand their struggles. What kind of individual could do it is difficult to comprehend. I could never comprehend having such a strong desire to harm someone. Holman acknowledged that he was unable to console the family verbally, but he would be prepared to beat them up with a log if they so desired. The apology did not sit well with Nicole. Along with losing her sister, she also lost her parents, who passed away in sorrow and bewilderment. It was true, she thought, that Holman killed more than simply Ashley. There were more persons Harl Holman had murdered than only his immediate victims. The loved ones of many of his victims had died, and they were unaware of what had become of them. Nicole created a social media page called Bring Ashley Home, which she used to connect with the other Pennsylvania victims' elder sisters. They think they have formed buddies and are united by their shared misery. She stated that when Nicole presents her victim impact statement on behalf of the entire Parlier family on April 10th during Holman's trial, the 3 older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims will accompany her. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters, and we're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just going to rot." Ashley had been out of the house for 18 years after a fight with her parents. After what occurred to her, she never went back home. Her return home was a top priority for the police. Throughout the years, they looked everywhere for solutions. The police therefore asked Harold Holman to show them where he had left Ashley's body once he came out with the confession. According to the officers and the prosecution, Ashley Parley's case was extremely labor-intensive and emotionally charged. Nearly 20 years had passed since the original detectives attempted to solve the mystery. The Parlier case was given to several detectives in the next years. They even flew across the nation to find possible witnesses and gather the evidence they needed to convict the criminal after failing to discover the answers in the city. In March, Sheriff Steve Hinckley told the media that the officers had visited Pennsylvania, Maryland, and California to look into Parlier's case. The investigating team included Detective John Pignato of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective Dave Huminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police. Holman guided the police to a wooded region in Newton Township south of Battle Creek, at a 6.5-mile road. On March 30, 2022, almost 24 officers conducted a search for Ashley's remains, but after several hours of work they were unable to locate her body. When Ashley vanished, the region remained farmland, but within a few years it was all divided up and sold to other property owners, locals told the media. The policemen's attempts were all in vain. Holman acknowledged that he was unable to appropriately situate Ashley where he had left him after all these years and the local developments. Ashley's remains are still being sought by the authorities. It should come as no surprise that the man who had previously murdered 3 women and possibly more was terrified of being executed. He received 2 life sentences in prison. No kind of parole was given to him. Holman entered a guilty plea to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder in February 2023. He consented to assist Calhoun County authorities in locating Ashley's remains in the vicinity of the purported location of his disposal. It is a component of the plea agreement with the Office of the District Attorney for Luzerne County. He is set to be sentenced in April 2023 and faces a maximum life sentence in prison in return for not being given the death penalty. In order to solve Ashley Parlier's case and locate her remains, the Calhoun County Sheriff is still searching for any information. Call 269-781-0880 to reach the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office if you have any information. When a loved one disappears, every minute is challenging. Imagine being heartbroken, grieving, and depressed for 18 years with only a glimmer of hope that they could return at some point. Consider the uncertainty about whether to continue waiting or to simply end the depressing experience. In the spring of 2020, Ashley's parents, Russell and Cherie, passed away without ever understanding what had happened to their daughter. Imagine the anguish and suffering they endured when they came to terms with the fact that they would never find out what had happened to Ashley, particularly since she had left the house in a state of rage. Imagine how their lives must have been when they were the target of active suspicion over the disappearance of their own daughter from the police, the media, and true crime fans. However, even though it took 18 years, Ashley's story was finally resolved. At least her family is aware of what happened to her, even though she hasn't returned home yet, because the police are still looking for her remains. Do you believe that Harold Holman might have had other victims? Regarding Holman's apologies, what are your thoughts? Does he kill people for fun, or does he actually have a mental illness? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi K.C. Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi-joy's connection had changed, from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos's disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, they posted posters across the town. But this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwang had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwang's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwang. Kwang returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwang was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwang's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwang simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwang into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwang no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwang was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwang might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwang and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwang must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwang had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle, but there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwang to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwang had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwang had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwang entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Modjeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body. According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwong's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwong Choi-joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwong insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it is hard to embrace the truth, so people make up a lie that they genuinely start to believe and persuade others of. Truth is something that exists in reality and corresponds to the actual state of circumstances. To celebrate the new year, 11 young men and 1 girl gathered in a hotel room. You'll think, strange collaboration, and you'll be correct. But hold on. One information will totally alter your perspective. Since all of the men at this party belong to a sexual minority, the 12 friends who got together to celebrate the year 2021 did so with great joy. In fact, they celebrated so well that on January 1st, the company had to take the only girl to the hospital, where doctors declared her dead. However, who was she? How did she pass away, and did anyone face charges related to her demise? However, everything is in order. You'll realize why we began this story with the idea of truth, as we dive into the previous party, practically minute by minute, and learn what transpired on that fatal night. Thus, John Paul de la Serna arrived at the 4-star City Garden Grand Hotel in Manila, the Philippine capital, around 11 a.m. on December 31, 2020. 9 additional men booked into rooms 2207 and 2209, which were on the same level, during the day, and Christine de Serra checked in later. Shortly after midnight, John Paul Kalili, the hotel manager, joined the merry company. The focus of New Year's Eve night was dancing, having a good time, and drinking a lot of alcohol. When Rommel Galida awoke at approximately 10 in the morning, she saw Christine dozing off in the bathtub. He wrapped a blanket around her and returned to his slumber. She was unconscious and starting to turn blue when he woke up a few hours later. 3 friends and hotel employees drove Christine to the hospital, but when they arrived at the emergency department, the physicians just declared her dead. The only girl was dead in the morning after spending the whole night in the hotel room with the 11 guys. News. The public was outraged by the crime's headlines. Since it was clear what a bunch of young men and 1 female could do all night, everyone had the same idea of what the story would be about. The investigation's task was to determine what actually transpired on that New Year's Eve night and the cause of Christine de Serra's death. Born on April 13, 1997, Christine Angelica de Serra was raised in Barangay San Isidro, General Santos City, into the prosperous household of John Nestor de la Serna and Sharon Rose Faba de la Serna. She developed into a bright, independent, and gregarious young woman. For her 3 siblings, Monica, Chloe, and JJ, Kristen was a devoted sister. She relocated to the bigger and more promising city of Davao, which is located on the shores of the bay of the same name. After completing high school, she enrolled in a university there. Christine was active on social media, danced, modeled, and studied hard. In addition, Christine was the pinnacle of knowledge and beauty. She received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, Arts with a major in Media Arts from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, in Davao City in 2017 with honors. The girl has taken an active part in both acting and modeling. She faced off against 8 other contestants for the title of Ms. Silve Davao 2017 in the Davao City Mall run by the New City Commercial Corporation. In June 2018, she placed 2nd. From September 2017 until January, she took part in the yearly fashion show. She served as a marketing consultant for Gaisano shopping centers in Davao City, General Santos City, Tagum, Toro, and Digos in 2019. Christine has had a rich and satisfying life. Her life's ambition was realized in February 2019. She relocated to Manila in order to begin working for Philippine airline subsidiary PAL Express as a flight attendant. Desserts from Christine. December 28, 2020, was my last flight as a flight attendant. Since Christine's passing was widely reported, a lot of debates and theories were developed among the community. At first, authorities believed that Kristen was probably murdered and abused by a group of men she was hanging out with on New Year's Eve. Makati City Police charged 11 men with assault and murder in the early stages, despite the lack of autopsy results and a toxicology report. The case was deemed closed by the Philippine National Police. Suspects were identified and charges were brought against those arrested. Although 3 of the partygoers were arrested, after turning themselves into the police, the forensic medical report provided the primary explanation for Christine's death. On January 3, 2021, Forensic Medical Officer Police Major Michael Nick S. Sarmiento oversaw the autopsy of Christine's remains at the Rizal Funeral Home in Pasay City. After the body of Christine de Serra was examined, a forensic report was released, concluding that the ruptured aortic aneurysm was the cause of death. But it also noted a linear abrasion on the girl's right thigh, along with bruises on her right arm, right thigh, knees, ankles, and right foot. During the genital examination, deep-healed cuts and abrasions were also noted. A special investigation team was established to investigate the crime, according to the National Capital Region Police Department. However, Christine's family refused to believe that a lively young girl could pass away too soon from natural causes. The family of Christine de Serra revealed at a news conference on January 5, 2021, that they had read the autopsy report indicating that she died from an aneurysm. They did, however, claim that the autopsy was not complete and asked for another one. The deceased's parents have been attempting to figure out how Christine's aorta was torn. After all, the aneurysm was caused by violence or abuse, according to the police and the de Serra Family Council, so it was not a natural death, and the offenders ought to face consequences. All 11 of the guys who spent the night with Christine were recognized by the prosecutor's office. She worked with some of them. Christine was meeting other young men for the first time. They were friends of her friends. As it happened, this party was started by Christine. She organized this party with her friends and had reserved the hotel room herself a few days beforehand. Although she was aware of her daughter's friendship with men, her mother Sharon never voiced any opposition. In their family, it was accepted as normal, since Kristen had always found it easier to interact and form friendships with men. It also became customary for her and her pals to meet up because they rarely took holidays at home. Kristen was able to call her family shortly after midnight each year to wish them a happy new year and to let them know about the event that was going on at the Makati Hotel. The family was able to observe Kristen's pals in the festive setting during the video conference. New rumors regarding the abuse claim have surfaced, though. The authorities were able to piece together the events of the case virtually minute by analyzing the hotel lobby footage, which served as the primary evidence of the occurrence. Note that Christine de Serra reserved room 2209, which was the designated location for the party. In the late afternoon, the major action starts to take place. Christine moves from room 2209 to room 2207 at 11:21 p.m. The company goes back to their accommodation around 11:38 p.m. At 2:50 a.m., Christine goes last and is seen holding her shoes in a glass. Christine enters room 2207 while holding Valentine's hand, a new acquaintance. A hotel worker brings an extra mattress to room 2209 at 2:52 a.m. while they are at a neighbor's house, and Valentine goes with Christine to her room. Valentine is clearly intoxicated based on her demeanor. She is carrying a bottle in her hand and has an overly easy walk. The couple enters around 3:15 a.m. after the companions pause at the door and Christine gives Valentine a short kiss before the man swiftly pulls away. 6 minutes after Christine had rushed out of her room and into her neighbor's room, one of the guys departs. He goes to 2209, presumably to give his pals a call at 3:22 a.m. In the next room on the right side of the corridor, Christine de Serra is seen talking to another man, while 2 more males pass by. She appeared distressed. After giving one of her friends a sudden embrace, Christine and her friend vanish completely from the camera's field of view. John Della Serna is seen escorting Christine back to the first room at 4:13 a.m. The camera catches Christine at the room's entrance once more, at 4:22 a.m. At 27:07, what brought her back there is unknown. After she nearly collapses, a man who resembles John Della Serna grabs her by the waist and brings her to room 2209. At 5:05 a.m., Christine appears to be somewhat inebriated. As Christine flees from a man who resembles Louis de Lima, the camera records her giggling. Later, they are outside of room 2207. At 6:23 a.m., Christine walks inside room 2209 with him and appears normal. For the final time, Christine appears on video alive. She is cognizant as Valentine carries her from room 2207 in his arms. Although the night was undoubtedly filled with events, the most significant reality is still hidden behind the scenes. The party went on until dawn, at around noon when Christine was discovered comatose in the bathtub. Her buddies continually tried cardiopulmonary resuscitation while carrying her to the ground. They tried unsuccessfully before calling the front desk for assistance. The head of security and the hotel management entered the room a few minutes later. Christine was lowered to the hotel's first floor using a wheelchair. Christine was escorted to the hospital by Romel Galita. Regretfully, the doctors simply mentioned the girl's passing. Romel delivered the dreadful news to Christine's mother over the phone. Despite the fact that it appears to be a fun party and that it is difficult to fit so many people in one room, the investigators suspected that the young people were using illegal substances to increase the effects of the alcohol as they frantically moved from room to room throughout the night. Some of the inmates stated, when questioned, that just whiskey and tequila were used during the party and that no other illegal substances were present. It is important to note that the investigation's initial focus was illegal drugs because, according to one of the detainees' testimony, Christine had concerns about the drink's composition and hypothesized that someone might have added an unidentified chemical to spike them. Guests were instructed to bring their own food and beverages, it turned out, though the post-mortem report indicated that neither alcohol nor illicit narcotics ingested the night before her death would produce this type of aortic dilatation or defect. There was conjecture that Christine's drink was poisoned and might have caused the aneurysm that ultimately resulted in her death. Since there were no illegal substances or evidence of them in the room or the suspect's personal items, the substance information was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. The 2009 search for possible evidence in the two rooms and the adjacent room did not produce the expected results, which at least partially demonstrated Christine de Serna's brutal death. When questioned, Mark Rosales and John Della Serna declared that they would never harm Christine and openly acknowledged their unusual orientation. John further disclosed that early in the morning, Christine was already throwing up, so they had to take her back from room 2207. According to Romel Galita, he discovered Christine in their room's bathtub at around 10 in the morning. Assuming she was asleep, he just covered her with a blanket. However, he discovered the girl was blue and not breathing around midday after he woke up and went back to wake her. He hurried to his pals for support. She was taken to Makati Medical Center per the hotel's recommendation, where she was declared dead upon arrival, allegedly as a result of an aortic aneurysm rupture. The Makati City Police were notified of the death by the hospital. By that time, other men from a nearby hotel room had departed. In a separate statement to the public on January 4, the Philippine National Police stated that, despite some missing information and contradictory claims, the case involving Christine de Serra is nearly resolved. According to Police Chief Debold Sinas, 3 individuals have already been identified and taken into custody. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office ordered the release of the 3 males who are in detention on January 6 owing to a lack of evidence, even though other suspects were still being sought. The prosecution maintained that there was not enough evidence to prove Christine had been molested. They added that the police have not yet established that Christine de Serra's death was due to abuse, even if it occurred. In addition, Christine was an extra lady at the party, which was a get-together of males with unconventional sexual orientations who were all flirting with one another. Most of the people at the party, including Romel Galita, were Christine's co-workers and stewards, Sarah, at PL Airlines, demonstrating her familiarity with these individuals and their sexual orientation. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office opened a preliminary investigation on January 13, 2021, after an official autopsy verified that the 23-year-old's cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Additionally, the prosecutor's office demanded that the police make public the findings of the victim's toxicological report, histopathic research, and DNA analysis. The claim that her daughter was not abused, however, was disputed by Christine's mother, Sharon DeSera. She stated during an appearance on a news program that a gang of men were abusing her daughter. If you're a mother and you see Christine's body, you'll likely understand the suffering she endured as a result of them. But my daughter is no longer able to speak because she is no longer alive. During the TV show, the woman voiced her opinion. As proof that the autopsy report was erroneous, Sharon pointed to the cuts and bruises on her daughter's body that were not included. Later, Christine's relatives stated that they wanted a second autopsy to refute the authorities' initial conclusion that she passed away naturally. The foundation was bruising and injuries that weren't noted in the initial report. Brick Reyes, a family representative, stated that there would be enough proof of Christine's torture from the wounds on her arms and legs, as well as from her remains. Additionally, according to Rick Reyes, they think the young lady was assaulted and drugged before to her passing. During the New Year's Eve celebration, Christine, who was already drunk, claimed that her drink appeared to have been tampered with. According to Christine's parents, they have lodged a complaint, calling for Michael Nix Armiento to be fired immediately for egregious carelessness and incapacity in creating Christine's death certificate and forensic report. Reporters were informed by Dr. Maurici Ramos, a friend of the Dosser family, that a second autopsy was performed on the deceased. He also underlined that the Death Investigation Unit has received the biological fluids retrieved from the second autopsy and will furnish further information following a final review and compilation of all the forensic team's results. The cause of death was consistent with a ruptured aortic aneurysm, according to the pathology post-mortem results from the Southern Police District Crime Lab Division's forensic report, which was then circulated on social media. According to the official autopsy, Christina was not mistreated the night before she passed away. The aorta was the real cause of DeSera's demise. The deficiency weakened as a result of the aorta's continuous rise in blood pressure, and ultimately, the aorta burst. There was blood loss at the moment of the aortic rupture, according to the Philippine National Police Crime Lab report. Christine thus had a number of symptoms, including nausea, weakness, and perspiration. Within a few hours, she died from the blood loss brought on by the aortic rupture. According to the report, this indicates that the girl had an aortic aneurysm that ruptured, causing the lower portion of the aorta, the primary vessel that delivers blood to the entire body, to grow. This conduit passes through the chest and belly after leaving the heart. The aorta is the largest conduit in the body, so if it bursts as it did in this instance, a person could lose a significant amount of blood and possibly pass away. The fact that Christine's aneurysm did not happen recently was also mentioned. It began many years ago. According to the article, dilatation existed long before she passed away and is a chronic illness. Even if she hadn't passed away that tragic night, she would have perished in any situation when her blood pressure would have increased to the point where the aneurysm ruptured. Christina DeSera's undetected hypertension was further confirmed by the autopsy, which also showed that her heart was larger than a healthy heart. Although it is generally accepted that the girl died of natural causes, the 11 young men who attended the party and genuinely attempted to provide Christine with first aid were shamed and persecuted as criminals as a result of the pervasive false information. Since then, all 11 of the men who were initially charged have been freed. In an attempt to correct the problem, the Makati City Prosecutor's Office stated that suitable proof could not be obtained at the time of the publicity and that the evidence offered was insufficient to prove that Christine DeSera had been abused. As a result, they had to construct a version based on indications of the victim's physical decline. Two further suspects also claimed that they were coerced by the police into making up a story about the presence of illegal narcotics at the scene. Party on New Year's Eve. Another tale participant described how his kiss with Christine, which was caught on camera the night before she passed away, was captured. The man claimed that Christine was the one who started it, but he made an effort to push her away. When the flight attendant's body was discovered, law enforcement officials came under fire for failing to do a comprehensive toxicological analysis. the men's charges were ultimately withdrawn for lack of evidence due to suspicious circumstances that appeared to contradict the Philippine National Police's findings. Christine de Serra's death garnered a lot of public attention. As further information emerged from Christine's family, who were unable to accept the reality and believe in their daughter's natural death, her story began to garner a lot of attention online. In an attempt to secure justice for her daughter Sharon, the girl's mother made a plea to President Rodrigo Duterte. "I'm just a regular person. You have a daughter as well. Since I don't want anyone to suffer from the same brutality and cruelty as my Christine, I want to speak out publicly." More than a week after Christine de Serra's passing, her friends and co-workers sent condolence messages, reposts, and farewells over social media. She was interred at Forest Lake Memorial Park, in her birthplace of General Santos. In the end, Christine de Serra's unusual situation is a perfect illustration of how the media may disseminate false information and how it can influence both the public and the individuals involved. The story's goal as it nears its conclusion is to return to the truth, which will eventually, in one form or another, assume its rightful place. Even though there is just one truth, Christine's family continues to believe that these individuals killed the girl and that there is a mystery behind this tale. For my part, I don't understand, and couldn't find any information regarding Christine's body wounds and bruises. Why was it kept quiet? Despite having cuts and bruises, it appears that Christine's death was caused by an aortic rupture, brought on by heart disease rather than by those injuries. As a result, they ignored her body's wounds. You guys are the judge. However, I think there are a lot of strange and inconsistent things in this case. I hope Christine's family comes to terms with the irreversible loss, because young men, guilty or not, will spend the rest of their life remembering the same depressing tale and coming up with justifications. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, Relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5, 10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference. When a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night, the officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory. and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic. Even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive, they increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on, but to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him, and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benary discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful. His client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Benary was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet, but they liked to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and 2 sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy, even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own, much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorg? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorg was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them, after becoming very worried about the situation. The 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large 2-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Bourget family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the 3 residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed. It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair, demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply. The young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh. A lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. They were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the two bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway, because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray, and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist, despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, two bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill two strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half, and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgi residence, the injured Ryder's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their host for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough when asked why she took their life. She went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believe that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 2 close women in his life were taken from him by criminals, and he will always be grieving for them. It's said that lightning never strikes the same spot twice, but our hero has had the opposite experience due to a horrible turn of events. Jim Larson lost 2 ladies he loved 7 years apart to petty thieves. Twice, men who only ever show up in people's worst nightmares tear his life apart. His sister Sonia Larson, who wanted to be a teacher, started it all. Her first year at the University of Florida had just begun. She and her roommate, Christina Powell, went to Walmart one August evening in 1990 to get some necessities. The 2 young women were observed and followed home by Danny Rowling, a vagabond who claimed to be possessed and acting under the direction of a demon. They were dozing off in their beds when he broke into the dorm. He repeatedly stabbed them. 5 Florida college students were killed and disfigured by Gainesville felon Danny Rowling, shocking both the victims' families and the nation at large. There were more fatalities, but in our scenario, people forget the victims and only remember the serial killer's name. Her family was deeply hurt by the death of a sister and a daughter, and Sonia Larson's terrible passing never stopped plaguing them. The Larson family could never have predicted that the terrible, violent death in their family would recur, causing them to relive the trauma in their own nightmares. Carla Larson left her kid at daycare on the morning of June 10, 1997, and went to work as a project engineer at Centex Rooney. The day at the Florida construction site was swelteringly hot. Carla informed Cindy Harris, a coworker, just before lunch that she would be running a little behind schedule because she was going to the grocery shop to get some food and beverages for a meeting that afternoon. She left work at midday and went to the new supermarket on International Drive, which is close to Osceola. Carla Larson didn't come back to work for a few hours. She never showed up for an important meeting that she was scheduled to be at. Her coworkers became alarmed and started looking for Carla on their own, following her path back to the grocery she had intended to visit. They continued to hope that she might have been delayed in returning because of a little incident, her phone dying or her car breaking down. However, the search was unsuccessful. Around 4 p.m., Carla, her car, and her presence were nowhere to be seen. Cindy called Jim Larson, Carla's husband, to inform him that Carla had not been at work since noon and had not returned from the store. Jim reported his wife missing to the Orange County Sheriff's Office over the phone. When they were both in college 8 years ago, they started dating. Jim was enthralled by Carla's beauty and charm when he was studying graphic design. He was very fortunate to have found someone as considerate, kind, and caring as she was. They eventually got married because they felt the same way. They moved into a modest house on Orlando's Stone Court. After Jim's sister passed away tragically, Carla helped him regain his desire to life by pulling him back from the brink. She comforted him and gave him encouragement to keep going and find happiness once more. After Carla earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida, they went to Atlanta and then back to Florida to look for work and start a family. Jim was hesitant to have a kid with her because he didn't want to introduce a new life into a society where people like Danny Rowling preyed on the defenseless. Jim finally found some peace of mind after undergoing a lot of counseling and receiving constant support from his wife. Jessica, the Larsons' long-awaited daughter, arrived soon after. They purchased a modest home in Orlando on a peaceful cul-de-sac. They put in a home security system and sturdy locks. To ensure that his family was completely safe both inside and outside their house, Jim even purchased a guard dog. Jim accepted a position at a nearby business, and Carla was sent to work on a new amusement park project in Orlando. They found happiness in the little things in life. Jim and Carla managed their parental duties without sacrificing their significant and taxing careers. However, on a typical summer day, Jim's idyllic life, which he had fought so hard to build, took a sad turn when Carla vanished. When Jim reported the disappearance of Carla Larson, Tom Woodard was on duty and got a radio call. At first, Tom, a seasoned officer, didn't take it too seriously because he thought it was just another domestic dispute. He nevertheless made the decision to investigate the matter. The sheriff sensed anything strange while speaking with Jim. Jim appeared terribly worried and unnecessarily agitated. The sheriff was certain that it was a normal missing persons case, unlike others he had met in similar circumstances. He assumed that Carla had either left Jim because of a disagreement or taken some time to collect her thoughts. But there had been no family problems, no conflicts. Everything was content and stable. Tom Woodard was unaware at the time that Jim was under a great lot of stress due to his fear of losing his wife, especially after the event in Gainesville and his ongoing struggles with the pain of losing his sister. He was afraid that a cherished woman would be lost as a result of this disappearance once more. They started looking for Carla. Given that Mrs. Larson had a 1-year-old kid and a solid marriage, family members emphasized that it was extremely unlikely that she would have left her family. Jim Larson, 37, stated under interrogation that he had been employed at Home Depot until 3 p.m. that day. Someone at his wife's place of employment called him at around 4 p.m. to inform him that she hadn't been seen since midday. However, how could a young woman, like the lead character in Sandra Bullock's film The Vanishing, disappear from a supermarket parking lot in the middle of the day? The missing woman was last seen going toward a grocery store close to the construction site, according to eyewitness accounts. She was confirmed to have arrived at the store and bought the things she intended to buy by a signed receipt. What transpired after Carla left the supermarket was still a mystery. She might have run into someone. Since the woman's white-gray Ford Explorer with the license plate TGX99V was also missing, investigators were attempting to ascertain the time and place of her disappearance. In the afternoon, witnesses also claimed to have seen a white Ford Explorer traveling carelessly on a gravel road close to a forested area. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a deep tan was the driver's description. The accused kidnapper was depicted in a composite sketch. Since the car might be a crime scene, a search team was dispatched to the area to look into it. Such incidents don't frequently occur in Orlando. The hunt for Carla attracted a large number of volunteers. The city's citizens, particularly those in College Park, were frightened when word spread that the young woman had vanished from the grocery parking lot. The volunteers posted leaflets at bus stops and grocery stores. The area around the store was searched by search teams. The search radius increased with every hour. Over the course of the 2-day search, a helicopter was brought in to survey additional ground. Even though there was less and less chance of finding Carla alive every minute, the homicide department and her co-workers persisted. After 36 hours of searching the same spot again, 2 of Carla's co-workers finally found something early on June 12. A woman's mangled body was lying in a marsh covered in a towel. One of the men described how, following the gory finding, he and his companion had exited the vehicle to explore when they smelled something odd but were unable to identify its source. From the little flash of his lighter, Jack lit a cigarette. The aroma was brought toward them by a modest breeze. After roughly 70 feet of leisurely walking, they located the woman at 3:39 p.m. She was half covered in sand, lying behind a shrub in the swampy region. It took the men a long moment to understand that what they had discovered was, indeed, Carla Larson, who had vanished 2 days before. She was naked, with a blue towel over her head and her long blonde hair flowing down her back. Her wedding band was the only piece of jewelry left. When Jim Larson and his family noticed the patrol cars, they began searching the area on their own. Jim was told about the discovery in the woods by a police chaplain. He felt nothing when the cops discovered her partially covered in sand. But nobody realized that the man was already burned up and overcome with emotional pain. In order to ascertain whether Mr. Larson was responsible for her death, the police were so perplexed by his actions that they put him through a polygraph test. Locals who had been keeping tabs on the COVID hunt, Carla even said that Larson appeared too aloof throughout the probe, but they failed to realize that he was just exhausted. Jim was shocked that he had experienced this twice. He stopped sleeping and eating. He had black circles under his eyes and had lost a lot of weight. The police brought detectives to what they thought might be the scene of a crime, roped off the area, and summoned the medical examiner. Investigators thought that there had been an attack after first examining the scene of the body, since the woman was found naked and all of her jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, was gone. So was it a robbery or an assault? In addition to stealing items, the robber also killed a woman. But first they had to be sure the body was indeed that of Carla Larson. Florida's extreme heat and humidity had taken their toll. The rain, animal activity, and insects had made it very difficult to identify the remains. The forensic team was concerned about the DNA evidence they could gather because the body had started to degrade, changing its chemical composition. There was not much time left. However, given Mrs. Larson's car had been last seen in the vicinity, authorities were almost positive that the severely decomposed body belonged to her. Jim Larson identified the towel found on the body and verified that it was the same towel that had been in his wife's car. Her handbag and regular clothes were gone. The investigators were greatly distressed by the autopsy findings. All traces and evidence that could have identified the offender had been obliterated by decomposition. The purported assault was not verified, and the investigation determined that strangulation was the cause of death. Could a car and a few pieces of jewelry really have cost a lady her life? Finding the car was the next objective, because the corpse did not lead them to the offender. It might hold the answers and hints that the public and the family were sorely looking for. It was determined that the white Ford Explorer bearing the license plate TGX909V was missing. The press and television broadcast information about the car. The police were waiting for 2 weeks when they got an important call. 11:23 p.m. on June 26, 1997, a black truck was on fire in a Cocoa Beach vacant lot, according to a call. As the car burnt, it became evident that the black was not the car's natural color and was neither soot nor ash. Following the fire, white paint was visible in several parts of the body. Excessive spray on the tires showed that a cheap can of spray paint had been used to apply the black paint in an amateurish manner. After being taken to the police garage, the car was examined by forensic specialists. It was discovered during the inquiry that the torched truck, which was 62 miles from Orlando, was in fact white and belonged to Jim's victim. The car had been fitted with a radar detector, experts discovered. Detectives were able to locate the mount where the detector had been in spite of the fire damage, proving that the vehicle belonged to the Larsons. Finding the radar detector was the police's main priority. Before an unforeseen love triangle helped solve the case and identify her criminal in Central Florida, the inquiry stagnated. There are hundreds of cars that are similar to hers, but one woman's phone call caught the detective's attention in particular because of the strange tale she told. Angel Huggins and her family had arrived in Orlando on the day Carla Larson vanished. Despite having traveled to Orlando together, Angel clarified that she left the city without her spouse. Angel informed Orange County investigators John Linner and Cameron Wire that infidelity, violence, and drug usage had made their family vacation a complete bust. At a motel close to Disneyland on June 9, their family vacation came to an end the same evening it started. According to Angel Huggins, she was almost strangled to death by her husband, John Huggins, since she had refused to have an intimate relationship with him. He left the motel on West Highway 192 early the following morning and didn't come back until midday. John Huggins drove a white truck that was identical to the victim's car when he arrived at Angel's mother's home in Melbourne. In the midst of their divorce proceedings, Angel was enraged with John for his adultery. John had become engaged with Angel's sister when they were in Melbourne. Tammy also informed the cops that Huggins had been given permission to park the white SUV at John's friend Kevin Smith's residence for a few days. The investigators went to Kevin's house to ask him some questions because they were so intrigued by this narrative. However, his girlfriend answered the door as Kevin wasn't home. For a few days, Kim virtually proved that a white Ford Explorer had been parked in their driveway. It had been parked in her space, and she was unhappy since she had once lost control of her little vehicle while driving and collided with the Ford Explorer, denting it. The Explorer's white paint was still visible on her pickup. To determine whether the small paint sample belonged to Carla's automobile, collision specialists sent it to the lab. Since the paint from Mrs. Larson's automobile had been discovered on Kim's, this was required to demonstrate Kevin Smith's role in Carla's car's disappearance. The police had questions for Kevin Smith before they could prove his whole involvement, but they were almost certain that Carla's Ford Explorer had been parked at his residence. The person who had been operating the SUV had to be identified. Despite matching the sketch of the man who was observed driving Carla's car that day, Kevin Smith would not identify the driver. He added that he had been asked to temporarily park the automobile by his friend John Huggins. Upon inspecting the truck, Kevin discovered a radar detector inside. He tore it from the automobile and held onto it for a while, but he concealed it in the yard out of concern that he could be caught. Smith said that his friend John Huggins had driven the automobile to the parking space and that he had nothing to do with it. Kevin didn't want to betray his friend, but he was afraid the automobile might have been stolen. He was keen to demonstrate that he was telling the truth and had nothing to do with the woman's disappearance. Kevin voluntarily turned over the radar detector after he had a conversation with the cops. After more questioning by the authorities, Kevin finally confessed to locating the radar detector, erasing all fingerprints, and tossing it into the bushes close to his home. By tracking down the serial number, the authorities were able to collect the detector and verify that it belonged to the victim. The first concrete evidence that Carla's automobile had been parked at Kevin's and that John Huggins had driven it there came when detectives verified that it had been fitted in her vehicle. Investigators now had the radar detector, a paint match, and the car, but the crucial question was still unsolved. John Huggins was the top suspect right away. John Huggins has a lengthy criminal background, according to a thorough investigation of his past. He was a noted bank thief with a history of armed robberies. As it turned out, John was known to carry guns and had outstanding arrest warrants for robberies in Florida. Because John Huggins had a lengthy criminal history, victims of his past offenses recognized him when his face aired on television. Although he had conducted armed attacks, robbed banks, and looted convenience stores, the police wanted to be sure they had enough evidence against him before making an arrest, particularly because Carla's jewelry was still missing. To summarize, the victim had been found in possession of a pendant, a chain, a garnet ring, and diamond earrings. But the hunt for the jewelry was about to linger on until detectives got another lucky break in a phone call. According to Angel Huggins, she had uncovered a startling finding that might terminate the inquiry and result in Carla's criminal being imprisoned. She clarified that she had located one of Carla's missing pieces of jewelry after she and her mother had investigated the house. The police searched Angel's mother's home and the shed on the property twice after Angel called, but they were unable to locate any evidence that would implicate Angel. But the woman saw a screwdriver on top of a box in the shed when she was searching for insect repellent. She impulsively opened a shed electrical box and discovered the victim's jewels concealed within. The jewelry, the electrical box, and its cover did not have any fingerprints on them. Looking at the last piece of the puzzle, we see John driving a stolen vehicle. The attempt to strangle his wife at the hotel was picked up by the radar detector. The dates of their stay coincided with the day Carla vanished, on May 28, 1998, and the hotel room they occupied was right across from the supermarket. John Huggins was accused of robbery, kidnapping, and auto theft in addition to the murder of Carla Larson. After being indicted by an Orange County grand jury, John Huggins was taken into custody in Maryland. Huggins requested that his case be transferred, and the trial court granted his request, moving it to Duval County. However, those who haven't lost two loved ones don't see the world through Jim Larson's eyes. On January 25, 1999, Larson sat in his tidy living room in a peaceful, tree-lined Orlando suburb, the kind of home that most middle-class Americans consider safe, feeling a deep void and an unrelenting, numbing pain. Because he still has a daughter to raise, he still yearns for them and perceives danger in everything. Mr. Larson now finds motivation to continue through his daughter Jessica. Since lightning has already hit him twice and won't do so again, he fervently hopes and believes that the young girl didn't fully comprehend the atrocities that took her mother and aunt. He also prays that she won't ever feel terror or dread again. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Hutto got a phone call at 7:45 p.m. on December 13, 1976, it made her happy and excited. She hurriedly informed her mother, Norma Hutto, after the call that she would return in roughly 30 minutes after visiting a nearby store that was just a 10-minute walk away. Her mother had no idea that it would be the final time she would see her cherished daughter. After that, Carol never came home. It took 24 agonizing years for the truth to be revealed after interrogation. Who might have made the enigmatic call? What caused Carol to vanish without a trace? We'll examine the 1976 cold case of Carol Hutto, a mystery that remained unsolved for an incredible 24 years. Carol vanished from Largo, Florida, a vibrant city renowned for its sunny weather and welcoming community. With a population of more than 82,000, this city in Pinellas County offers a combination of urban conveniences and stunning natural surroundings. Largo offers a wealth of enjoyable activities and a rich history. Both local residents and visitors find it to be a welcoming environment. However, a crime that occurred here in 1976 altered everything. Let's go back in time to February 6, 1960, when Edward and Norma Hutto welcomed a lovely little girl into the world in the small Florida town of Largo. Carol Dean Hutto was her given name. Everyone in the family lavished her with love and care because she was the youngest. Carol was adored by her classmates at Largo High School, where she grew up, thanks to her kind and compassionate disposition. Carol came from a large family. Although not much is known about her half-brother Jerry Arent Hutto, it is evident that Carol and Jerry had a unique and intimate relationship. Jerry always made an effort to grant his sister's wishes because he loved her very much. Jerry's strong sibling bond was demonstrated by his willingness to do everything Carol asked for. In addition to Jerry, Carol had two sisters, Melinda Darlene and Pamela Beale Hutto, and two brothers, Maurice Barnett and Frank Hutto. Carol was a girl who made her mother and her family happy. Attending exhilarating NASCAR races and amazing wrestling fights were among their favorite hobbies. Her mother remembers her as a devout Christian who was selective about who she hung out with. Unfortunately, Carol never had the opportunity to live out her aspirations, despite having a big heart full of adventure. Carol Hutto, her mother Norma, and her half-brother 17-year-old Jerry Irwin were at her Corvette drive home on December 13, 1976. It all appeared to be a typical evening. They were all having a good time, laughing and telling jokes. Jerry was getting ready for a date, while Norma was busy making dinner for the family. But as the house phone began to ring, their evening took an unexpected turn. When Norma went to answer the phone, she saw that it was Carol's buddy. She gave Carol the phone, and they spoke to each other for a few minutes. However, Norma abruptly canceled the call when she returned. Curiously, Carol's mood abruptly changed after the call. Norma noticed that she was getting really enthusiastic and pleased. Carol rushed to her room, straightened her hair, and looked in the mirror to see how she looked. After 15 minutes or so, she informed her mother that she was going to a neighboring store, which was only 10 minutes' walk from their home. Carol was almost out the door before Norma could ask the store what she wanted, but Carol promised herself she would return shortly before she left. Jerry, Carol's half-brother, likewise said goodbye to Norma and left the house for his date. Carol could generally walk there and return in 20 minutes or less because the store wasn't that far away. Norma therefore anticipated that Carol would return home in 30 minutes, but an hour had gone by and Carol had not returned. Carol was taking longer than expected, and Norma began to worry whether she had run into her friends on the way and was conversing with them. However, when Carol hadn't returned after 2 hours, Norma's anxiety increased. Carol had never missed her curfew before, so her disappearance was worrisome as it was growing dark outside. When Jerry got home at around 10 o'clock at night, Norma, who was rather worried, asked if she had seen Carol. But Jerry had no idea where she was, and neither did Norma. Jerry was even more concerned when he found out that Carol had not come home since she left. He should go out and find her, Norma insisted. He began searching the streets and yelling her name, but got no answers. The store employees said they hadn't seen Carol today, so they raised the alarming subject of where she might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. He even went to the store next to their house, where Carol was meant to go. Unfortunately, Jerry came home and told Norma that he had been unable to locate Carol. They chose to wait until morning in the hopes that Carol would return home by herself, despite their worries. But when the morning sun came out, Norma's anxiety increased because Carol was nowhere to be seen. Norma made the decision to report Carol missing to the police without further delay, but the police told her that they couldn't declare Carol missing because it had been less than 24 hours since she vanished. At this point, they also thought about the likelihood that Carol had fled her house. However, Norma was not prepared to believe that Carol would ever run away from her family or leave her house by herself. She was convinced that her daughter had suffered a terrible fate. Norma and Jerry didn't want to wait for the police to take action because of this. They made the decision to act independently and actively look for Carol on their own. In order to find out if anyone had seen Carol the night before, they went around their area and spoke with neighbors. No one had seen Carol returning home that evening, although most of the neighbors recalled seeing her when she left at around 8 p.m. To see if Carol had spoken to anyone or visited any of her friends' homes, Norma and Jerry also went to each one, but they were unable to locate her. Norma was profoundly impacted by Carol's abrupt departure, and the community as a whole rallied to lend a hand in any way they could after learning that their little Carol was missing. Meanwhile, Carol was being vigorously sought for by the police. To find out if Carol had gone to any of the doors that night, they looked both close to and farther away from her home. Regretfully, nobody was able to verify that they saw her at any of those places. The store Carol was intended to visit had a security camera outside, which the police observed. But after watching the video, they were unable to discover any proof that Carol had been at the store the night she vanished. It was difficult to follow Carol's travels since security cameras were not as widely used as they are now, and only a small number of stores had them installed. However, a fatal discovery was made very quickly. Under strange circumstances, Carol's half-brother Jerry discovered her dead body on the evening of December 14, 1976. Desperate to find Carol, he had been scouting the area alone. He followed his search till he came to a building that was still under construction at the end of the block. This structure was beside a lake at 418 Imperial Drive. The body of Carol was found there, according to Jerry. How exactly he had found her in this particular location was still unknown. Carol's partially undressed body was discovered floating in the ocean. For Jerry, this was a startling and extremely unsettling sight. After reporting the discovery to the Largo police right after, he had the challenging duty of going home and telling Norma the devastating news. It was immediately clear that Carol's death was not an accident when the police arrived to carefully remove her body from the lake in order to preserve any possible evidence. Her injuries and the concrete block that was used to drown her suggested foul play, meaning that she was killed on purpose and that someone tried to conceal her body. Her body was dumped in the lake after the authorities concluded that the attack had most likely taken place in the abandoned construction house. Carol's watch was a key piece of evidence. It was stopped at 10:36 p.m., suggesting that the murder occurred sometime between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. Some disturbing details emerged when Carol's lifeless body was sent for a comprehensive autopsy. Carol was strangled, which probably caused her to lose consciousness but did not immediately cause her death, according to the coroner's findings. She had also had a serious injury after being struck in the head by a hefty item. In addition to the upsetting discovery, Carol's thigh was severely burned. An even more horrible detail was revealed in the medical examiner's report. Carol was still alive when she was tossed into the water and smothered with a huge slab of concrete. She stayed aware despite the terrifying situation and eventually passed away from drowning. 3 long hairs that belonged to the same individual but appeared to belong to someone else were also found by the coroner during the examination of Carol's body. A 4th hair was discovered on Carol's blue jeans. It was unidentifiable and might have belonged to the murderer. This finding could have been a significant development in the case. However, the hairs were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more sophisticated techniques that could assist identify the person guilty for Carol's unfortunate death, because there was nothing that could be done with them at the time due to the limitations of medical science in the 1977. Because Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, was also outside on the night Carol was killed, the Largo police briefly focused on him. The police found that Jerry was finished 30 minutes earlier than he said, notwithstanding his claim that he was on a date. They began to question what he was doing during that interval. Why didn't he come home sooner? The restaurant he visited was only approximately 8 minutes away. Since Jerry was unable to offer an alibi for that period of time, the police began to suspect that he was involved in Carol's death. He was the focus of their investigation, but no conclusive proof was found. There was no evidence that Jerry could have harmed Carol. Carol's mother, Norma, was certain that Jerry loved his sister dearly and would never harm her. Even though they were suspicious at first, concentrating on Jerry didn't help them discover the truth. Jerry was eventually exonerated by the police, since they were unable to locate any additional evidence against him. The police worked hard over the next 18 months to follow up on every lead, but they were unable to uncover any information that would help them solve the case. Thus, the inquiry continued in circles. The case became chilly as time passed and the investigation lost steam. The Hutto family was left with burning questions as a result of this. What actually happened to Carol on that pit bull night? Who was to blame for her passing? Along with losing their cherished daughter, they were also frustrated that justice had not been served for her. The murder of Carol remained unsolved for over 2 decades until a chance event in March 1994 gave the investigation a new perspective. Due to a work injury, Officer Brad Hoyes was forced to spend his desk duty looking through cold case files. He discovered the disturbing circumstances of Carol Hutto's murder case while going over the lost files, which rekindled an old inquiry. Officer Brad felt that there were undiscovered aspects of the case that hadn't been fully examined in the first 1976 investigation. His instincts led him to take the risky step of reopening the investigation and retrieving the evidence box that had been stored for years. He found Carol's personal diary among the materials. In the hopes that the diary would have the missing parts required to solve the riddle of Carol's terrible demise, Officer Brad found promise in those pages, and it starts around a month before she passes away. Carol wrote about her covert relationship with her classmate a few pages into the diary. Carol was 16 years old at the time, which was in 1976. The 17-year-old James Brian Kuhn, also known as Jimmy Kuhn, who was born on July 20, 1959, was the object of her intense crush. At Largo High School, where they were both juniors, they would frequently converse with one another. Although there were rumors of their intimacy circulating around the school hallways, they decided to keep their distance and never publicly recognized it. Kuhn requested that Carol keep the connection a secret, because his family was very strict and they wanted to keep it a secret from everyone. Carol also said that she was deeply in love with Kuhn at one point. When she finally reached the line, "I met Jimmy at the lake. It was just too personal, you know. I mean, her body was discovered there, and we think the murder was committed directly next to the house." Kuhn was also one of the people that showed up at Carol's burial looking truly sad and not at all like a suspect in 1976 when the case was first being investigated. As a friend of Carol, Kuhn was also questioned. He stated that he was at home the entire time and that he had not seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder. When cold case investigators re-examined the case in 1994, they discovered a contradiction between Kuhn's claims and what the Hutto family had initially informed the police. They disclosed that Carol had gotten a call from none other than Jimmy Kuhn on the fatal evening of December 13, 1976. Kuhn had a daughter by this point, and he was 34 years of age. After graduating, he went on to serve in the United States Navy, where he was highly successful. His service as a submariner assigned to the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut shaped his military career. Detective Sergeant Mike Short, 43, of Largo, was personally involved in the case. He assumed the lead in looking into Carol's murder after learning about the case, because he and Kuhn had gone to the same Largo High School. He was accompanied by Lieutenant John Carroll, now Deputy Chief of Largo. They took a risk by unexpectedly traveling to Connecticut, where Kuhn, an 11-year veteran of the military, was stationed. Kuhn's story took a significant turn during this encounter. In a reversal of his previous claims, he acknowledged that he had seen Carol the night before she vanished. He acknowledged that on the night Carol vanished, he had been with her. That admission was important. But the next day, Kuhn had a change of heart. He refused to participate in a polygraph test, sought legal counsel, and declined more interviews. The lack of sufficient evidence to conclusively establish that Kuhn was the murderer of Carol on the evening of December 13, 1976, presented a problem for the police and prosecution. Since Kuhn might be exonerated for anything less than first-degree murder, it seemed improbable that he would be found guilty of first-degree murder given the statute of limitations. But there was something even more fascinating in the evidence box. Detective Mike opened the box and found a set of strange hairs that had been taken from Carol's body in the crime scene and had been carefully preserved in the late 1980s. The use of DNA testing to determine a person's guilt or innocence in criminal investigations was a turning point in forensic science. As the 1990s went on, the focus moved to looking at mitochondrial DNA, which is found in tiny structures inside human cells and has a higher chance of surviving over time. In light of these developments, Mike was keen to perform a genetic analysis on the hairs in the hopes of identifying the real culprit. But something was wrong. A sample of Kuhn's DNA, which was essential for the tests, was not available. The police required a valid search warrant to get Kim's blood in order to gather this crucial piece of evidence. They made the strategic decision to move forward with the goal of spending as much time as possible with the suspect. Detective Mike made the decision to enlist the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS, as reinforcements in 1998. They believed that Kuhn might become uneasy and make a confession as a result of the naval officer's presence. Detective Mike stood outside the police interrogation room on July 15, 1998, as Navy investigators Dave Early and Tom Asimos sat down with James Kuhn, their murder suspect. They first took Kuhn's blood sample for additional testing after securing the required warrant. Then, in an effort to reassure and console Kuhn, Asimos and Early started talking to him. In order for him to open up and progressively disclose the truth, they wanted to establish trust. The NCIS officers were now certain that Kuhn was about to reveal what had transpired on the evening of December 13, 1976. Unexpectedly, They were able to bring Kuhn to tears as he brushed away his tears and eventually disclosed the tragic truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the seasoned cold case investigators weren't persuaded by Kuhn's honesty, despite the fact that he seemed distressed. Carol's injuries, especially to her head and neck, were not consistent with a straightforward mishap like tripping and falling. Rather, the nature of these injuries suggested strangling, forced trauma, and bleeding. Though he insisted it was an accident, Kuhn had admitted to being the cause of Carol's death. He accepted responsibility for her death, claiming that he did not assist her and that he tried to hide her body and the evidence. Kuhn was consequently arrested and held pending trial. But he gave a different account of what happened the night before his trial. In his other account, Kuhn first stated that despite his desire for physical contact, however, when Carol objected, the conversation changed course and turned into a physical altercation. Carol began to scream and retaliate by striking and scratching him. Kuhn hit her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his hold around her throat because he was afraid her cries would attract attention. Carol collapsed to the ground, senseless, as he finally released his hold. As a result of his uncertainty and terror, Kuhn decided to conceal her body in an effort to make it seem as though someone else had attacked her. He also burned her thigh in an attempt to cause confusion. Detectives reached the same conclusion in Kuhn's various renditions of events, regardless of the specifics. Carol was beaten, dragged to the water, and flung face down. To keep her body submerged, a concrete block was used as weight. It's interesting to note that Kuhn's second story seemed more credible and fit the evidence better. The circumstances surrounding Carol's unfortunate fate and the physical evidence seemed to support this version of events. On February 9, 2000, the day of the trial, the prosecution sought to convict Kuhn of first-degree murder. Although his attorneys admitted that he was partially responsible for the act, they maintained that manslaughter or perhaps third-degree murder would be a more appropriate punishment. After receiving the case, the jury deliberated for just 22 minutes before rendering a decision. Kuhn was convicted of murder in the first degree. The fact that the offense was committed in 1976 gives Kuhn the opportunity to enjoy freedom again. Judge Philip Federico of the Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court interpreted the state legislation of that year. After 25 years, a person convicted of first-degree murder may be eligible for parole under these provisions. It's interesting to note that Carol's mother, Norma Hutto, felt compelled to speak to Kuhn at the sentencing, even though Kuhn declined to do so. Norma went on to add, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you and you used it for your depraved wants." She also mentioned how Carol had trusted him and called him out. She brought up the fact that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral, disguising his true motivations by acting like her friend and feigning distress. Norma expressed her wish that he would never be released from prison and that he was unworthy of a fresh start, pointing out that he had denied her daughter the opportunity. A hopeful mother, Norma had a bright future in mind for her newborn daughter, Carol. She looked forward to the day Carol would graduate from Largo High School with pride. She envisioned her 16-year-old daughter in a gorgeous white gown, walking down the aisle to begin a happy life with her husband and perhaps even starting a family. But all of those hopes were dashed in a single night, and it was fervently hoped that Kuhn would never be allowed to leave prison. Let's now discuss Kuhn's case. Do you believe that he truly felt regret for his actions? And do you think that he deserved a life sentence? And do you think Kuhn's behavior with Carol was premeditated or just an accident? If you have any specific sections or sentences you'd like to clarify further, please let me know. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The date was March 24, 1961. It was cold in Keystone Islands, North Miami. Frances DeMari, 32, called the Miami-Dade police just after 3 in the morning. She said that 2 unidentified attackers had murdered her husband, 52-year-old Joseph DeMari. Who were the attackers who murdered Joseph? Was this a random act of violence, or was it part of a planned hit? Today, we're examining Joseph DeMari's complex cold case, which was finally solved in 2023, and dates back 62 years. So, let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Northeast Miami-Dade County, Florida, is home to the city and suburb of North Miami. There are a little over 60,000 people living there. North Miami saw a significant increase in organized crime in the 1950s and 1960s, including several mafia families. During this time, the DeMaris were also thriving in North Miami, and the mafia, also known as La Cosa Nostra, had a big impact on the city's underground. Joseph J. DeMare was born in 1910 and raised in Boston with his younger brothers, Joseph and Dominic. He had a strong relationship with his brothers that lasted into adulthood. The three brothers opened a fresh vegetable sales company in 1928. After beginning with a pushcart, they eventually set up shop in Boston. As a result of their increasing sales, they relocated to Quincy Market in 1930. By 1939, their company had grown all over the country. To satisfy the demands of grocery chains, the DeMare brothers partnered with tomato producers in other states, including Florida, Texas, and California. In order to guarantee a year-round supply for their clients, they were also the first in New England to import tomatoes straight from Cuba. The brothers made the decision to engage in farming as their firm prospered. In Florida and then California, they began growing tomatoes in open packing operations. They spread to other places, such as South Carolina. Joseph married Josephine, who was only 2 years his junior, in 1937. Joseph, Josephine, and their three children, Richard, James, and Joseph Jr., migrated from Boston to North Miami in the early 1940s. Joseph and his brothers had established a living selling fresh produce there. Before relocating to Keystone Island in North Miami in 1953, Joseph DeMare resided in Miami Beach. Linda, Joseph's only child, was born. Sadly, his cherished wife Josephine died shortly after, in 1956, from breast cancer. Joseph DeMare married Frances, a woman who was 20 years his junior, 3 years later in 1959. To combat frost, winter farmers in the late 1950s would light kerosene lights and place them in between tomato plant rows. To make sure their crops didn't freeze, Richard recalled his father awakening them and then guiding them to the fields. Before the tomato plants were delivered to be processed, Joseph and his three boys would drive into farms and tend to them. The 21-year-old Richard went to Ohio in March 1961 to revise his 52-year-old father's will and meet with his siblings and business associates to discuss the prospect of a divorce between Joseph and Frances. At the time, Frances, his stepmother, did not reside with them. Joseph DeMare frequently traveled throughout the United States and Latin America while managing several facets of the company from Miami. His kids lived on the family's Bradenton farm, while he and his new wife Frances and Joseph's daughter resided at the Keystone Point House in 1961. However, none of them could have ever anticipated what was going to happen. On March 24, 1961, a chilly winter night in Bradenton, Richard and his two brothers were sound asleep on their father's farm around 3 in the morning. At the same moment, however, Frances DeMare called the police in a panic and told them a terrifying story. She reported that she had left her home in Keystone Point to go out to dinner with Joseph. As they headed out for dinner, Joseph sat beside Frances, who had taken the wheel of their Cadillac Fleetwood. They came to a stop at a junction slightly west of the Broad Causeway, close to Keystone Point's south exit. Anarchy ensued as two men abruptly leapt into their vehicle. Frances was forced to drive to an empty lot in San Souci Estates when one of the men firmly placed a gun against the back of her head. When Joseph turned to look, the pistol slammed into his face. Frances yelled and was struck as well. Frances was struck by the rifle and rendered unconscious. Joseph was dead in the seat next to her when she woke up, and the murderers had left. In a hurry, she dashed to a Phillips 66 service station nearby, racing through the shrubs and brambles. She called the police from that location. The first officer on the scene was Patrolman Van Scola of the North Miami Police Department. At the petrol station, he watched Frances, and she didn't look too hurt. She had scratches on her face and her dress had some bloodstains on it. She appeared to have scratched her face with her hands, as if she did it herself. Frances told him she couldn't see the shooting because she was knocked out or rendered unconscious. Shell casings were found in the Cadillac's rear seat during the investigation. Upon closer inspection of the photos, it was discovered that the rear seat also had at least 2 unused rounds. Police records show that Norman Logan, a gas station employee, claimed that Frances never spoke of her husband being shot until the police arrived. According to 2 local fishermen, they heard nothing during the incident. Frances told the police that the attackers stole $400.00 in cash from her husband and $5.00 worth of jewelry from her. A day after the murder and heist, however, a gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still discovered on her husband's body. Frances claimed that the gunman had taken her valuables with force, according to the Miami Herald. She disregarded the bandits' orders not to look back, and one of them hit her with his revolver, knocking her out. She did, however, tell the police that her spouse had turned around earlier. According to the article, when Frances regained consciousness a few minutes later, she found her husband slumped against the car door, blood streaming from his head, and the attackers had run away. Panicked, she hurried to a neighboring Phillips 66 fuel station, where she contacted the police for help, navigating the brambles, thorns, and jagged pebbles. In a follow-up interview with the Miami Herald following the killing, Frances said that the attacker called her husband Frank rather than Joe. She guessed that they might have thought Joe was someone else for some reason. Additionally, when the police spoke with her about the murder, she did not provide them with this information. According to other news accounts from the time, Frances described how the shooter tried to grab her jewels, and when she became emotional, he hit her brutally with the revolver. She lost consciousness as a result, and when she regained consciousness, she found her husband shot. Once more, the cops did not bring up the hysterical aspect of this during their interrogation with Frances. Frances arrived to the petrol station and told the owner's son, Norman Logan, that the 2 men had gotten into the car, one in the front and one in the back, according to another Herald piece. On the night of the murder, however, Norman had made it plain to the police that Frances had not brought up the murder until they got to the gas station. Frances's explanation of the shootout at the murder scene contained numerous inconsistencies. Was this because, during all of this, she was under pressure from someone? There was no mention of Joseph's brothers. Were they concealing something? The DeMare firm would only be split between the 2 surviving brothers after Joseph's death, which was a motivation the police extensively examined at the time. However, Frances wasn't finished yet. That same week, she gave the Herald another exclusive interview in which she repeated the events. This time, she clarified 2 males abruptly got into the back seat of the vehicle as they got closer to the Causeway Bay Shore intersection. There was no other traffic on the causeway, but a car was following. With Frances behind the wheel, one of the men pressed a pistol to the back of her head and instructed her to do as they said. They told her to keep going directly in the direction of Sans Souci Estates. They told her to turn right off of Bayshore Drive after she had driven about a block. Joe, her husband, became curious and asked the men what they wanted. In response, one of the attackers declared that they wanted to take his money. Frances and Joe were instructed to keep their heads forward, but Joe kept turning back in an effort to defy them. At one point, he turned and was struck hard in the face. She noticed that he was bleeding when he turned to face Frances. He turned around shortly afterward, and they hit him again. Frances started to shout in return. She was then struck twice on the head by the assailants. She was resting on the gravel outside the automobile when she came to conscious again. Her attackers had stolen all of her valuables, which was worth about $5,000.00. At the time, Joe had about $400.00 in cash, which she later found had also been stolen. The men, Frances was convinced, were no amateurs. Despite not having a clear view of them, their calm and meticulous manner persuaded her of their experience. Their speech patterns did not fit the stereotype of a hoodlum. The fact that the men called her husband Frank rather than Joe left Frances with the unshakable impression that a grave error had been committed. She claimed that she thought they had misidentified Joe for someone else, or that maybe robbery was their main motivation for some reason. She thought they had no intention of hurting anyone. Frances rationally addressed every item in this conversation that did not align with the assertions she made to the police and to press. However, why was she defending her claims? It was clear that she would not recall every detail of what happened if she had suffered a concussion from the hits to her head. More intriguingly, though, she was also justifying the attackers by claiming that they might have thought Joseph was someone else and that their main goal was robbery rather than murder. This prompted the authorities to speculate that the murderer might have been a close friend or relative of Joseph and Frances. The authorities were unable to collect any DNA samples or even fingerprints that would have allowed them to identify the murderers because technology was not very advanced back then. Since no one saw the murderers and they left before Frances regained consciousness, there were no more hints, and the case slowly faded into obscurity. However, Joseph's son Richard recalled that before to Joseph's murder, there was some friction between him and Frances. Richard actually met with the other members of the family to talk about the divorce from Frances and his father's bequest. Additionally, Frances had moved to Ohio and was not living with Joseph at the time of the murder. After learning that Joseph had altered his will, she had returned. His will now states that if Frances remained with Joseph during their marriage, she would only be entitled to a portion of the wealth. Richard said that Frances did not even cry on the day of Joseph's funeral. As straight-laced as they come, she was. Although she claimed to have been hit by the pistol's butt on her forehead, there were no visible wounds there, and she was more concerned with getting her hair done for the funeral than the actual event. Following the funeral, Frances got $250,000 from Joseph's bequest and gave all of Joseph's children a 24-hour notice to vacate. Additionally, Frances was married again a few weeks after Joseph's funeral. Unexpectedly, this was the lawyer who would represent Frances in her divorce case. In the 1980s, some 20 years later, Richard resumed his investigation into the case with the assistance of volunteer and lawyer Paul Novak. Novak had first-hand knowledge of crimes that occurred in and around Miami. Following careful deliberation, Novak suggested that Richard forward the case to a forensic scientist. Given that Joseph was a prosperous businessman and that organized crime had been rampant in Miami throughout the 1960s, and that numerous crimes were connected to one another, Novak and Richard believed this might be a mafia hit. Nearly 30 years after Joseph's passing, in 1991, Richard DeMare saw the case from a different angle. For a second opinion, he contacted John Thornton, a professor of forensic science at the University of California, Berkeley. Following his investigation of the case, Thornton expressed his skepticism over Frances's assertions in a letter to the Miami-Dade police. The bullet wounds appeared to have been fired from two distinct angles, and he doubted that they were consistent with the circumstances she stated. Thornton further noted that Frances's claims about the duration of the incident did not match the quantity of blood found at the crime scene, but since there was no proof, the police were unable to take it into consideration. Frances could have been suspected during the initial investigation, according to another police officer at the time. However, a high-ranking official had instructed the police not to investigate Frances because she was a victim and a widowed woman in grief. As a result, the police did not follow up on the Frances angle or question her again. Then, in the 2000s, 40 years later, Richard was presented with a list of suspects by several officers. Joseph's murder was one of the older crimes the police department was investigating. Richard's own investigations had already produced a list of these suspects, but Frances was not one of them. Frances DeMarais passed away in 2006. She was 82. Including her marriage to Joseph DeMarais, she had 4 previous marriages. Around 2019, Paul Novak and the homicide team at the Miami-Dade Police Department's Cold Case Squad began going over the Joseph DeMarais cold case file once more, nearly 60 years after the murder and 20 years after Frances's passing. They discovered numerous hints about the probe in the old police reports. First, Richard had provided the police with some shell casings following the murder of his father. These round casings were from an Italian auto pistol, a .25 caliber SATA, which Joseph possessed but was constantly with Frances. Richard had recovered the ammunition casings after firing a few bullets into the swimming pool at their property. Richard gave the police these casings, but why? Because the shot casings discovered in Joseph's car's back seat at the time of his murder resembled these casings. The police inquiry revealed that 2 empty bullets were still laying there when the deceased was discovered. Joseph was wounded by 4 gunshots. 2 bullets went straight into his mouth from the front. The 2 additional shots struck the region in front of and behind his left ear from the left side. Because these shots were fired so close together, there were gunpowder remnants near the wounds. This indicated that the person who killed Joseph was really close to him in terms of closeness. Since the wounds were on his mouth and around his left ear, It was also evident that the person who shot him did so from Joseph's left side before also shooting through his mouth to confirm that he had died. This indicated that the attackers were not seated in the back seat. Joseph had 9 cuts or bruises on his skull in addition to the gunshot wounds. Additionally, Joseph exhibited injuries on his right index finger and left arm, indicating that he was either dragged after being shot or that he struggled before to being shot. Blood was discovered on the outside of the vehicle, on the front and rear seats, and inside the vehicle. The blood leaked out from the bottom of the door and ran down the glass. It was confirmed during a follow-up examination in late 2019 that there was no blood found on the driver's door, steering wheel, or seat. Additionally, no blood splatter was discovered outside the front seat's center. This implied that Francis, the person occupying the driver's seat, was completely unharmed. Blood trails were seen traveling backward on the outside of the automobile. The volume of blood revealed how severe the injuries were and how long it took for the bleeding to start following the shooting. This indicated that Joseph was shot while the car was moving, and it continued to move while he was bleeding. This, too, went against Francis's statement. The automobile could not have continued to move after she passed out, as she had claimed to have done while behind the wheel. Joseph's jaw was somewhat red, but there was no blood found in his lungs. According to medical professionals, these results might indicate that Joseph's airway was blocked when he was shot, because someone had their arm around his neck. On the other hand, it can indicate that the lethal bullet instantly stopped breathing. Francis said it was a heist, but when Joseph was found in the car, his diamond cufflinks and gold ring were still on him. There were no gunshots, indications of a struggle, or even a bullet being fired, according to 2 men fishing nearby. Francis's feet were uncut, and her shoes were discovered next to the car in a way that indicated they had been placed there on purpose rather than strewn about. A female officer suffered many cuts and bruises to her feet as she walked the same route Francis claimed to have gone, barefoot, from the automobile to the gas station. Norman Logan, the first person Francis spoke to at the petrol station, said she never brought up her husband's shooting. However, when the police and Novak conducted ballistic tests, the greatest hits were still to come. They discovered that only if the bullet was shot from the driver's end could the trajectory of the bullets at the crime scene be satisfied. It did not follow the path of the bullets Francis had described in her initial remarks. Furthermore, it was established that the round casings Richard provided to the police matched the shells of the bullets that killed Joseph, indicating that a .25 caliber SAIT also killed Joseph. The day Joseph walked out for the final time with Francis, the identical gun had vanished from the DeMare home. The most shocking aspect of the case files, however, was the discovery of a blood trail from Joseph's garage that led to the location of his Cadillac. This made it quite evident that Joseph had actually been shot in his garage while he and Francis were at home before they even left for supper. The homicide squad investigators and Novak were aware that Francis could only inherit Joseph's debt if she remained with him during their marriage, and that is exactly what transpired. Francis received the $250,000 0 cents because she remained with Joseph till his death. The authorities came to the conclusion that Francis killed Joseph in order to obtain the money from him because of the divorce angle and Joseph's alteration of the will. The police concluded that Francis DeMare was the only individual who would carry out all of this, based on this and all the other clear indicators. The Miami-Dade Homicide and Cold Case Squad conducted a press conference on May 10, 2023, nearly 3 years after the Joseph DeMare cold case was reopened. They declared that they had sufficient grounds to suspect Francis DeMare of Joseph DeMare's murder. The upcoming divorce and Joseph's alteration of the will served as the motivation for her murder. In order to do this, she shot Joseph in the garage of their home, drove the car 3 or 4 miles away, went barefoot to the gas station, and called the police while leaving Joseph's body in the car. The murder weapon was never located because the police thought Francis had thrown the .25 caliber STA pistol beneath an underbridge. Richard, aged 82, expressed relief after this announcement, although he was not pleased at all. He was aware that the murderer was his stepmother. Richard further disclosed that he had instructed the police to look into Francis and her murder in 1961, but they had refused. Since Francis died in 2006, she was unable to face consequences for her crime. She had never been held responsible for her acts in her entire life. According to Novak, This case exemplifies how politics can trump justice. It is still unclear whose senior official gave the order for the police to leave Francis alone. Since then, the Demare business has expanded greatly, going global. They state on their websites that the Demare firm still adhered to the principles of excellence, honesty, and hard work that the brothers created. They think that the next generation of the Demare family and their hard-working staff will carry on their tenacity and resolve. Even though his stepmother would never receive justice, Richard, who was also affected by same ideals, might find some comfort in the knowledge that she pursued justice for his father. Why, in your opinion, wasn't Francis given more attention during the preliminary inquiries? Do you believe that a more extensive plot was concealed? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense, and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present, it seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Jermel Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Jermel's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Jermel's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Jamel was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Jamel made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Jamel's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Jamel's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Jamel. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Jamel was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Jamel was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Jamel's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Jamel's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Jamel's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Jamel's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Jamel Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Jamel after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Jamel already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Jamel was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Jamel started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons. Despite his difficult past, his new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Jamel tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Jamel Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Jamel out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Jamel's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Jermell. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m., when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Jermell's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Jermell, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Jermell Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Jermell was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Jermell, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Jermell had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermell would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermell choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermell. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermell. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermell's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010 due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather, Jermell Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermell's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermell from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death? This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermell. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermell might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or Child Protective Services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann, wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermell. Some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zemaitis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Jermell Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months or life. Some of Jermell's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermell's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermell's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the youth home educational program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zemaitis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Jermel Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermel's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The second biggest city in Washington, Spokane, is the setting for this tale. The city may be just as dangerous for its citizens as it is for visitors, despite its seeming beauty and allure. Spokane County has the highest crime rate in Washington, at double the state average, according to the state. Thus, today's Cinderella story has a bitter taste within and a lovely appearance. The Holdens were a normal American family who had long resided in Spokane. The house was constantly crowded with youngsters because they loved them. Joshua, an adoptive son, and 2 girls were the children of Judy and John Holden. The grown daughters had long since moved out and lived independently, but Joshua, their only son, stayed with his parents, big, sad, and always frowning. The young man regretfully stayed at his parents' house because he was unable to start his own family. The Holden family was forced to take more than 1, if not 2 children from the orphanage because they wanted a steady income in the form of substantial benefits. So one day, Courtney, a charming young child, entered the Holden household. Born on February 28, 1992, Courtney Corrine Holden ended up in an orphanage 2 years later. Youngsters of all ages fervently pleaded to God for a mother and father, and one happy day, the girl's wish was granted. Courtney, who was young, traveled to Spokane. When the doors shut behind her, Courtney moved in with Joshua and a number of other foster kids. The girl's hopes of having a loving and supportive family were merely hopes. Courtney's existence at the Holdens was even more depressing than it had been in the orphanage. It became a true nightmare. She was made to perform a variety of household tasks from an early age. After every dinner, she had to wash the dishes for the entire family and clean the entire house. The Holdens' much better treatment of the other foster children was particularly startling, and nobody could comprehend why they detested this lovely girl. Courtney was the final child they had acquired from the orphanage, and Judy Holden was by that time of a respectable age. Maybe it was why they were so inexplicably angry. Even going outside without permission was prohibited for Courtney. Visitors to their house frequently overheard Judy and Joshua abusing Courtney, referring to her as Cinderella, as though she were a fictional heroine who was actually a prisoner to her evil sisters and stepmother. Courtney was in a similar situation. The girl, however, proved to be quite receptive and grew accustomed to the terrible circumstances after years of living with the Holdens. She lacked a cell phone and other contemporary amenities, was terrified of her foster mother, and was terrified of her brother Joshua just by being around him. He also prohibited her from interacting with her peers. She never left home without permission or necessity. The only way she could get any fresh air was to go outside into the backyard and socialize with the neighbors while the home was deserted. This is exactly the kind of setting in which Courtney was raised. She simply adapted to her life as she grew older. Because she had no idea of a normal home and no other life, she never became resentful and always treated her foster parents with respect. When Joshua moved home with his sister for a considerable period of time because of his parents' irreparable differences, Courtney felt a certain measure of independence. It was the happiest time of Courtney's life. Her long-awaited taste of independence arrived when she was allowed to leave the house, go for walks, and interact with her peers. After a while, Courtney graduated from high school and had her first love. Michael proved to be a worthy companion, and she felt cared for and attended to by a man she had never experienced before. Courtney was constantly ecstatic after every meeting. When they had a son in 2011, their relationship came to an end. In desperation, Michael pleaded with his lover to come live with him and be a part of the family. However, for some reason, the young mother refused to move and kept living in the house with Holden, ending all romantic ties with Michael. The Holden house was deserted by that point. The foster kids had moved out and grown up. Since John Holden, Courtney's foster father, had died, she spent a considerable amount of time living only with her foster mother, Judy Michael, and was only permitted to see his son when Courtney's brother Joshua was away. With Judy's consent, they had a quiet existence with their kid, until Joshua came back after his father passed away in 2014 and started to exert strict control over the family home. In northeast Spokane, on Hero Avenue, a block from Rogers Middle School, he set up several security cameras around their house. The yard was littered with posters that said, "Smile, you're being videotaped," and there were multiple cameras pointing in various directions. Courtney became nervous once more when she saw the security cameras, since she knew that walking outdoors could result in her being reprimanded by Joshua for escaping. Once more, Courtney's life became intolerable. Courtney admitted to a neighbor in 2015 that she was once more prohibited from owning a cell phone, maintaining social media profiles, interacting with people outside of the family drive, and even leaving the house without Joshua's consent. Joshua Holden was so upset about Courtney's son's birth that he had her stop communicating with Michael altogether. Courtney obeyed in silence. When neighbors inquired about the cause of the bruises on Courtney's arms and face, she candidly acknowledged, "Joshua beats me." Concerned neighbors attempted to assist Courtney in any way they could, wondering why she put up with such cruelty. Since the victim never publicly acknowledged that she was being controlled by her brother, the Holdens were able to keep the matter quiet each time they called the police to call attention to Courtney's anguish, since she was not permitted to leave the house during the day. Courtney was eventually deprived of the opportunity to socialize with her neighbors, who have since only seen her outside in the evenings. Once more, Courtney complied in silence. Joshua was a tall, fat man that no one knew, unlike Courtney. He was incredibly strong and never held back while insulting others. According to his pals, Joshua was an aggressive, erratic man with paranoid tendencies. He once boasted in public that he could quickly end a life and dispose of a body with ease. His criminal past was noteworthy. He was accused of assault and harassment in 2005, but he was freed because there was insufficient evidence and the victim refused to assist the authorities. He was also suspected of misbehavior and attacking a woman in 2003, but in 2006 the culprit was unidentified. Joshua was taken into custody for both burglary and abusing his mother. He was compelled to leave his parents' house for a number of years as a result of these experiences. Joshua grew even more irate after his return. In an attempt to exert total control, he put cameras both inside and outside the house. Courtney, the young mother, nearly ceased interacting with friends, claiming she was scared to go anywhere for fear that Joshua would learn and things would worsen. Until Joshua discovered that Courtney had a Facebook account, one person spoke with her every day. "I must go. I must go. Josh is on his way." Nearly 2 years have passed since her previous message. Her account was then disabled indefinitely. According to acquaintances, the Holden family's dynamics are strange. In August 2018, following another argument, Courtney hurriedly packed her belongings into a suitcase and ran outside. An enraged Judy yelled after her, "Come home!" To which Courtney responded, "I'm not staying here anymore." Those familiar with the family have been baffled as to why Courtney's son calls Judy Mom, and Joshua is called only by his first name, while his biological mother is referred to as Dad. Some have even speculated that Joshua may be the boy's father. Shortly after, a furious Joshua, who was more than 6 feet tall and weighed 300 pounds, dragged Courtney back inside the house. Judy slammed the door. The neighbor said she couldn't help herself. Courtney was a young woman who had led an invisible existence, and that was the last time this neighbor, and perhaps the rest of the family, saw her. She remained. Before neighbors and acquaintances started to worry about her disappearance, it had been almost 2 years. Michael and his current girlfriend voiced concerns regarding Courtney Holden's location in October 2019, 1.5 years after she vanished. After nearly 2 years of not seeing Courtney, the father, who is Courtney's son's father, filed a missing persons complaint with the police on October 24 because he was desperate to see his son. When police arrived at the Holdens' house with a search warrant in hand, they were shocked to discover that Courtney was indeed not there. Judy and Joshua had no desire to assist the authorities. After letting the investigators inspect Courtney's room, Courtney's stepmother ordered them to leave the house right away. They even brought in search dogs, but to no effect. According to the Holdens, Courtney fled after leaving her son behind. They couldn't say who was utilizing electronic food stamps or who might have kept cashing Social Security funds into her account. But Judy and Joshua took the remaining $600.00 out of Courtney's bank account when the Holdens' house was searched that same day. Interestingly, an unnamed lady calling the National Crime Information Center of America the following day claimed to be Courtney, saying she was safe and didn't want to be located. The woman was identified by police as one of Courtney's half-sisters after they tracked down the call. Joshua and Judy thereafter shared a variety of contradictory accounts regarding Courtney's disappearance. In one account they stated she had fled with a truck driver, but in another they alleged she was hiding a boyfriend from everyone. The Holdens were suspicious because of Courtney's disappearance and the inconsistent statements of her roommates, who obviously had something to conceal. In late October 2019, Joshua and Judy Holden fled Spokane in a hurry, which only led investigators to believe they were responsible for Courtney's abduction. Judy's adopted daughter's house in Texas is where the Holdens were located. They were arrested and placed in a Texas jail in early October after authorities were able to charge them with identity theft and cashing benefits meant for Courtney. The investigation into Courtney's whereabouts by the Spokane Police Department swiftly devolved into a missing persons case, which was then handed over to Major Crimes Detective Randy Lesser. After the search warrants he filed in Spokane County Superior Court were made public, Lesser provided an update on the investigation. Court documents and police interviews serve as the foundation for this story of Courtney's disappearance and the investigation. Officially, Courtney was listed as missing. All states received alerts, and the case was covered by a number of news outlets. When patrol officers and detectives visited the house for different reasons, an aggressive search was initiated. Judy and Joshua Holden declined to assist with the inquiry. Unusual actions in cases of missing persons and welfare inspections. A lady who identified herself contacted Crime Check on the day Courtney was reported missing and said she was fine. The police dispatcher also spoke with the woman who was pretending to be Courtney. As it turned out, it was Courtney's sister who refused to explain to Lester why she was pretending to be her, most likely in an effort to dispel Judy's suspicions and put an end to the hunt. The possibility that she is deceased disturbs me. In an interview, Lester stated that he was especially worried about Joshua's history. Joshua had previously faced assault charges, but the case was dismissed just before the trial because the victims refused to cooperate with the prosecution. In addition to court documents indicating that Holden was a suspect in another assault in 2003, investigators were now gathering DNA evidence. Joshua was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was reported by family members and neighbors as angry and erratic. According to the neighbors, Judy was terrified of Joshua because he was unemployed. Joshua had also been found guilty of burglary and arrested on counts of unlawful imprisonment. According to family members, Joshua and Judy boasted to them about their knowledge of how to evade authorities, and Joshua discussed how simple it would be to kill someone and conceal their body. Individuals don't simply vanish, particularly if they have a son. According to court documents with fewer notations, Courtney was a devoted mother who would never leave her son alone for a year and a half. After telling neighbors and family that she was traveling with her lover, an unidentified truck driver whom no one knew, Courtney was not spotted outside her house with Joshua and Judy. Rumors occasionally circulated that she and her fiancé had eloped. She was allegedly only at the residence at other times and wasn't available for visits. When Lesser arrived on their house in early October, Judy informed him that Courtney had only been home for a few days. She claims that Courtney and her son walked away. Judy shut the door in Lesser's face when he requested for her phone number, according to court filings. Then, grudgingly, she allowed policemen to enter Courtney's room to inspect it. She was somewhat anxious. According to Lesser, the property was incredibly disorganized, with heaps of possessions occupying every accessible area. In court filings, Lesser noted that the mattress was exposed and that Courtney's room was similarly disorganized. There seemed to be no one living there. Lesser observed that Judy became frightened and lost sight of one of the investigators behind the closed door at one point. When Lester instructed the detectives to look around the remainder of the house for Courtney's son, she told them to get out. Lesser was informed later that day by neighbors that they seen Joshua, Judy, and one of Courtney's sisters departing with the boy in a van. Additionally, Detective Lesser thought it was unusual that Courtney, who had a chronic illness, hadn't seen a doctor since October 2017. Despite the gaps in her medical records, she had been taking medication every month before going missing, and her final prescription was written in July 2018. Courtney's card was used for groceries, and monthly withdrawals from her bank account persisted. The fact that Joshua and Judy were shopping with the youngster was verified by surveillance footage. On the day that Courtney was reported missing in early October, the cameras also saw the pair taking the last of the money out of her bank account. Joshua and Judy had departed their house by October 24. According to Lesser, when police arrived to carry out a search warrant, the family's 6 pets were gone and the DVR from the home security system had been taken out. In mid-November, Joshua and Judy's cell phone numbers were canceled, but on the same day, 2 new numbers with Texas area codes were activated. A neighbor reported activities at the house to the police around a month after the Holdens had left. Judy's husband and one of her daughters had traveled down from Texas to see how things were doing at the house. Judy had retired, they said, and they hadn't seen Courtney in 2 years. Judy's daughter claimed the boy was Courtney's son, despite the man telling authorities that Joshua and Judy had a child together. Lesser went to Texas in the middle of December to look for Judy and Joshua. They were discovered by police at the residence of Judy's daughter and Courtney's son, Joshua. Judy Holden was arrested on suspicion of exploiting Courtney's bank accounts, hiding her son, interfering with custody, and identity theft. The boy was successfully restored to his father after being discovered safe and sound. Other members of the family were not charged. Police used search dogs to look through Judy's Spokane house, but they were unable to locate Courtney. Additionally, a search of a Texas residence turned up no information on Courtney's location. Judy's vehicle and trailer, which were parked in an Oklahoma RV facility, were also searched by officers. Judy, 74, and Joshua, 40, refused to be interrogated by authorities while they were detained in Texas. Police were waiting for the governor to issue a warrant for their return, since they refused to be extradited to Spokane. They were probably released as authorities were unable to establish their involvement in Courtney's disappearance. In addition to the months-long investigation, this is perhaps one of the most comprehensive missing person investigations. I have a variety of information in 4 notebooks. Police think Courtney is probably dead, and Judy and Joshua continued to deny any involvement in her disappearance, but regrettably there is no method to demonstrate it. However, Judy and Joshua have not been charged with anything, in spite of the aforementioned accusations. The belief that they knew what happened to Courtney is still prevalent. Joshua has a reputation for being violent, but he has also claimed that he could kill someone and successfully conceal the body from the authorities. Although they have not yet made any arrests in connection with Courtney's case, they believe she is dead. In summary, Courtney was unfortunate enough to be a member of the Holden family, and this little girl who yearned for love and family lacked the bravery to defend herself. She genuinely thought that these individuals who had screamed at her, humiliated her, and made her labor for them were her family. However, is it really important to protect oneself against one's own relatives? Since Courtney was never seen again after that fateful evening when he forcibly took her into the house, it is extremely regrettable that Joshua Holden's audacious public statements about taking his own life and concealing his body cannot be used as evidence of his involvement in her disappearance. No one knows what she endured during those horrific moments, or the atrocities these monsters who claim to be family were committing behind closed doors. There are innumerable ways to covertly dispose of a body, with different substances that are undetectable to police dogs or professionals. This shows that even although Courtney suffered that night, her soul is still at Holden Manor, where she sought out family but ultimately met her demise. Her boy was removed from the Holden household and given to his father, who still looks after him now. In action, Courtney Holden is still missing. Please get in touch with the Spokane Police Department if you have any information that could help with the investigation. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.